Chapter 1051 The Lord is sincere to me. The gloomy smile bloomed on Kanjuro's face, and the weird atmosphere filled the scene. Whether it was Kinemon, Inuarashi and others, they all noticed the strangeness of Kanjuro. Unfortunately, in their eyes, everything seemed too late. Kanjuro didn't know when he had already circled behind Koshiki Hiri. The covetous expression seemed to have been ready to go, waiting for the order of the snake. At such a close distance, they had no time to save the situation. Hehe, after waiting for so long, this drama finally ended, and I can also turn back into a cold-killing machine. Since you are useless, then die. Kanjuro smiled grimly. The dagger hidden in the sleeve suddenly stretched out and stabbed towards Koshiki Hiri. Kanjuro, don't! Kinemon's eyes suddenly widened and he roared in a hurry. Unfortunately, at this moment, any words seemed pale and powerless. The only thing he could do was to watch this sharp knife fall. Clang! The crisp sound of metal collision echoed in the square. Looking at the half-broken dagger with a cold light, it flew in the air and stabbed diagonally into the ground. Koshiki Hiri, the target of the assassination, stood there with a calm expression. There was no blood splattering, let alone being killed. At this moment, what appeared in their eyes was only the indestructible armament haki luster on Hiri Koshiki's back, like black steel. No possibility, according to the script information, you should be an unarmed singer. Kanjuro was stunned. In his life trajectory, everything was played according to the script. If you use one word to describe it, this year's actor must be Kanjuro. That adult is not lying to me, you are indeed a traitor. Hiri Koshiki said lightly. 20 years ago, it was you who leaked my father's whereabouts. When that adult told me at the beginning, I didn't believe it, so I didn't dismantle you before meeting. It seems that even if you are killed today, no one will have any doubts. Also, Hiri now is not the weak and powerless person who faced his father's danger that day. I, who followed the adult, am an upright warrior. Broken sword. Clang. The samurai sword hidden in the robe was unsheathed at this moment. Under the cover of armament haki, it was thrust towards Kanjuro at lightning speed. At such a close distance, Kanjuro had no time to react. Puff! A flash of cold light, blood splattered, and the sharp blade passed Kanjuro's throat directly, bringing a series of blood flowers, blooming like fireworks. Kanjuro! Kinemon's face turned pale and he shouted in a hurry. However, he was soon stopped by Cat Viper and Inuarashi. For the 9 red scabbards, a traitor was planted from the beginning. In the hearts of each of them, in addition to grief and anger, there was also reluctance. Especially Kinemon, who had the closest relationship with Kanjuro, was even more unwilling to accept this. Now looking at Koshiki Hiri, not only does she know kendo, but she also controls armament haki and kills Kanjuro by surprise. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Kinemon, focus. I have not yet removed his identity, just to prove to you that he is Orikai's subordinate, and this is just his painting clone. Koshiki Hiri said in a deep voice. When the samurai sword in his hand pointed obliquely at the ground, the blood on the blade turned into ink and dripped directly onto the ground. The body that was originally lying on the ground eventually turned into a pool of ink. Is this the clone drawn by Kanjuro? Kinemon was stunned. In their memory, Kanjuro was not only a scumbag in fighting, but also a painter. Now he not only showed an amazing identity, but also a clone that was so realistic. It undoubtedly subverted their cognition. Princess Hiri, since you knew that there was something wrong with Kanjuro, why didn't you tell me earlier? Chenjiro jumped down beside Hiri and asked urgently. The others also quickly came to their senses and surrounded Hiri directly, forming an airtight formation. However, after seeing the dark warriors deployed on all sides, their faces turned ugly. They boasted that they were strong and were elite among the fur tribe. But facing thousands of warriors and various bows and firearms, it was impossible to break through successfully. Damn it, if I had known that I would land on the island at the full moon, I would at least go crazy once and kill someone happily, and I wouldn't have to be so depressed like now. Cat Viper said angrily. Humph, it's too late to say anything now. We should choose the right opportunity and find a way to break through. According to this situation, the enemy's reinforcements will arrive soon. Inuarashi's face was gloomy, and he sniffed his nose, trying to use his sense of smell to distinguish the number of people. However, facing this dense sea of people, this stupid method simply did not work. Humph, it's not your turn to teach me a lesson, there are so many people, you should save your stinky nose. Cat Viper glared and clenched the samurai sword in his hand. 20 years ago, we couldn't take away Lord Odin, and 20 years later, we must not let the tragedy happen again. You have to step over our corpses to capture Princess Hiri. The Fur clan, prepare to fight to the death. Fight to the death. The shouts in the field suddenly echoed. The members of the Fur clan, such as the knights and the musketeers, all showed a look of determination to fight to the death. An inexplicable murderous aura permeated the battlefield. Feeling this will to fight to the death, a trace of apology flashed across Kojiki Hiri's face, and he said, "Everyone, I'm sorry, because of Hiri's willfulness, I didn't tell you in advance the secret hidden by Kanjuro, so that you and Hiri were trapped in the enemy camp. However, please believe that if we hold on for a while longer, the balance of victory in this battle will lean towards us. In the next battle, you don't have to protect me to break through." When Hiri came to this battlefield, he was already determined to give up his name. "Next, let me replace my father 20 years ago and lead everyone to victory." Chang's clear and crisp voice seemed to be infused with magic sounds at this moment, echoing in the square for a long time and unable to dissipate. Kojiki Hiri tore off the singer's costume on her body, and the clothes inside had already been replaced with a set of combat uniforms exclusive to ninjas. He clenched the hilt of the knife with both hands, and the inky black Ryu Sakura domineering surged on the blade. At this moment, Kojiki Hiri gave people the feeling that a dusty sharp blade was unsheathed again. The flowing Ryu Sakura domineering even transformed into the illusory figure of a dragon. It was also mixed with the unique pressure of a dragon. Chapter 1052 The wrong landing location was chosen. This is His Highness Odin's dragon slashing Ryu Sakura. Inuarashi's expression changed, and he lost his voice and muttered to himself. The moment when Kojiki Hiri grasped the single sword just now, it gave people the feeling that they seemed to see Odin. The most important thing is that among the 9 red scabbards, Inuarashi, Cat Viper, and Kinemon have all received kendo instruction from Kojiki Odin. Therefore, they are very familiar with the Ryuo that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Kojiki family. The most important thing is that in the original work, whether it was 20 years ago when Kojiki Odin was able to hurt Kaido, or 20 years later, when the 9 red scabbards launched a general attack on the haunted island and stabbed Kaido's domineering Ryuo, they were all the same. As Kaido said, he is the strongest in the world, and if there is no specialness, his defense cannot be broken at all. The Ryuo of the Kojiki clan is full of dragon-slaying attributes. Odin's Ryuo. Orikai's face sank, and he clenched the saber in his hand, gritting his teeth and said, "Kojiki Hiri, it seems that I really underestimated you. However, you are just a woman, with a group of old and weak soldiers, do you really think you can escape from here? Everyone listen to my order, whoever can capture Hiri Kojiki can replace Kyo's hero. Ekanjuro Kurozumi, I hope to see you perform a good stage play again. There must be a brave man under a big reward." This is exactly what Orikai is thinking. Lord Orikai, Don trademark T-Worry, I have already prepared a backup plan. With their so-called support, I will capture Hiri Kojiki as the best bargaining chip. Kanjuro walked out of the dark. His expression changed from the silly and cute look of the past, full of gloomy indifference, carrying a huge brush on his right shoulder and holding a large scroll in his left hand. As soon as he landed on the square, he shook his hand back. The huge scroll flipped, revealing the portraits of helmetless armored warriors. Headless. Bang bang bang. A large piece of white smoke, without any the omen rolled back. 7 or 8 huge headless knights appeared in front of everyone first. Looking at Kanjuro's painting skills, who was completely different from before, Kinemon's face changed drastically. If Kinemon was still subconsciously making excuses a moment ago, thinking that Kanjuro was just forced to deceive himself. Now, looking at the superb painting skills in front of him. Even this most basic method has become his capital for deception. This has undoubtedly become an inescapable suspicion. Kinemon, you also saw that the headless knight who stopped us from rescuing Lord Odin 20 years ago was indeed related to Kanjuro. If you still care about your past relationship with Kanjuro in the next life and death battle. If we die, it doesn't matter, but at least we have to buy time for Princess Hiri and wait for the arrival of Witch Adult. Shimingshi. This is a battle that gambles life and honor. Do it. The stern words came out of Inuarashi's mouth. The fighting spirit and anger that everyone had been holding back for a long time suddenly exploded. As the leader of the 9 red scabbards, Kinemon's expression changed continuously, and he immediately clenched the sword in his hand. Do it! Fox fire 2 swords style. Dog attack hunting. Cat pounce continuous slash. 3 figures rushed out first. The sharp blades wrapped in flowing cherry blossoms, flashing black light, rushed towards Kanjuro. For them, Kanjuro is the shame of the 9 red scabbards. In this situation where they must kill, the first thing to do is to frustrate the opponent's spirit. The principle of capturing the king first is applicable everywhere. Stop them! Orokai roared first. The Onue Banjo who were guarding around rushed first and shot towards the 3 people of Cat Viper. Looking at the Onue Banjo who abandoned Kojiki Hiri and attacked the 3 Cat Viper. This unreasonable attack suddenly tightened the nerves of Kojiki Hiri and Yamato. The observation haki, under the crazy urging, quickly covered the surroundings. Little girl, you are still too young, just die. The gloomy voice suddenly sounded in the crowd behind. A huge body rushed out of the crowd. 8 hideous snake heads, with scarlet tongues swallowing and spitting out, with a pungent fishy smell. Even the samurai along the way did not take them seriously at all, and directly dispersed them. 8 huge snake heads, at a distance of just tens of meters, were ejected like cannonballs. 8-headed hunting. With the fishy wind, Kojiki Hiri and Yamato felt a flash in front of their eyes, and 8 big heads appeared in front of them. The 2 of them suddenly changed their expressions, including Cat Viper and Kinemon in the distance. They thought that Kanjuro was a clone of the portrait. But they never thought that even the big snake that appeared in the attic was a cover. Tenjiro, hurry up and save Princess Hiri. Kinemon roared in a hurry. Sorry, I won't let him free his hands. All the samurai, kill them for me. Fukuro Koshao's face, like dry bark, bloomed with a sinister smile. The samurai who had been eyeing them all around suddenly jumped up. For a moment, whether it was the big snake or thousands of samurai, they rushed towards Kojiki Hiri like a black wave. Sister Hiri, I'll stop this big snake, you cover the rear for me. Yamato clenched the giant wolf-toothed club in his hand and shouted in a hurry. However, just after taking half a step, Kojiki Hiri, who had been on guard, pressed her shoulder with his backhand. No need, he's already here. The inexplicable words made everyone in the field look stagnant. Even the big snake's attack action paused. He subconsciously activated his observation haki. The next moment, without thinking too much, he hurriedly looked up at the sky. Boom! The golden lightning fell from the sky with an unparalleled posture. The air along the way was torn apart, directly covering the big snake. Bang! The air wave of the explosion, like a hurricane, rolled back to the surroundings. Under the overturned sand and dust, some warriors who were slightly closer were directly overturned. Looking at this sudden scene, the actions of the people present stopped all of a sudden. The faces of the Onue Banjo changed drastically. They knew very well that the thief should be captured first. Otherwise, they would not have used so many tricks to attack Kojiki Hiri. At the same time, they also made many preparations to prevent the other party from attacking the snake. However, they never thought that the other party would fall from the sky. Watching the explosion wave dissipate, the dust gradually returned to the ground. The first figure that caught everyone's eyes was a figure wearing a coat and full of golden hair. Under his feet was the black charcoal snake that had transformed into the Yamata no Orokai and was still majestic the moment before. I'm sorry, although I know the principle of not hitting people in the face, but the landing position just happened to be wrong. Chin-yu said with a warm smile. Chapter 1053 The real protagonist appears on the stage. Boom! The sound of thunder rolled, and the dust rolled back, giving people an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. The warriors who were overturned all around climbed up in a mess and looked at the messy square. The snake, which had been so ferocious just a moment ago, was now being trampled underfoot, its huge body trapped in the ruins, its face full of disbelief. But the generals of their Wano country have always been high and mighty. When did they expect that they would encounter such humiliation? It's really Thunder Dragon Laxus. Where is that adult? Inuarashi was the first to lose his temper. Kanjuro's betrayal put them in a completely passive position. They thought this would be a decisive situation, and they never expected that Thunder Dragon Laxus, a traitor to the navy, would really appear at the critical moment. After all, the other people present had no idea that Chin-yu played multiple roles. Even Yamato was no exception. What other people? Chin-yu smiled and patted the dust on his body, saying, Didn't Hiri tell you that I was the only one here? To deal with the mere Wano country, I alone am enough. Crazy. If they say that in this world, they have already seen some arrogant people. But the current Chinyu has undoubtedly refreshed their cognition. One person threatened to destroy the entire Wano country. After seeing the combat style and strength of Thunder Dragon Laxus, it might really be possible in an ordinary kingdom. However, Wano country is not even willing to provoke the Navy headquarters, in addition to the strong natural barrier. The most fundamental confidence is a powerful ally, the Beast's pirates. The combined strength of the two has reached 70,000 to 80,000 people. Not to mention, Kaido of the Beasts has the title of the Four Emperors, and there are countless strong men under his command. If the overall strength is compared, it is not comparable to Orokai at all. Yukai, are you kidding? I heard that you cut Kaido, but this is much easier than letting Wano country open up, right? Yamato was the first to be unable to hold back. If we only have so few people here, we should find a way to escape as soon as possible. Or break through first, and wait for others to come together, and then we will raid again. Many people present silently agreed with Yamato's proposal. This time, because of Kanjuro, not only did they fall into Orokai's trap in advance. Even the most basic 9 red scabbards were not gathered. The samurai scattered in every corner of Wano country also did not gather. The musketeers and the knights, including their main forces, may not even be a fraction of the samurai present. Not to mention the decisive battle with Orokai and Kaido, which opened the country of Wano. Everyone, please be patient. We must trust Princess Hiri. This is a battle that is well prepared. Denjiro said in a deep voice. What's more, I have heard a lot about the deeds of Thunder Dragon Laxus during this period. I believe that this adult is definitely not a stupid person who rashly comes here to die. Denjiro is the biggest undercover lurking in the flower capital. In the past 20 years, not only has his strength been improved, but his wisdom is no exception. He is no longer a young child. Uncle Denjiro, you are too high for me. In fact, I have not prepared any strategy. I just simply believe in Laxus. Hiri Kojiki said weakly with a slightly red cheek. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing in the huge square for a long time without being able to dissipate. The previous moment, Denjiro, who was calling with confidence, suddenly froze, and the sincere praise on his lips disappeared. Even the glimmer of hope that had just been inspired in the hearts of Inuarashi and others was directly annihilated. Damn kid, since you are only one person, I can also solve you by myself. Today I will make it impossible for you to escape, and all of you will be buried here. The big snake roared. The huge body that fell into the ground squirmed again, and the 8 bloody mouths opened, bringing a fishy wind to Chinyu head-on to kill. Can you be faster than thunder? You alone, but you can't leave me. Since the guy who hides his head and shows his tail is unwilling to come out, then I will force him. Chinyu smiled warmly, and the thunder and lightning on his body rippled, turning into thunder and lightning and shooting out. Boom! The 8 snake heads hit nothing at once, and the huge impact force broke through the thick rock square. Seeing that the attack had missed, the snake's face suddenly turned pale, and it raised its 8 heads again, and its scarlet tongue spit out. When it looked at Chinyu again, the 8 pairs of diamond-shaped snake eyes reflected a terrifying scene. Chinyu's muscles were as tight as rocks, and his clothes were torn. He had already entered the half-dragon form, and the magic circle under his feet bloomed. His right hand suddenly grabbed the void, and endless lightning flashes crackled in his hand. Finally, it gathered into a huge halberd of more than 10 meters in length. Dragon Killing Secret, Thunder Dragon Fangtian Halberd. Bang! Chinyu clenched his 5 fingers and swung his right hand suddenly. At this moment, the air seemed to be pierced. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the Thunder Dragon Fangtian Halberd had taken the lead and appeared in front of the snake. The fierce attack made Orokai feel a chill in his spine. No, don't kill me, Kaido, save me quickly. Orokai roared in fear. At the same time, his huge body moved desperately again, trying to avoid the attack. Waste. The simple 2 words came out. A huge black shadow fell from the sky first. With a tyrannical attitude, it hit the Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji heavily. Bang! The violent explosion wave was directly lifted, and a large amount of sand and dust rolled back. The huge impact force caused the square to collapse with a sound, and hideous cracks appeared one after another. Some warriors who failed to dodge were directly swallowed by the cracks. Wait until the dust in the sky was gone with the wind. The snake had already recovered its human form and flew backwards dozens of meters away. A large pit as deep as 10 meters was smashed out where it was standing. A muscular body was lying on its back in a big letter shape. The thunder dragon Fang Tianji that was originally shot at the snake disappeared without a trace. It was that bastard Kaido who wanted to blow up his own daughter. I want to kill him. Yamato took the lead and roared with a mace. However, he was soon stopped by Yamato, who said, Yamato, leave this place to Laxus first. If you go up, you may not be his opponent, but you will be killed instantly. The real decisive battle, the key to winning, lies with the two of them. What we need to do now is how to resist the samurai here and don't cause trouble for Laxus. Unlike others, Kojiki Hiri knew clearly the secret of Chinyu's multiple identities. This time he went to the banquet alone, which seemed very reckless and dangerous. However, Kojiki Hiri knew clearly that everything Chinyu did was to lure the snake out of its hole. Now that the real protagonist has appeared, the good show should also be staged. Chapter 1054 Being a Son-in-Law. The huge battlefield fell into a dead silence. Looking at Kaido, the beast who suddenly intervened and fell from the sky. Undoubtedly, he became the biggest helper for all the samurai present. Kaido, I just confirmed again and again that he is really alone. You should have taken action earlier and killed this hateful kid. The snake climbed up in embarrassment and said angrily with gritted teeth. This time, thanks to Kenjiro, otherwise we would not be able to arrange here in advance and catch all these arrogant people in one fell swoop. Kaido, didn't you bring other people here? Let them come out quickly and let them know how desperate it is to go against us. The faces of Inuarashi and others suddenly changed drastically. They subconsciously deployed their formations back to back and looked around vigilantly. The number of samurai under Orokai has reached 20,000. If the pirates and the beast pirates are included, the number will double. At that time, even if they brag that they can beat 10 or even 100, it may not be enough. Kaido, it seems that your ally is a bit unsophisticated. Isolating the country from the outside world makes people complacent. Wano country is a good place, but it will also make a wolf lose its wildness. At least, as long as you have been in the new world, you should know clearly that the success or failure of a battle is not determined by the number of people. Chinyu smiled warmly. In full view of the public, he took a step forward. Boom! The moment the footsteps fell, the violent domineering aura lurking in the body exploded like a raging tide. Wherever he passed, everyone in it seemed to be trapped in a raging wave and could be overturned at any time. Bang bang bang! Figures fell to the ground quickly in full view of the crowd, giving people a feeling of harvesting leeks. When everyone reacted, the number of samurai trapped here had increased to tens of thousands, and at this moment there were only a few hundred people left, including Kaido's men. This sudden scene was simply astonishing. This is the king's posture of His Highness Odin, no wonder he is not afraid of Orokai's people. Inuarashi was shocked. He was different from samurai such as Denjiro, but he had sailed on the sea with Whitebeard's ship. Facing this 1 in a million domineering aura, he clearly knew the rarity of it. Seeing this completely break the deadlock, it's hard to say whether it can really be a fight. No. There is no possibility. The king's posture that even this general does not have will never fall on a brat. Kaido, kill him for me quickly. Orokai was stunned and roared anxiously. For him, who has always been timid, the samurai is his strong backing. Sure enough, compared to Odin, your ally, Kaido, is just a clown. Dashi, I advise you not to make trouble. Be careful that Kaido will be ruthless and even his own people will be hungry. Chinyu smiled and grabbed in the air with his backhand. A wooden box fell directly into his hand, saying, I was late just now because I wanted to get this thing. After 20 years, I hope I can kill you again today. Ding! The wooden box was opened with a sound, and the first thing that came into everyone's eyes was 2 simple styled swords, one white and one black, which made many people's pupils shrink. This is Odin's sword. Kaido's face suddenly sank, and the scar left on his chest felt an inexplicable pain. As the so-called strongest creature, Odin is the only one who left indelible scars on him. It's Tianyu Yuzan and Yanma. The fool Odin has always been unwilling to give it to me. I didn't expect to meet it here. Dashi's eyes lit up. Kaido, hurry up and take these 2 knives from me. We are allies, you must help me. Shut up, you idiot. A deep voice suddenly sounded. The inexplicable shouting made Orokai confused. No. It should be said that everyone present was stunned. The moment they came to their senses, Kaido finally moved. A big hand like a millstone reached out. The machete hanging on the waistband was suddenly pulled out, and he chopped it back with force behind him. The stern sound of breaking through the air made Orikai's nerves move. Looking at the blade that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils, his expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, at such a close distance, and with the sudden attack, there was no way to hide. There was no way at all. Unexpectedly, everything confirmed what Chinyu said just now. He was so cruel that he even chopped his own people. Puff! Blood splattered, and the huge head flew directly to the ground. While the blood dyed the earth red, the severed body of the snake also fell heavily to the ground. The huge scene fell into a dead silence. Humph, a useless guy. I, Kaido, am a man who wants to conquer the world. I want to change Wano country into the new Oni island as a paradise for pirates. Kaido snorted disdainfully. Samurai present, now that Orikai is dead, you can choose to join my Kaido or be killed by me now. By the way, I now announce that the new general of the new Oni island will be inherited by my son Yamato. At this point, Kaido turned his eyes and said, Thunder Dragon, you have hurt me before, but I am very satisfied with your strength. Now I give you a chance, join me and marry my son Yamato. In the new Oni island, you will become the existence second only to me. Marry Yamato? The people present were stunned for a moment. They had already prepared for Kaido's threats. However, they never thought that the coercion and inducement would rise to the body. Is this considered a son-in-law? Kaido, you bastard, I don't want to be the general of the new Oni country, I want to establish the country of Wano. Yamato was anxious all of a sudden, holding a mace and intending to rush out. I swore that whoever sees me under the mask first will marry me. I won't let that guy named Ulquiorra get away. Looking at Yamato who suddenly exploded, Kojiki Hiri grabbed her hand and smiled helplessly. If she knew that Ulquiorra was one of Chinyu's identities. Is this kind of public announcement considered an alternative confession? Asshole, Yamato, you are forcing your father to kill you. I was planning to wait a while and take you to see Lingling. Now it seems that I can only knock you out and take you there. Kaido's face sank and he shouted angrily. Fukuro Kyuju, you, the Onue Banshu, and other samurai, please tell me your choice now. I forgot to remind you that the so-called 9 red scabbards and the Thunder Dragon Imp will defeat them all in an instant if they dare to say no. The power of the 4 emperors. But no casual challenge is allowed. Chapter 1055 Mysterious Confidence. All the samurai, including the members led by Fukuro Kyuju, changed their faces suddenly. Facing the great snake, who was the backbone, was killed without any warning, which made them hesitate all of a sudden. Since Lord Orikai is dead, I am willing to be loyal to Lord Kaido. Among the samurai, a small voice sounded first. Denjiro narrowed his eyes, his expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Butai, you are bringing shame to the name of the samurai. Orikai just died, but instead of thinking about revenge, you surrendered voluntarily. If he knew, I'm afraid he would not be at peace in the underworld. Originally, seeing Kaido suddenly kill Orikai, they thought they had an opportunity to let Kaido and the samurai under Orikai fight each other. Never thought that Butai, one of the samurai leaders under Orikai, did not even have a bit of integrity and turned his back directly. Humph, Denjiro, a man who knows the times is a hero, isn't this the same as 20 years ago? Fukuraku snorted coldly. If, like you, the 9 red scabbards, we were loyal, we would have died at the hands of Orikai 20 years ago. After saying that, Fukuraku Shao turned around and said, Lord Kaido, we, the Onue Banshu, are also willing to serve you and will definitely take down this group of people who don't know what's good for them. You. Denjiro was furious. However, he was soon stopped by Kinemon, who said, don't talk nonsense with them. With Laxus here, we will definitely find a way to break through. Humph, it seems that you are going to die rather than obey me. Kaido's face sank, and he said, Yamato, you are the same as always, you like to have these daydreams. Since you insist on going against me, don't blame me for being rude and killing you with my own hands. I'll see who can save you today. I am the one who wants to kill you. When you wanted to kill me, you were no longer my father. I am Kojiki Odin. Yamato roared angrily and broke away Kojiki Hiri's hand. With a big step, the whole person shot towards Kaido like a cannonball. The distance of dozens of meters was approached in the blink of an eye. The huge mace in his hand was swung out suddenly under the flow of lightning. Go to hell, son of a bitch, this is the real thunder gossip. Kaido's face sank. He grabbed the mace on his back, which was several sizes larger, and swung it forward without any fancy moves. Bang! The thunder exploded, and the violent lightning bloomed like fireworks, and everything was smashed wherever it passed. However, the collision that seemed to be in a stalemate only lasted for a few short breaths. Kaido's face sank, and the muscles of his arms swinging the mace were tense and bulging like rocks. Get out of here! Bang! Yamato seemed to feel like he was hit head-on by a meteorite. Not only was the blood boiling, but the internal organs in the body were also shaking violently. The wolf-toothed club in his hand was clenched tightly, and it slipped out of his hand at the same time as the tiger's mouth was stinging. Under the huge impact, Yamato was even more. It was like a cannonball, flying backwards. Seeing Yamato being knocked away by the fight, Koji Kihiri and others changed their expressions suddenly. Just as they were about to help, a flash of lightning appeared behind Yamato at lightning speed, and reached out and pressed it directly. Bang! The violent power was released like a raging wave. However, all of this was directly offset by Chinyu. Just in front of everyone, he took 2 or 3 steps and broke the underground rock layer. It gave people a feeling of understatement. Bude, let's do it! Fukuraku Shao shouted in a hurry. The scattered Onue Banchu also took the lead. Witnessing all this, Bude was obviously eager to show off, and took the lead. Looking at the figures that surrounded Chinyu, all of a sudden, the faces of Denjiro and others changed drastically. Just as they were about to help, they were stopped by Koji Kihiri. Don't make trouble, just wait here, he will definitely win. He will win. Inuarashi and others were stunned. They were completely confused by Koji Kihiri's mysterious confidence. Sure enough, being complacent will only make people lose their wolf nature. You are not qualified to survive on the sea. Chinyu smiled warmly. Lightning flashed and flowed on his body, and the next moment, the sound of dragon roar exploded. Roar! Thunder Dragon transformation. The huge body of Thunder Dragon appeared in an instant. The 100-meter body was revealed, and the huge tail, under the rapid coverage of armed color domineering, flashed an inexplicable metallic taste. Without any fancy, it swept forward. Feeling this terrifying momentum, Fu Lu Shao and others who were flying and attacking suddenly changed their faces. Unfortunately, as Chinyu said, in the closed environment of Wano country, their bodies have long forgotten the experience of fighting life and death. The only thing they could do was to raise their weapons and block. Bang! The dull collision sound was agitated, and dozens of figures were directly blown away like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, and smashed heavily on various buildings. The huge impact force smashed the walls and buildings. The sudden scene made the samurai and ninjas who did not take action feel cold in their spines. They have always been the strongest shield that Orokai trusted. They never thought that they would be so pale and powerless in the face of the Thunder Dragon Laxus who broke in from outside. Haha, it seems that the idea of taking all the things on myself and letting them soak in the wine jar every day was indeed right. Denjiro looked at this scene, and his eyes suddenly lit up. As the biggest gangster leader in Wano country after inheriting Leopard Goro, he has always played the role of a thug. Any problems and battles are solved by him. Orokai and the Onue Bancho led by Fukuro Kyujo as a close attendant are all worry-free. After a decade or two, it's okay to scare a half-witted person, but when it comes to the new world, the existence of licking blood on the edge of a knife is not enough. Humph, you are indeed a bunch of trash. Kaido's face sank, and he looked up at Chinyu and said. Since you are unwilling to surrender and become my subordinate, and you dare to come to Wano country alone today, then you will stay here completely. Do it. Bang. Kaido strode heavily, and the huge force made the rock layer and the earth explode. With his body shaking, he turned into a dragon and soared into the sky. With his claws, he grabbed it, and under the giant wolf-tooth club, he rushed towards Chinyu quickly with the sound of wind and thunder. At the same time, the sound of sharp bird calls rang in the sky. A body wrapped in flames, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, swooped down in the clouds. Under the rolling wind and thunder, he formed a pincer attack posture with Kaido. Chapter 1056 I'm Not Alone. The sound of breaking through the air echoed between heaven and earth. Seeing Kaido and Jin suddenly attacking, the combined attack was completely beyond their expectations. The dignified four emperors actually joined forces with their top combat force to attack and kill a young boy who was always on his lips. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? The short distance of 1,000 meters was just a blink of an eye. Haha, Kaido, you haven't changed since 20 years ago. You are known as the strongest creature, but you are full of evil. Qin Yu flapped his huge dragon wings suddenly and said, you don't even dare to fight me head-on. It seems that you are afraid of me. Just like I was afraid of Odin back then, I deceived him into being a stupid prince for 5 years. Unfortunately, I am not as simple as Odin. I am more evil-hearted than you, and I am not alone. Qin Yu already knew Kaido's personality and way of doing things. Otherwise, Kaido, who was just a little brother in the Rocks Pirates decades ago, would not have stood out. Don't look at his big size. In fact, in terms of character, the depth of the city is not comparable to ordinary people. Humph, you are such a sharp-tongued brat, you are still stubborn even when you are about to die. The entire Flower City has long been covered by my observation haki, and there is no suspicious person at all. I also want to thank you for cleaning up those rubbish, allowing me to completely control the whole situation. Kaido snorted disdainfully. This is a sea of the survival of the fittest. No matter what method is used, only those who lead to victory will have the final say. Go to hell. Thunderous. Bagua. Bang. Lightning exploded on the wolf-toothed club clenched by the dragon claws. The violent air wave came down without any fancy moves, and hit Qin Yu head-on. At the same time, the swooping Jin was burning with flames all over his body, and the black ink-armed color domineering covered his sharp mouth. The huge body turned into a sharp arrow and pierced Qin Yu. Once the offensive of the two broke out, it gave people the feeling that Qin Yu's retreat was completely blocked. Unless Qin Yu abandoned the huge body of the Thunder Dragon, he would be as conspicuous as a huge target in the void. Princess Hiri. Inuarashi and others were so nervous that they couldn't hold back at all when they saw the scene in front of them. Even Yamato, who was rescued by Qin Yu, was no exception. Don't worry, it will be fine. Kojiki Hiri looked up at the sky and said lightly. However, her clenched hands and whitened knuckles clearly betrayed her mood. Facing the four emperors and the strongest combat force under their command, Jin, the leader of the three disasters, they attacked together. It would be strange if she didn't worry. However, facing many urgent eyes, Qin Yu finally moved, and the power dormant in his body instantly turned into magic power. Superposition magic space fall. Ding! The huge magic circle bloomed in the void without any signs, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. An inexplicably oppressive aura fell from the sky. The air flowing around suddenly stagnated. Feeling the changes in the field, Kaido and Jin, who were originally shooting towards Qin Yu quickly, suddenly changed their expressions and hurriedly looked up at the sky. Bang! A blazing beam of light swooped down with a devastating attitude. Wherever he passed, the air rippled, and Qin Yu was directly enveloped in it. Boom! The huge force poured into the square all at once. The rock layer of the ground with a radius of 1 kilometer, along with the buildings, was submerged. The air waves raised gave people the illusion of being in a Category 12 hurricane. Even Inuarashi and others who were watching from a distance did not have time to catch Kojiki Hiri and escape for their lives. The rapid rush, the roar of the explosion in both ears, and the suffocating air waves. Whether it was Inuarashi or Denjiro and others, it was unknown how far they had escaped. When they reacted, they had already moved away from the center of the square and landed on the edge of the city wall. He did not care about the square that was razed to the ground, and hurriedly looked up at the sky. Crazy kid, when he went crazy, he didn't even let himself go, but do you think this attack can hurt me? Kaido rushed out of the center of the explosion in a rage. The scales all over his body were emitting hot white smoke. Facing such a fierce attack, he obviously did not suffer much injury. However, just as he rushed out, Jin, who followed closely behind him, fled with a gloomy face. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the blast waves rolling back all over the sky, and he was eager to see the situation inside. Jin, what's wrong? This sudden attack is very good, but it shouldn't hurt you. Kaido said in a deep voice, this time, let me take the lead and take down that kid as soon as possible. As a long-established four emperors, Kaido, the beast of the beast, is also known as the strongest creature. Facing a young boy who was still wet behind the ears and was always on his lips, he had no way to take down Qin Yu in a short time. For Kaido, this is simply a shame. No, Boss Kaido, which attacked just now, don't you think it's familiar? Jin's face sank, and his mind quickly filtered out various useful information. Finally, his face suddenly changed, and he said, this is a move used by the 5 emperors, the skeleton demon. The kid with the blood flag. Kaido's expression also changed. He said he was disdainful of everyone, and on the surface he acted crazily. However, all that was based on his absolute strength. Deep down, he was actually not much better than Orokai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to kill Odin 20 years ago. Kaido didn't take Laxus, the Thunder Dragon, seriously. However, if the person in front of him was really related to the Blood Flag Pirates, this might be another matter. Jin, do you mean that the kid with the blood flag is here too, so are his men here? Kaido asked in a deep voice. However, as the coverage of the observation haki spread rapidly, there were no other new suspicious figures wherever he passed. Facing this weird scene, Jin's face became uglier. Finally, it can't be hidden anymore. It seems that with this battle, Wano country may be able to be founded. Kojiki Hiri's flower-like face bloomed with a brilliant smile. Looking at this sudden scene, even other people were unsure at once. Hiri girl, what are you talking about? What secret is hidden in Laxus? You hid it from me. Yamato was the first to lose control. Facing the unexpected situation in front of her, her nerves were tense to the extreme. Whether it was Inuarashi or Cat Viper, their eyes fell on Kojiki Hiri, waiting for her to reveal this so-called secret. Chapter 1057. This is not how the protagonist should be. No, it's not that I want to hide it from you. I'm afraid no one would have thought that he would have such a big secret. Kojiki Hiri said with a helpless dry laugh. Just watch. Inuarashi and others were stunned. Kojiki Hiri's ambiguous behavior made them more eager to know what secrets Chinyu was hiding. Humph, Hiri girl, you are not cute at all. I don't believe that guy can hide any secrets. I can see through it at a glance. Yamato glared and hurriedly looked up at the sky. The dust and explosion waves scattered all over the sky made the figure covered in it gradually clear. When everyone saw clearly, the figure quietly suspended in the air, as hideous as a skeleton, exuding the aura of a king. Not to mention Yamato, Inuarashi, and others. Even Kaido and Jin, their pupils suddenly shrank, and their faces were full of disbelief. It's the skeleton demon, when did he come, and where did the Thunder Dragon imp go? Kaido couldn't help but roar first. The observation haki in his body was pushed to the extreme by him. Not only did it cover the entire Flower City, if it weren't for the borders of Wano country, it would be far beyond the reach of those small island countries. It was simply intended to cover the entire Wano country and dig 3 feet deep. Kaido, it seems that your head has been filled with muscles. If you can be as smart as Jin, maybe you can defeat Odin without these conspiracies and tricks. The indifferent voice did not contain any emotion. Chinyu, who was suspended in the void, holding a giant scepter, met Kaido's sight with a bird's-eye view. The inexplicable words further pried everyone's nerves. Kaido couldn't hold his breath and shouted in a hurry, what an arrogant guy, dare to despise this admiral, no matter what today, I will definitely kill you here, and then go after the little devil Lei Long. Kaido's huge body moved first. However, as soon as he walked out more than 10 meters, he was stopped by Jin. Don't be impulsive, Boss Kaido. If I'm not mistaken, the Uchiha Chinyu in front of us is not only the skeleton demon, but also the Thunder Dragon Laxus. They are the same person. Maybe the 5 elders discovered this secret, so they took action against the Thunder Dragon Laxus who had just become the new hero of the navy. What? Kaido's expression suddenly changed. No. It should be said that even Inuarashi and others were shocked. Yamato even opened his eyes wide and said, Hinata girl, is this the secret you are hiding from us? Facing this twists and turns in the plot. A new 5 emperors, a new navy supernova. In the eyes of outsiders, the two should not be related. However, now someone tells them that they are the same person. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it. Haha, Jin, it seems that I still overestimate you, but those little tricks of yours are probably not enough. Chinyu raised his head coldly. We've been discovered, take action immediately. Jin's expression changed, and he shouted in a hurry, Kanjuro, if you don't take action now, when will you? The big snake is dead, don't you want to see the end of the play? Humph, Jin, you don't need to be hypocritical, everything I do is just to play a good last play. In the sky, a soaring ink giant bird figure caught everyone's eyes first. The person standing on it was Kanjuro, who had changed his usual dull attitude. With a sudden toss of his red hair, the devil fruit ability dormant in his body was driven to the extreme. One after another, black ink rushed into the sky and poured directly into the ink cloud that had already accumulated in the sky. Originally, there was only the ink cloud that had secretly covered half of the sky, and it rose up again quickly, covering the entire square. Finished. This is my greatest masterpiece. No matter who you are, please bring this drama to an end. As a qualified actor, I will make you die inexplicably. Kanjuro laughed grimly, and the huge brush in his hand flew and pointed directly at the sky. Ink cloud floating painting, rainstorm drawing. Bang, bang, bang. A series of air sounds suddenly sounded. The ink clouds gathered in the sky exploded in an instant. The sharp arrows made of ink fell from the sky like a rainstorm. The speed was so fast and the number was so large that it felt like there was no way to hide, and they chased Chinyu in the void. Is this your confidence? In comparison, I will make you die clearly. Chinyu spoke again indifferently. He raised his head suddenly, and the red light quickly bloomed in the deep eye sockets of the skull. The 9 Magadama Sharingan, driven madly, the blood-colored pupil power spread like a frenzy. The giant Susanoo with 3 heads and 6 arms, which was tens of meters long, appeared in front of everyone first. The armor covering his body gave people a feeling of indestructibility. At this moment, the ink arrows falling from the sky were all blocked by Susanoo like rain hitting banana leaves. Looking at this scene, the smile on Kanjuro's face suddenly froze. The brush in his hand flew up quickly again. Kill them for me, headless heroes. The scroll was unfolding quickly, and the illusory figures that had already been drawn on the paper by Kanjuro were changing quickly. Finally, they turned into 4 headless knights riding Pegasus. Looking at the subordinates of these 4 heroes, one of the highest arts, Kanjuro didn't have time to think about it and drove them to attack again. However, just as the order fell and the 4 Pegasus bodies just flapped their wings, the light words that sounded again shook people's nerves. You are really too boring, the protagonist can that trademark S not the way to be. Erzan. The hissing sound of the air suddenly sounded. The huge Susanoo covering Chinyu's body moved instantly. The illusory right hand grabbed the Susanoo blade at his waist, and without any fancy, it was unsheathed instantly. The long rainbow was like a stream of blood. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes. 1,000-meter-long slash rose into the sky. Kanjuro, who was on the attack trajectory, was stunned at first. The 4 headless heroes in front of him, who were highly expected, were crushed first. Feeling the death aura coming towards him, Kanjuro didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly pushed the armed color domineering to the extreme. The next moment, the bloody slash had completely occupied the pupil's sight. Puff! The bloody light flashed and quickly passed over Kanjuro's body. With the remaining power, it fell directly outside the mountain outside the city. With the thunderous explosion, the huge earthen mountain of 100 meters was shattered. At the same time, Kanjuro, who was in the void, had a bloody crack on the brush in his hand. Chapter 1058 The strongest defense was broken. Puff! With a flash of blood, the brush covered with armed color domineering was cut in half. The scarlet bloodstain spread from Kanjuro's brow. Under the blood arrow, Kanjuro stared with eyes wide open and his face full of disbelief. In front of everyone, he was also cut in half. The ink bird under his feet was even more scattered in the void. Both sides of his body fell heavily on the ground. Kanjuro. Kinemon's face suddenly changed. He was quickly stopped by Inuarashi who was standing beside him. People with different ideologies cannot work together. Before Kanjuro rebelled, they were both members of the 9 Red Scabbards. Faced with Kanjuro being killed instantly, they would definitely take revenge. Unfortunately, everything has changed. However, what they didn't expect the most was that Kanjuro, who was also one of the 9 Red Scabbards in the past, would be so vulnerable after showing his true strength. Facing the 5 Emperors Chinyu. Kid, whether you are the Skeleton Demon or the Thunder Dragon Kid, die! Kaido roared. With his bloody mouth opened, the hot dragon breath gushed out like a tidal wave. Bang! The violent airflow, rolled back, poured all over Susanoo. At the same time, the flames on Jin's body also suddenly surged, and his whole body burned. Shadow Firebird! Bang! 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 The flames shot up into the sky, and turned into a firebird of the same size as Jin, chasing Qin Yu. It was so fast that it landed on Susanoo one after the other with Kaido's dragon breath. Boom! The violent air waves rolled back like a hurricane, and the huge impact force gathered together. Even Susanoo retreated a few steps. Seeing that the attack was successful, Kaido raised his head and let out a dragon roar. With the sound of breaking through the air, he chased after it. As soon as he approached, the huge tail quickly swept across Susanoo's body. The black and ink-like armed color domineering quickly covered people with a sense of unparalleled sharpness. Bang! The huge dragon tail suddenly wrapped around Susanoo. The violent power was released, and the armor made a crisp cracking sound. At the same time, a shocking crack spread. Amid the birdsong in the sky, Jin rushed towards Qin Yu with a rolling sea of fire. The sharp claws, mixed with the might of the flames, went straight to Qin Yu's position. Bang! The cracked armor made a sound of being overwhelmed in an instant. When the low explosion sounded, the spider web-like cracks spread rapidly. In just a few seconds, it spread all over Susanoo and the entire body surface. Seeing Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and Jin, the head of the 3 disasters, actually joined forces to attack. The onlookers present just reacted in shock, and Kinemon and others were completely impatient. Princess Hiyori, the 5th Emperor Qin Yu is very strong, enough to compete with Kaido, but with Jin, I'm afraid he will only be passive. Inuarashi said in a hurry. Let me and Nico Viper stop Jin, so that the 5 Emperors Qin Yu will have a chance to defeat Kaido, the beasts. As long as Kaido, the beasts, dies, and the Wano country loses Orokai, the remaining samurai followers, and the remnants of the beasts' pirates, there is nothing to fear, and our Wano country will inevitably embark on the road to founding a country. The stern words simply give people an exciting taste. Nico Viper and other members of the 9 red scabbards who are on the battlefield have a look of determination to die. No, if you interfere in this kind of battle, it will only drag him down, not to mention that he hasn't really taken it seriously yet. Kojiki Hiyori looked up and said. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, as if she wanted to see through the figure hidden in Susanoo. The inexplicable words once again tensed the nerves of Cat Viper and others. At least, in their eyes, facing the joint attacks of Kaido and Jin, Qin Yu seemed to have no way to fight back, right? Break it for me! Kaido roared. The dragon tail, like an iron whip, burst out with power, and it surged again. The already shaky Susanoo collapsed. Shattered. Bang! The fragments scattered all over the sky, raising a large wave of air, rolling back in the void. Facing this tortoise-shell-like defense that was finally broken, Kaido, who was entrenched in the void, used his observation haki and drove it madly, quickly locking onto the figure of Qin Yu hidden in the blast wave. The huge dragon tail was tightened again, and with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, it was pulled out. Kaido, don't! Jin's urgent cry suddenly sounded. Kaido's nerves stagnated, and the attacking action paused for a moment, and a shocking scene flashed through his mind. Without time to think about it, he quickly pulled up the dragon tail that he had swung out. Dust slash! Bang! The blast wave that rose all over the sky instantly rolled back to both sides, giving people the feeling that it was cut in half by a sharp blade. The ground below was split open without any signs, spreading to the distant city tower at the same time. A blood arrow splattered on Kaido's tail. The blood dissipated in the void, like a dazzling firework. It was shocking to everyone. Even Jin was in disbelief. Kaido was known as the strongest creature in this sea. With the increase of age, his strength will also increase steadily. It can be said that the current Kaido of beasts is not comparable to the one who fought against Kojiki Oden 20 years ago. Just now in the battle, he even used armament haki. He did not use the advanced Ryuo. However, being able to injure Kaido's tail with an invisible slash alone was definitely beyond their imagination. Looking at the bloodstain that was extremely conspicuous on the dragon's tail covered by the inky black armament haki. Is this the strongest defense being broken? Jin was very sure that if it wasn't for his observation haki, which was pushed to the extreme, he could predict a glimpse of the future and give Kaido a timely warning. I'm afraid that if this knife fell, even if Kaido's entire tail was not cut in two, he would definitely end up seriously injured. Damn kid, you dare to hurt me! Kaido was also stunned, feeling the sting from his tail, and he couldn't help but roared first. But, I'm sorry to tell you that I can recover from this kind of injury in the blink of an eye. The rolling sound waves rolled back between heaven and earth. The devil fruit ability in Kaido's body was pushed to the extreme in an instant. As the controller of the ability of the mythical beast devil fruit, he has already awakened the fruit ability and the special nature of his own creature. In addition to having a strong defense, Kaido also has the ability to restore vitality. For him, any injury, even if it is life-threatening, can be recovered in just a thought. However, as his power was driving, the stinging pain on his tail still made his expression stiff. Chapter 1059. The second level of realism was achieved. In the vast sky, the aftermath of the explosion rolled. Looking at the huge dragon tail and the words that Kaido, the beast, had just said, it undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention, staring at the shocking wound. However, as time went by, the wound not only recovered too slowly, but also had a smell of burnt meat. It gave people the feeling that the attack had a burning characteristic. The stinging pain was so severe that even Kaido couldn't hold his face. Little devil, I'm going to kill you. Kaido roared again. Unfortunately, this time, before he could react, a hot hurricane stirred up at the center of the explosion. The dust covering the sky was dispersed at the same time. A blazing fireball bloomed in the void. The figure below it, with a face full of arrogance and a muscular body like an iron tower, caught everyone's attention first. This is Escanor, the sin of arrogance. He is a tough guy who destroyed Judicial Island and half of the Holy Land of Mary Gosa alone. Why is he here? No, are all the members of the Blood Flag Pirates here? Yamato's face suddenly changed, and he said to himself in a hurry. The people who were in a trance suddenly woke up and hurriedly looked a few more times, trying to identify whether the scene in front of them was real. However, this thought just flashed through their minds, and the helpless words that fell in their ears were like a heavy hammer, hitting the depths of people's souls. Have you not yet realized that the members of the Blood Flag Pirates in the outside world are all the same person, but the fifth Emperor Chinyu plays multiple roles? All the same person? The people present were stunned. Even Kaido and Jin are no exception. No. It should be said that from the beginning, when Jin saw the Thunder Dragon Laxus suddenly transformed into the Skeleton Demon, this absurd idea had flashed through his mind. It's a pity that deep in his heart, he didn't want to see this result at all, so he subconsciously ignored it. However, the scene before him broke his last trace of escape. Facing the suddenly transformed Prideson Escanor in front of him. For the first time, Jin's heart rose with an inexplicable chill. He followed Kaido and traveled on the sea for many years. He had seen countless strong men, even the Pirate King Roger, and fought with him. However, after living for so many years, it was the first time that he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He couldn't imagine that one person could play so many roles at the same time and control all kinds of power. He had earned one bad name after another on this sea, and had completely established a prestige that even he didn't want to provoke. However, now someone suddenly told them that the cotters of the Blood Flag Pirates were actually played by the same person. So, the most important thing now was not what means the five emperors Chinyu used to do it. Instead, what would happen if the power of so many strong men gathered in his body? Kid, no matter who you are, I will kill you. Kaido roared. Compared with Jin's wisdom, he was undoubtedly a brain muscle. Under the tumbling of the huge body, the bloody mouth opened again, and the hot dragon breath came out. Bang! The beam tore the air apart in an instant, and the short distance of hundreds of meters was approached in the blink of an eye. Feeling this overwhelming momentum, Chinyu took a big step, and the whole person disappeared under the attack like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had already arrived above Kaido's tail. When attacking Kaido just now, Chinyu had already left the mark of Flying Thunder God. Although, in the field of observation Haki, he would be captured as soon as he appeared. Perhaps he would be discovered by the means of predicting the future. However, the most important basis for predicting the future is to keep a calm mind. Kaido now is undoubtedly in a situation where muscles control his brain, for Chinyu's identity revealed one after another. The unknown future of observation Haki has long been invalid. The only thing that can be done is to use observation Haki to lock the moving position at the moment Chinyu appears. Unfortunately, this slight delay means that everything is too late. Merciless explosion. Chinyu, who turned into Escanor, raised his left hand and pressed Kaido in the air. The huge fireball, which was formed by the crazy gathering and accumulation, was like a small sun, rushing down with a roar of crushing. The short distance of more than 10 meters was just approaching in the blink of an eye. Boss Kaido. Jin's face changed suddenly, but he only had time to shout urgently. Bang! The violent heat wave gave people the feeling of a 15-level hurricane rolling back. The huge impact instantly enveloped Kaido's huge body. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then they reacted. I don't know how long it has been. The heat that burned the skin was left in the world. Looking around, Kaido's figure had long disappeared in the sky. 3 or 4/10 of the buildings in the Flower City disappeared. An extremely huge deep pit with steaming heat waves appeared in front of everyone without any warning. Lying in the pit, the huge dragon body covered by rock ruins looked a little embarrassed. The scales that were praised as indestructible all over the body had spider-web-like cracks. Haha, it seems that the power of the attack just now was not enough. Qin Yu laughed arrogantly, which was very annoying in the ruins. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he looked up at the sky for a while. There are still 7 minutes until noon. It seems that I can continue to play. Qin Yu spoke again. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the third character template Escanor, the sin of pride, becomes stronger when facing strong opponents, and the realism is increased to 100%. Ding dang, because the realism of the host's second character template has been successfully achieved, the host will receive a system reward. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, and obtain the ultimate power of the only one in the world. The series of ethereal prompts made Qin Yu's expression stagnate. Originally, he was still thinking about how to improve the realism of the character templates other than Laxus to perfection. He never thought that just fighting with Kaido would make Escanor's realism reach 100%. However, after thinking about it, all this is not groundless. At least, the characteristic of Escanor is that the stronger the opponent he fights, the more arrogant his character will be. Kaido, as one of the strongest people in the world, has undoubtedly become the triggering condition. Chapter 1060 Choose a burial place for you. Accompanied by the system's prompt sound, it dissipated in the mind. Qin Yu felt the power filling up his body and became stronger. The heat radiating from his whole body became even more intense, and even the circulating air turned into a heat wave. Being in this ruined battlefield, whether it was Inuarashi, Yamato and others, even Jin had a feeling of falling into a furnace. Looking at Qin Yu in the sky, his mind tightened, and he had an inexplicable sense of danger. It seemed that he was not facing a person now, but a prehistoric beast. Damn kid, I'm going to kill you. Thunder 16 hexagrams. A hysterical roar suddenly sounded. Kaido broke through the rock deep in the ground under Qin Yu's feet. The wolf-toothed club clenched in both hands burst into violent lightning, and with the power of wind and thunder, it smashed towards Qin Yu head-on. Boom! The lightning exploded, as dazzling as a small sun. A figure fell from the sky like a cannonball, and hit the tower building that was already mostly broken. Bang! The precarious tower collapsed, and the air wave raised made Inuarashi and others tense up. Thunder 16 hexagrams? Kaido, this bastard sure enough, you hid many tricks from me. Yamato's face changed, and he said angrily. The usual thundering 8 trigrams already made me powerless to fight back, and now the thundering 16 trigrams, this is too. Pa! A burly figure stood up in the dust of the ruins, spit out a mouthful of blood foam, and loosened his body tendons as if nothing had happened. He raised his head indifferently and arrogantly, saying, the attack just now was indeed powerful, and I also felt pain, but I forgot to remind you that you are not my opponent in 7 minutes. If you want to escape, you can prepare now, otherwise your stupid skinning method just now will not help you. Today I will definitely kill you, the green worm. Crazy. Crazy beyond measure. Looking at the burly figure in the ruins, whose physique gradually grew larger as time went by. Whether it was the samurai, Fukuro Kyujo who escaped the disaster, or Inuarashi and others, they all felt dry in the mouth. This was a 4 emperors-like existence, when had they ever seen one before? Some people would still look nonchalant in front of the 4 emperors. Yamato, didn't you just say that the thunderous 8 diagrams left you powerless to fight back? That was really the thunderous 16 diagrams just now, are you sure you didn't let it go? Tenjiro was completely impatient. At the beginning, seeing that Orokai had discovered his secret, Kojiki Hiri was led into a trap by Kanjuro, the movie star undercover. Until the end, Qin Yu appeared as the Thunder Dragon Laxus, Denjiro had never thought of it. This battle could lead to the founding of Wano country. However, he never expected that this difficult journey to founding a country would be a difficult one for both Odin and the 9 Red Scabbards. After decades of walking, they could not get through. But in front of this madman, it became so smooth. Is this the difference in strength? I don't know either. The power of the thunder 16 hexagrams just now was obviously stronger than the attacks I usually endured, but when it fell on him, it seemed like nothing happened. Is it because he is too strong? Yamato also showed an expression of disbelief. As a person who had suffered from Kaido's domestic violence for more than 10 years, she was the one with the most say. Arrogant man, dare to despise me, I must kill you today. Kaido roared repeatedly. As his huge body stomped on the ground again, the giant mace clenched in his hand burst into a crackling sound of arcs. An indescribable aura spread from it. The airflow flowing around seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. Little boy, today I will let you try what is the strongest attack method. Kaido's eyes widened. The wolf-tooth giant club clenched in his hand, covered with the armed color domineering, was even more excited. His eyes turned in vain, and the moment he locked on Chinyu, he swung it suddenly. Thunder air strike. Boom. The air exploded. Everyone just felt the air shaking. The invisible impact crushed Chinyu first. His shoulders sank suddenly, and the ruins of the earth under his feet were the first to collapse and shatter. The building debris scattered around also collapsed. Chinyu even spit out a mouthful of blood in front of everyone. Seeing this invisible means of attacking from a distance, many people's faces changed drastically. Especially Chinyu's shaky posture, which pried everyone's nerves. However, this trace of worry, just sprouted in his mind, was quickly dispelled by the scene that came into view. Pooh! This attack is indeed powerful enough, but it's still a little short. Chinyu spat out a mouthful of blood foam again indifferently and arrogantly. Just like before, he still gave people a nonchalant feeling. After loosening his bones a little, he suddenly looked up at Kaido. Merciless son! Chinyu pointed his right index finger at the sky again, and the blazing flames gathered quickly. The temperature around him continued to rise. As long as everything was scattered within a few hundred meters of Chinyu. Under the high temperature, even the metal was melting rapidly. The construction waste directly burst into flames, and even the rocks under his feet melted directly into magma. Feeling this inexplicable hot feeling like being in a volcano, everyone present became dry-mouthed, as if they would be steamed at any time. In particular, looking at the fireball in Chinyu's hand, which quickly gathered and gradually became larger. If the situation continues to develop like this, I am afraid that they will be directly baked into a mummy. Kojiki Hiri, where is the lake? Chinyu turned around and asked calmly. Kojiki Hiri felt flattered, and suddenly reacted, saying, 3 miles outside the city tower, there is an artificial lake specially created by the big snake. Artificial lake? It can be regarded as a burial place for you. It can be used as a makeshift. There are still 6 minutes left. Chinyu showed a thoughtful expression. However, the movements of his hands were not vague at all. With a big step, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had come to Kaido and pressed his right hand in the air. Bang! With the roar of the air, a large ripple was stirred in the void. Kaido's figure turned into a cannonball and flew backwards. It was so fast that he disappeared above the city wall in the blink of an eye. With him, Chinyu, whose body had grown bigger again, disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone on the scene was nervous, and the domineering aura of observation exploded like a frenzy. At the same time, Jin, who was wrapped in black flames in the sky, had no time to think about it and shook it. Wings rushed out quickly. Chapter 1061 The Iron Rule of the Sea of the Law of the Jungle. Hurry up and catch up. Seeing this, Inuarashi and others also rushed out quickly. The remaining samurai and Fukuraku and others looked at this ruin with disbelief on their faces. They never thought that the capital of Wano country, which was once regarded as the most prosperous and the most difficult to break through in Wano country, would be destroyed in just a dozen minutes. The journey of several miles was just a blink of an eye. Kaido just felt a sense of levitation in his body. When he reacted, he had appeared in the giant artificial lake specially dug by Orokai. This artificial lake is to make it convenient for Orokai to travel and visit various villages and places. He also deliberately dug out various rivers to completely connect the key places of the entire Wano country. According to Orokai, as long as something happens in the flower capital, with the help of this waterway, it only takes half a day for him to gather the national forces to rush here to rescue. Even Kaido's Ghost Island is included. Unfortunately, he never expected that once the real battle of the strong begins, The battle will end so quickly that he doesn't even have the chance to ask for help. Kid, what tricks are you playing? I am the strongest existence in the world, and you can't kill me. Kaido roared angrily. Facing the strange power that bound his body, his muscles suddenly tightened in an attempt to break free. Under the mist floating in the sky, a hot sphere appeared in the air. Is this the sun? Kaido hurriedly looked up and the first thing that caught his eye was a huge fireball. Unfortunately, before he could come to his senses, Jin's urgent reminder sounded again. Boss Kaido, be careful. Too late. The indifferent and arrogant voice sounded. Standing on the sun, Escanor, flying in the air, once again came into Kaido's sight. Without any fancy moves, he suddenly tightened his feet and stepped down. Bang! The air seemed to be pierced, and the fireball appeared directly in front of Kaido hundreds of meters away. The next moment, before anyone could react, it had hit Kaido. With a powerful posture, it swooped down to the lake and fell. Qin Yu, who was still in the air, still looked arrogant, and grabbed with his left hand. Exploding arrogance. Bang! The violent hot air waves exploded like a hurricane. The dazzling light made people feel like they couldn't open their eyes. The huge impact force even overturned Jin, who had hurried over. Jin was blown 1,000 meters away, and a sharp bird cry came out of his mouth, and the flames all over his body surged. Only then did he tear through the oncoming wind again and barely stabilize his body. However, facing Kaido, whose life and death were uncertain, Jin had no time to think and hurriedly chased after him. As soon as he arrived above the explosion, he saw Escanor, who had expanded again. All that was left was a lake that had been completely evaporated. The mud at the bottom of the lake was also dried and cracked. The unlucky sea kings raised by the snake had already disappeared. The lucky ones only had a skeleton left. If the rivers connected to the surrounding areas were not flowing back, I am afraid that this artificial lake excavated by the snake would have completely disappeared in history. 3 minutes left. Qin Yu looked up at the sky, and his observation haki had already covered dozens of miles. Whether it was Inuarashi and others who were rushing quickly from a distance and were shocked by the scene before them, or Jin who was chasing in the void. Even Kaido, whose life and death were uncertain, was no exception and was completely controlled in his hands. Jin, catch him! A hysterical roar came from the bottom of the dry lake. Jin woke up from his trance and looked at Qin Yu, who had turned into a 4 or 5 meter tall man, with his clothes already torn and heat steaming all over his body. A trace of determination flashed across his face, and a sharp bird cry came out of his mouth. The black body of the pterosaur suddenly turned into a fiery red color, giving people the feeling of a firebird reborn in the flames. Faced with Kaido's order, Jin flapped his wings suddenly, and his speed increased to the extreme, turning into a streak of light, chasing Qin Yu. The two were only 1,000 meters apart. No matter how Jin increased his speed, it would take at least a few seconds. Faced with this time that seemed to be lost in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu could make some changes in his movements for any strong man, even an ordinary person. However, under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Yu, who was in the void, gave people an indifferent and arrogant attitude. It felt as if Kaido did not take his behavior against Jin to heart. This arrogant scene was also a great shame in Jin's eyes. At least, in the Beast Pirates, and even on this sea. He is the leader of the 3 calamities, a powerful existence second only to the 4 emperors. Qin Yu's indifference at the moment is the greatest contempt. Little devil, I caught you! Jin, who was full of anger, speeded up again. With a flash, he landed behind Qin Yu 1 step ahead. He didn't care about the scorching heat emanating from Qin Yu, and directly urged the flames on his body to resist, and then locked Qin Yu in a deadlock. Hold tight. Seeing Kaido, the beast who was hiding in the bottom of the lake with burns all over his body, soared into the sky like a cannonball after a successful attack. However, this time, the weapon in Kaido's hand had long been replaced by a heavy dragon-scaled big-backed naginata. On the blade, there was a crazy accumulation of Ryasakura domineering aura covering it. From time to time, there were restless arcs of lightning splashing. As soon as he appeared in front of Qin Yu, his hands holding the blade tightly, his muscles were like rocks, quickly tightening and bulging. A blow containing all Kaido's anger, slammed towards Qin Yu. The most unbelievable thing is that the power of this knife is even included in Jin, who was holding Qin Yu tightly at the cost of his life. Kaido! Boss! Jin's eyes showed disbelief. However, facing all this, Kaido's distorted expression did not change at all, and he roared angrily. Jin, you will die with him. This is a sea of the survival of the fittest. It seems that you have forgotten this iron rule. Bang! The dark blade light, like a long rainbow, directly penetrated the mountain thousands of meters away. The huge impact force even shattered the mountain. Qin Yu, who was under the blade light, had a scarlet blood arrow splashing on his shoulder. At the same time, in full view of everyone, it quickly spread to his chest and abdomen. At this moment, the blood was as bright as fireworks, dissipating between heaven and earth. Qin Yu, who was in the void, and Jin, smashed directly on the lake below. Chapter 1062 could have killed me 5 minutes ago. Looking at the successful attack, Kaido, who was hiding at the bottom of the lake and covered with burns, soared into the sky like a cannonball. However, this time, the weapon in Kaido's hand had already been replaced by a heavy dragon-scaled naginata. On the blade, there was a crazy accumulation of Ryusakura domineering. From time to time, there were restless arcs of lightning splashing. As soon as he appeared in front of Qin Yu, his hands holding the blade tightly, his muscles like rocks, quickly tightened and bulged. A blow containing all Kaido's anger, slashed towards Qin Yu. The most unbelievable thing is that the power of this knife is even included in Jin, who was holding Qin Yu tightly at the cost of his life. Kaido. Boss. Jin's eyes showed disbelief. However, facing all this, Kaido's twisted expression did not change at all, and he roared angrily. Jin, you will die with him. This is a sea of the survival of the fittest. It seems that you have forgotten this iron rule. Bang! The dark blade light, like a long rainbow, directly penetrated the mountain thousands of meters away. The huge impact force even shattered the mountain. Qin Yu, who was under the blade light, had a scarlet blood arrow splashing out on his shoulder. At the same time, in full view of everyone, it quickly spread to his chest and abdomen. At this moment, the blood was as bright as fireworks, dissipating between heaven and earth. Qin Yu, who was in the void, and Jin, smashed directly on the lake below. Bang! The dull impact sounded like thunder. Large waves and hurricanes were overturned and rolled back, giving people a feeling of depth bombs. The trace of the sharp and unparalleled slash spread across the ground with a rapid tearing posture, reaching the mountain thousands of meters away. Looking at this sudden scene, Kaido, who could kill even his strongest confidant when he was ruthless. Inuarashi and others who hurriedly sensed it, their faces turned pale. Master Yamato, I hope you can come with us. As long as you leave Wano country, we won't embarrass you anymore. Fuzzver suddenly appeared behind Yamato. Following him were Sasaki and Runty. From the beginning, Jin and Kaido were lurking in the flower capital while waiting for Qin Yu to arrive. Facing this life and death battle between the old 4 emperors and the 5 emperors. When they saw that the person who rescued Kojiki Hiri was Thunder Dragon Laxus, Fuzzver and the other 2 were also surprised. Although they didn't know that Thunder Dragon Laxus and the Skeleton Demon and others were the same person. But at least, they knew early on that if Thunder Dragon Laxus appeared, he would definitely be related to the Blood Flag Pirates. In this life and death battle about the fate of Wano country, the balance of victory will tend to the side that truly controls the battlefield. It can be said that in the face of Qin Yu's successive trump cards, there are also the amazing overlapping identity secrets. Fu Zaifu and the other 2 were shocked, and they were more certain that Qin Yu, the 5th emperor, had the greatest chance of winning. However, no one expected that at the final moment. Kaido not only killed the snake unexpectedly. In order to defeat Qin Yu, the 5th emperor, he was merciless and swung the butcher knife at Jin. Fu Zaifu, are you crazy? Do you think I will follow you obediently? Yamato suddenly woke up and said in a hurry. I have already said that Kaido is a sinister villain. Do you think I can still be a talisman in front of Kaido who is killing Red Eyes? This is simply too much. This. Fu Zaifu and the other 2 had no way to refute it. Not long ago, they went out to sea to pursue Yamato under Kaido's order. They also got the right to detonate the explosive collar when necessary. It can be said that at that time, they had already experienced Kaido's way of not recognizing his relatives. It was just that they never expected that Kaido, the tiger poison, would eat his own children. In the most dangerous in this situation, as Yamato said, Fu Zaifu and the other 2 planned to use Yamato as a talisman. I am afraid that the end would still be the same as that of Jin. Don't despair too quickly, the lake water is boiling. Inuarashi shouted anxiously. Everyone's nerves were tense at once. Even Fu Zaifu and the other 2 were no exception. Facing Kaido, who was red-eyed with killing, the 3 people who participated in the layout this time would undoubtedly not be able to escape. The only thing they can do now is to see if the 5 emperors Qin Yu can break this catastrophe and rescue them together. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. With a turn of his eyes, he rushed to the artificial lake. The gurgling steam bubbles rose on the surface of the lake. At the same time, there were large pieces of water vapor coming out. This situation, as time went on, gave people a feeling of getting worse and worse. A large amount of lake water was directly evaporated. The lake water that had just been refilled by the river was also directly evaporated. The back-flowing tributaries finally stopped flowing after a series of disturbances. Looking at the gradually drying lake, a figure that was 6 or 7 meters high and expanded again appeared again. As everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, Kojiki Hiri's expression tightened and he said in a hurry, Have you heard a rumor? Rumor has it that when Escanor attacked the Holy Land of Marijoa, he arrogantly disclosed the secret of his becoming stronger. He said that as he approached noon, his strength would continue to increase, and when he reached noon, he would usher in the strongest moment. The strongest moment? Many people present were stunned. Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, Yamato, and others had only been in contact with the New World for a short time, so they were not aware of these rumors. However, as the Flying Six, who had been in the New World for a long time, carrying out missions for Kaido, the Beast, their expressions changed, and they nodded in agreement. Yes, we have heard of it, but at that time, it was just a lie deliberately fabricated by the world government because of its failure. Now it seems that all this is probably true. Feeling the rising heat around him, and the changes in Qin Yu's form in front of him. While everyone present was tense, their eyes were already fixed on the huge figure that had grown to 6 or 7 meters high and fell to the ground. Before they could react, an indifferent and arrogant voice sounded again. 1 minute to noon. The voice dissipated with the wind, and Qin Yu slowly stood up on the cracked lake bottom. He looked down as if nothing had happened, glanced at the shocking blood wound, reached out and wiped the blood, and said, This attack is very good, it makes me feel the taste of death. This is an attack worthy of praise. But I forgot to tell you, if you had used any of your attacks against me 5 minutes ago, you might have really split me in half and killed me instantly. But you didn't do it, so next, you will have no chance to survive. The small voice, mixed with the careless and indifferent arrogance, seemed to be sentencing the 4 emperors Kaido to death at this moment. It was soul-shaking when it fell into everyone's ears. Chapter 1063 It's noon now. The indifferent and arrogant voice echoed like thunder in the ruins of the lake. Seeing that after enduring Kaido's strong attack, he was able to stand up in front of everyone as if nothing had happened. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? The most important thing is whether the difference between the sentence 5 minutes ago and 5 minutes later confirms the rumor. Especially feeling the heat waves rising from Qin Yu's body. The whole lake and land turned into a furnace. Everyone present couldn't help swallowing their saliva and looked at Kaido, who turned into a dragon again and was entrenched in the void. In the eyes of outsiders, Kaido is one of the 4 emperors and is known as the most powerful creature in the sea. However, in the original work, he is the strongest in the world and is engaged in sneaky activities. What threats, sneak attacks, lies, etc., as long as they can help win, he will definitely do it. Otherwise, when Jin desperately trapped Qin Yu just now, Kaido would not have killed him. The principle of the survival of the fittest is thoroughly interpreted. Well, what an arrogant kid, I don't believe that you really can't kill you. Kaido, who was entrenched in the void, roared with a distorted expression. With a flip of the dragon claw, the huge wolf-tooth club was taken down again. Endless domineering aura was madly poured into the wolf-tooth club. The black ink-armed color domineering aura quickly spread out. A trace of flowing cherry arcs burst out with crackling. An indescribable aura quickly spread out with Kaido as the center. The air in the sky, which had been stagnant, seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. At this moment, Kaido gave people the feeling that he had turned into a prehistoric beast, pressing people's hearts. Are you ready? You don't have much time. Qin Yu raised his head and spoke casually again. The aggressive posture once again shook everyone's nerves. Facing one of the 4 emperors, known as the strongest existence in the world. This is simply outrageous. What an arrogant guy, I will show you the trick I got from Lingling that I have been reluctant to use. Kaido roared to the sky. His huge body was swung suddenly. Like a swimming dragon, in the sky, he exerted his speed to the extreme and swooped down to attack Qin Yu. The short distance of hundreds of meters gave people the feeling that it was just a moment. When everyone came to their senses, Kaido had already taken the lead and appeared in front of Qin Yu. The huge wolf-tooth club clenched in the dragon claws, with the flowing cherry wrapped around it, was pushed to the extreme at once. Thunder Overlord! Boom! The huge wolf-tooth club was swung out. The space seemed to be pierced, and ripples were stirred at the same time. The violent impact force, mixed with endless lightning, poured on Qin Yu. Qin Yu, who was standing in place, was taken away like a cannonball. The huge impact force penetrated all the rock formations and land along the way, as well as all the rocks and trees. It reached 10,000 meters away. It felt like a blow that penetrated the entire artificial lake. It gave people a feeling of dominance. When a thunderous explosion echoed, everyone suddenly came to their senses and hurriedly looked at the collapsed mountain. Dragon Breath! Kaido succeeded in one blow, obviously without any hesitation. As Big Mom's strongest single move, the Tyrant Kingdom was used by Kaido when he was in the Rocks Pirates. In order to become stronger, he deliberately got along with Big Mom and learned the trick secretly. However, when I think of the beautiful Big Mom in the past and her completely out of shape now, this Tyrant Kingdom is simply a scar and a pain for Kaido. It is precisely because of this reason that Kaido can't save his face and has been unwilling to use him. Unfortunately, facing the extremely arrogant character template of Escanor, who was displayed by Qin Yu, Kaido swung his butcher knife at Jin, but he couldn't even seriously injure him, let alone kill him. Finally, he dug out this trick. Bang, bang, bang. The hot dragon breath came out of Kaido's mouth. The huge body was wandering in the void, rushing quickly towards the ruins smashed by Qin Yu. For a moment, the whole land seemed to be shaking like a giant turning over. The airwaves and dust of the explosion rose into the sky. When Kaido crossed a distance of 10,000 meters, he rushed to the location where Qin Yu was. The huge earth mountain of hundreds of meters had been razed to the ground. Everything within a radius of thousands of meters was also destroyed. The huge rock layer of the earth was blown into a deep pit and sank abruptly. Haha, kid, I wonder if you can still laugh out loud. I, Kaido, am the strongest being in the world. Whitebeard, Golden Lion and Pirate King Roger can never compare to me. Kaido laughed hysterically. Inuarashi and others who hurried over from a distance also turned pale. This battle seemed very complicated. But it was only a short 10 minutes before and after. However, every time the battlefield changed, the area of 10,000 meters would be destroyed like a dead tree or a rotten wood. Whether it was in the Flower City, the artificial lake, or this mountain, it was no exception. Looking at the ruins pit in front of him where the dust gradually dissipated. Whether it was Yamato who shouted to knock Kaido away one day, or the 9 red scabbards who shouted for revenge. At this moment, they finally understood that this kind of battle at the top of the world was not something they could touch. Do you feel that the temperature around here is rising again, and even the trees in the distance are smoking and burning? Runty said hesitantly. Do you think that Guy will be unscathed again? The voice was not loud, but at this moment, it seemed to be infused with magic sound. Even Kaido, who was hovering in the sky in the distance, was suddenly pried into his nerves. If it were in the past, Runty, who was talking nonsense, would have been beaten with a thunderous gossip no matter what his intention was. However, now, his eyes were wide open, and they turned quickly, staring at the ruins covered by sand and dust. When his eyes fell, the first thing that caught his eye was that the dust in the sky seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible big hands. Finally, a huge figure that was exactly the same size as Kaido gradually became clear. When the last bit of dust cleared, Qin Yu, who was about 8 or 9 meters tall and had muscles protruding all over his body, appeared in front of everyone again. His unscathed posture once again shook everyone's nerves. Is this a monster? An absurd thought, at this moment, emerged in everyone's mind at the same time. Sorry, I have bad news for you. It's noon now. Chapter 1064 The Sun Never Sets. It's noon now. The small voice, mixed with indifference and arrogance, echoed above the ruins and could not be dispersed for a long time. Looking at Qin Yu who walked out slowly again, giving people a feeling of being unscathed. The pupils of everyone present suddenly shrank, and their faces were full of disbelief. The attacks that Kaido launched one after another just now were so strong that one move was enough to severely injure all of them, or even kill them instantly. They never thought that it would have no effect on Qin Yu at all. Is this fear what is called a huge gap in strength? Most importantly, it was Chinyu who appeared this time, giving them an indescribable feeling of power. No, there is no possibility. You can't be unscathed. You must be acting. I don't believe that my attack has no effect at all. Kaido's face was extremely gloomy, and he roared again with a bloody mouth. His huge body suddenly swung, bringing a dignified sound of breaking through the air, and quickly approached Chinyu again. Endless domineering aura once again poured into the giant wolf-tooth club. Under the crackling domineering arc, there was no trace of fancy when it approached a little. Kaido swung the giant wolf-tooth club again. Thunder Tyrant! Boom! The huge wolf-tooth club, mixed with the rolling thunder, hit Chinyu heavily. In an instant, the whole land was the first to be unable to withstand this huge impact, and it collapsed like a spider web. It spread rapidly in all directions. Inuarashi and others standing in the distance didn't have time to think about it, so they grabbed Koshiki Hiri and planned to dodge in a hurry. However, the words that fell in their ears made them completely skip this idea. He blocked it. The simple 4 words were swallowed and spit out, like an invisible hammer, shaking everyone's nerves. There was no time to think about it, and their eyes turned and fell on the battlefield. The first thing they saw was that Chinyu was still standing on the ruins like an iron tower, motionless. Facing the wolf-tooth giant stick that was smashed down with a force of 10,000 pounds, he blocked it directly with his left hand. There was no trace of emotion on that face with clear contours and a careless expression at all times. I said, 5 minutes ago, you could kill me, 5 minutes later, you can't kill me, not to mention that it's noon now. Chinyu said indifferently. However, in order to repay you, you have the courage to claim to be the strongest in the world in front of me. Although, using that move will burn the realism of my character, it is indeed worth it to be able to kill you. I am the only one in the world, the ultimate. Buzz. The flowing air stagnated in an instant. The next moment, the scorching heat was rising rapidly. Chinyu, who was transformed into an iron tower, had a blazing fire like the sun on his body. Whether it was hair, beard, eyebrows, or everything else. It can be said that at this moment, Chinyu gave people the feeling of a god king bathing in flames. According to the evaluation of the Demon King in the original work, once Escanor, who never sets the sun, is used, he is enough to become the Sun God King. Bang! The scorching heat gushed out, and the ground under his feet, which had already been overwhelmed, wailed, and a large area collapsed. The giant wolf-toothed club clenched in his hand broke apart with a sound, spreading spider web-like cracks. The high temperature emitted made Kaido, who was close at hand, uneasy. With blood-red eyes, he directly abandoned the giant wolf-toothed club in his hand. At the same time, he abandoned the body of the dragon and transformed into a dragon man. When he grabbed the dragon-backed Naginata in his hand with his backhand, the few-armed color domineering that existed only in his body was once again frantically urged to the extreme. Little brat, I don't believe that I can't kill you. Thunder Tyrant. Boom. With a knife, the swift posture was fully displayed. At a close distance, it fell on Chinyu's shoulder. The violent air waves were rolling back, and the sand and dust were also overturned. It's a pity that, as Chinyu said, he was already invincible 5 minutes later. The sharp and unmatched knife only made Chinyu's body shake slightly. Sorry, I am invincible now. Holy Spear Escanor. The indifferent words were still arrogant, and they were spoken word by word. Chinyu, who entered the state of the sun never setting, poured the sun power in his body into the index finger of his right hand crazily. A breath of destruction was born, which quickly spread and released, and at the same time it was constantly growing. The next moment, facing Kaido who was close at hand, Chinyu finally moved. Bang! With one finger pointing out, the whole world was eclipsed. The power accumulated crazily on the fingertips turned into a dazzling beam of light like a burning fire. It pointed directly at Kaido's chest. Feeling this long-lost breath of death, Kaido panicked. Without time to think about it, he quickly retracted the blade and blocked it in front of his chest. Unfortunately, whether it was the dragon-backed Naginata, or the armed color domineering that Kaido had pushed to the extreme, or the scale armor that was known as the strongest defense. At this moment, they all looked pale. The scorching heat swept Kaido's body in an instant. The scene that finally appeared in everyone's eyes was Kaido, who was pierced through like paper. Boom! The holy spears rushed straight into the sky like a tide. The scorching heat and the endless dazzling light completely captured everyone's sight. The violent explosion wave impacted, turning into a 15-level hurricane, sweeping and crushing. In the last moment, they only vaguely remembered that they were running for their lives. When they regained consciousness, they pushed away the ruins covering their bodies. Looking far away again, the scene that came into view was not only the artificial lake, but also the mountains in the distance. Everything had disappeared without a trace and was completely razed to the ground. If not for the ruined flower city in the distance, constantly reminding them that the large empty space in front of them not long ago was what on earth is this? I'm afraid they will never believe that this battle can destroy the world so much. If the geology of Wano country is not too special, it would be replaced by other small islands. After this battle, I'm afraid that 8 or 10 of them will be destroyed. Kai, how is Kaido, Uchiha Kainu, what's the situation now? Yamato also rushed out of the ruins. He didn't care about the embarrassment on his body at all, and hurriedly looked around. Facing Yamato's questioning, even if the people were in a trance, they couldn't hold their breath and looked for the two figures in the final duel. However, before they could see what was going on, a figure suddenly appeared and pried their nerves again. Kaido is dead. Chapter 1065 Recruiting as a son-in-law. Kaido is dead. The simple 4 words were swallowed and spit out, but at this moment, it gave people a feeling of being infused with magic sound, which directly hit the depths of people's souls. Looking at the blood-covered Jin falling from the sky, Inuarashi, Nikomaru, and others were so nervous that they drew their blades and imposed martial law. Fusfu shouted anxiously, Jin, I can't stand you anymore. Kaido's life or death is uncertain, so let me be your opponent. As the strongest among the Flying Six, Fusfu has always been eyeing the position of the 3 calamities. In particular, Jin, the leader of the 3 calamities, is the enemy that Fusfu is eager to defeat. Unfortunately, the opportunity that has not been waiting for a long time will come at this time. Sasaki and Runty, who were sitting on the same boat, also stepped quickly and stood behind Fusfu to show their position. However, facing all this, Jin landed in front of Yamato as if nothing had happened, and said, I have seen the last scene just now. If it weren't for Uchiha Chinyu, who locked the last blow in the sky. Now, this piece of land, and even us, no longer exist. Like the cloudless sky, everything will be wiped out from this piece of land. Kaido is dead, and the beasts are gone. If you like the position of the 3 calamities, just take it. By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. A moment ago, someone reported that the entrance to Wano country, which Quinn was defending, had been breached by the Blood Flag pirates. It may be a matter of time before Wano country is founded. As soon as the voice fell, the scene fell into a dead silence. The greatest sorrow is to die in the face of grief. At the last moment, Jin was wielded by Kaido. No one present had expected it at all. After spending decades of hard work and risking his life, Odin placed his hopes on 20 years later. When they crossed time and space to reunite too, they thought they would continue on this difficult road. They never thought that Uchiha Chinyu, known as the 5 emperors of the later Jin dynasty, only spent more than 10 minutes. They completed the matter that they had been unable to establish a country for decades, even if they exhausted the power of a country and the samurai of the whole country. Is this the horror of power? Chaotic thoughts quickly passed through everyone's minds. Standing in the encirclement, Kojiki Hiri exhaled heavily and said with relief, it's finally over. No, it should be said that solving the problems of Kaido and Orokai is just the beginning. Sister Yamato, if you have nowhere to go, please stay in Wano country. The door to Wano country is now opened by Lord Chinyu, but to really go out, we still rely on us. As for Jin, we also welcome you to stay. Yamato was stunned for a moment. It can be said that when she returned to Wano country not long ago, she was still full of anger and was thinking about how to defeat Kaido. Now the victory not only came too suddenly. She was also invited to join the founding of the country, which undoubtedly made her difficult to accept for a while. Sorry, we are pirates, and we are not interested in the position of founding heroes. Fusfu was the first to express his position. Sasaki, who left immediately after him, did not speak, and the meaning was very obvious. For a while, among the 3 people, only Runty was left. I'd better follow Yamato, this stinky boy. Anyway, I'm used to staying here, and I have to find a place for my stinky brother to stay. Runty said hurriedly. Tisk, Runty, don't say it so righteously. I remember that you have many enemies. You are afraid that you will be blocked when you go out. Yamato rolled his eyes disdainfully. However, he did not reject Runty's choice. At least, after living on a Nagashima for 20 years, the most familiar people with Yamato are probably you and Runty among the Flying Six. Jin, what choice do you have? Do you want to follow me? When I grow up, I will definitely be stronger than Kaido. Seeing Yamato throwing an olive branch to Jin as soon as he opened his mouth, many people breathed heavily. Being able to be the deputy of the Beast's pirates, Jin is the head of the three calamities, and has a bounty of 1.7 billion Baileys. It can be said that in the New World, he is second only to the four emperors. If Kaido had not provoked Chinyu, this cross-dimensional perverted existence, this time, he would be desperate and helpless. He would never choose to betray Jin and kill him together. However, facing Yamato's confidence to surpass Kaido as soon as he opened his mouth, even Runty, Kojiki Hiri, and others did not dare to refute casually. As things have evolved to this point, the secret that Yamato is the offspring of Kaido and Big Mom has long been known to everyone. As a combination of two of the four emperors, Yamato he is indeed qualified to say this. Then I won't be polite. I want to ask him why he didn't kill me just now. Jin agreed without hesitation. This straightforwardness is simply astonishing. Well, let's not waste time. Now that Kaido and Orokai are dead, we should also quickly gather our forces to pacify Wano country. Kojiki Hiri did not take Yamato's decision to heart. Now it is better to have less trouble than more, not to mention that with Jin, the head of the three calamities, there will be no doubt that the remnants of the beast pirates will be more effective with half the effort. Hiri, leave this matter to me. I have already contacted Lord Leopard Goro and Rabbit Bowl and samurai from all over the country. I just didn't expect that this battle would happen ahead of time and end so quickly. Denjiro said. The only thing that makes us feel fortunate is that Princess Hiri made the decision that day and chose the 5th Emperor Chinyu as the ally. Otherwise, it would take a long time to fulfill Lord Odin's wish. However, we must also make preparations in advance. Once the news of Kaido and Orokai's killing spreads overseas, let alone other forces, I am afraid that even the Navy headquarters and even the world government will be ready to move. If we don't have enough strength as a backing in time, I am afraid we will go back to the old path again. At this point, Denjiro looked at Kojiki Hiri and said, Princess, I have an unwelcome request. If possible, I hope that Princess can recruit the 5th Emperor Chinyu as a son-in-law. If we have the relationship with the Blood Flag Pirates, we can at least live a stable life and restore the vitality of Wano country. Son-in-law? The people present were stunned for a moment. The proposal made by Denjiro was completely beyond their cognition. However, as Denjiro said, Wano country is now in ruins. Lost the Beast's pirates, and the Samurai alliance under Orokai. The strongest line of defense of Wano country no longer exists. To dispel other people's various ideas, recruiting the 5th Emperor Chinyu as a son-in-law is the best way. Chapter 1066 Don't dare to gamble on this. Let him become a Wano country person. Kojiki Hiri's face suddenly turned red. Faced with Denjiro's proposal, even though she is the most outstanding dancer in Wano country, she was speechless for a moment. Your Highness, do you have any concerns? If you think that my proposal is a bit beyond your authority, Your Highness can just pretend that you didn't hear it. Denjiro explained in a hurry, we can also retreat to the second best and imitate Orokai and Kaido and form an alliance. Alliance? Kojiki Hiri was stunned for a moment, and quickly responded, Uncle Denjiro, Hiri is only trying to make Wano country better. Whether it is an alliance or other proposals, they are all very good and feasible ways. But Hiri is just a dancer, I'm afraid she is not suitable to deal with such matters related to the fate of Wano country. I think it's better to leave this matter to Brother Momonosuke to decide. Samurai and dancers are popular in Wano country. However, dancers, like samurai, sell their art but not their bodies. Kojiki Hiri has always had Denjiro as a backer. Reputation is also very important for a singer. Once you lose your reputation, it means that the singer's career will come to an end. Therefore, Orokai has always been jealous of Kojiki Hiri, but no one has succeeded. It is not too much for Denjiro to suddenly make this proposal. Marriage. Yamato was stunned for a moment, and said hurriedly, if you don't tell me, I will forget it. You said that in the Blood Flag Pirates, all the cadres are played by Uchiha Chinyu alone. Is Ulquiorra also Uchiha Chinyu? This guy has seen my mask. I swear that whoever sees it for the first time will be responsible for me. Hiri girl, if you don't want him, then I will propose a marriage to him and let him keep it secret from me. Yamato, you didn't say that at that time. Peggy-1 has seen you several times, and Jin always sees you. You are a serious double standard. Runty, shut up. On the other hand, dozens of miles away from the battlefield, a huge golden arc roared forward in the sky. The clouds along the way were broken by savagery, and countless lightning flashes flowed. The speed was completely increased to the extreme. If Kojiki Hiri and others saw this ship, they would definitely label Chinyu as a nouveau riche. However, at this moment, the huge deck fell into a dead silence. Except for the lightning flowing from Enilo's body, the crackling sound of electricity from time to time. Only the breathing sound of Chinyu, who was lying on the deck, remained. With the help of the ultimate form of I am the only one in the world, Chinyu directly killed Kaido, the beast. However, this move was originally to achieve the posture of the sun never setting by burning life. Now it is with the help of the system to convert the burning life into the loss of character realism. However, this surge of power is also a huge burden for Chinyu's body. At least, Chinyu can't even move a finger now. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the world turbulence value has reached, and there is still a gap to lift the third stage human body restriction. The ethereal prompt of the system suddenly sounded in Chinyu's mind. Looking at the value displayed in the sea of consciousness, Chinyu raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. Originally, after using the identity of Thunder Dragon Laxus to cause a big disturbance in the Holy Land of Marijoa, the world turmoil value reached 75,300 points. Unexpectedly, this time he attacked Kaido in Wano country. After making his multiple identities clear, before the news was spread to the outside world, the world turmoil value has already increased to 80,000. It seems that once the death of the old four emperors Kaido is spread to the outside world, the missing 20,000 world turmoil value will definitely be made up. At that time, as long as the power of the Samsara Eye and the Rinnegan is controlled again. Not only that, it is enough to walk sideways in the world of pirates. Perhaps, it can also jump through space and shuttle through other dimensional worlds. Familiar faces flashed through his mind, and Chinyu finally sighed, moved his body a little, and barely sat up cross-legged. Enilu, you had such a good opportunity just now, why didn't you kill me? Chinyu said with a smile. Enel, who was sitting at the first seat, tensed his muscles as if he had received an electric shock. He coughed dryly and looked at the head of Kaido, the beast, scattered on the side. His face suddenly became unnatural. Ahem, don't let your imagination run wild. As the god of Sky Island, I will not only take your life, but also fight you squarely and take back the honor. I don't care if you win by sneak attack. Looking at Enel, who was rarely serious and talking nonsense, Chinyu relaxed his body, stood up and smiled, haha, since you said so, I have to thank you for not killing me. However, I still want to remind you once, if you miss this time, you will never be able to kill me. For Enel, this Sky Island native, he was able to rely on his own efforts to almost awaken the Thunder Fruit. He even practiced the observation haki to the level of mind reading similar to predicting the future. It can be said that Enelu is a genius with a proud appearance. Once he landed in Qinghai and received systematic teaching, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. In time, it would not be too much to reach the level of a Navy Admiral. However, this kind of power seems very strong, enough to walk sideways in the pirate world. However, once Chinyu really unlocks the password restriction of the large account and restores the power of the heyday, combined with the power system of this world, no matter how Enelu changes, I am afraid he will not be able to turn over the palm of Chinyu's hand. Humph, there is a saying in Qinghai that a man's mouth is a lie. I don't believe that you will not even have the ability to protect yourself. Enelu snorted unhappily, obviously determined not to take action. He glanced at Kaido, who was left with only his head, and said, it's getting late, and you haven't told me where you are going next. If there is no place to go, I have to go to rest. For Enelu, ignorance is not a crime. After personally experiencing the abuse of the Golden Lion and others, and witnessing the battle between Chinyu and Kaido, which was like destroying the heavens and the earth, Enel, who always regarded himself as a god, did not dare to gamble with Chinyu. No. It should be said that when facing Chinyu's ultimate performance of the only one in the world, Enel's will to fight Chinyu had long been gone. He didn't want that one day, Chinyu would be unhappy and directly stab him with the holy spear. Chapter 1067, Founding a Country with One Shot. looking at Enel, who acted like a grandson all of a sudden. Qin Yu knew clearly that in the battle just now, Enel's last sharpness was completely wiped out. It can be regarded as a temporary elimination of future troubles. He took a look at the head that rolled aside, which was rescued after the ultimate version, the Holy Spear Escanor, was used and the endless sun flames crushed Kaido's body. This is the key to further obtaining the world turbulence value. At least, the first thing facing Qin Yu now is how to let people outside know about the changes in Wano country. Enel, go to the estuary first to see how the Golden Lion and the others are progressing. As the order fell, Enel also put away the rest that was on his lips, and quickly activated the violent thunder power in his body to increase the speed of the Golden Arc to the extreme. Towards the estuary, it quickly rushed away. At the same time, the estuary of Wano country. As an important stronghold of Kaido, the beast, it is also the only port to enter Wano country. Located at the top of Longjiao waterfall, a huge fortress built against the rock cliffs. At this moment, the flames were soaring into the sky, and screams echoed one after another in the ruins. Originally used to isolate and blockade Wano country, connected to the only waterway to the outside world, it was made of special alloys and was tens of meters long. One door had already been smashed. Another door was twisted and deformed, and was directly rushed out, hundreds of meters away. The buildings in the open space at the rear were smashed. Some pirates who could not dodge in time were directly turned into a pool of meat paste. Escaped and injured, along with Quinn who was temporarily stationed here. After rushing out of the ruins, except for hurriedly sending a message to Jin, there was no time to think. Crazy, he pushed the observation haki to the extreme and blocked the entire sea area. For Quinn, guarding the estuary, this boring and important thing, is not more tempting than his little balls. If Jin had not accompanied Kaido to snipe kill the Thunder Dragon Laxus, he would never pick up this mess. However, Quinn did not like this kind of mission to guard the gate. However, facing this most important pass, he often focused his attention on the bottom of the Dragon Leap waterfall and dared not relax at all. However, he never expected that no matter how hard he tried. This raid came so suddenly that he was beaten to the door without even finding a single person. Moreover, even the huge special gate of tens of meters was penetrated by a single blow. Quinn knew clearly that people with such strength were by no means ordinary people. Boss Quinn, look up in the sky, a huge island has appeared in the sky, and the enemy is in the sky. The incoherent urgent cry suddenly sounded. The pirates who escaped the disaster had no time to think about it and looked up at the sky first. The scene that first came into their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly. On the huge island, a huge cannon with a diameter of more than 10 meters was locking onto their direction. In the dark barrel, there was gunpowder smoke, which was dissipated by the wind. Looking at this scene, the source of the sneak attack just now was completely obvious. Boss Quinn, I am a little familiar with this island. It seems that half a year ago, the Navy headquarters was chasing and encircling the world destroyer Wald, the Gurasayaki. It was just that such a huge island was suspended in the air, but it was hard to figure out for a while. A man with a feminine face and green clothes walked out. However, Boss Quinn, you have already contacted Boss Jin just now. Lord Kaido will be furious when he knows what happened here. He will rush back to kill all these invaders. As a pirate who has been rooted in Wano country for decades, the alliance between the Beast Pirates and Orokai is enough to be regarded as their biggest backing. What's more, with the title of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and the protection of the strongest creature, they do have enough confidence to deal with any changes. However, facing this questioning, Quinn's face turned a little livid, and he looked down at the Den Mushi in his hand. After joining the Beast's Pirates and becoming one of the 3 calamities, Quinn and Jack have always regarded Jin as their big brother. Usually, if they did something wrong, they would at least scold him once or twice. However, during this call, Quinn just briefly explained what happened. When he reacted, Jin did not make any answer, and the Den Mushi was hung up directly. This made Quinn, who was prepared to be scolded at the beginning, a little uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Quinn lost his temper completely. He raised his head and roared angrily, "You bastard, dare to come to Wano country to make trouble. Wald, is it you, old man? This is the territory of the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. You are so reckless in sneak attacking. This is a declaration of war on our Beast Pirates. Boss Kaido will never let you go." Facing the huge island floating in the sky, even Quinn was not sure. After all, according to rumors, the world destroyer Wald was cornered by the Navy headquarters. It seems that he was rescued by the Blood Flag pirates. If the person who came this time was really Wald, it means that the person who suspended the Gyulazayakai in the air behind the scenes is probably related to the Blood Flag pirates. Perhaps someone in the Blood Flag pirates has obtained the ability of the floating fruit similar to the Golden Lion. It is also possible that it is the floating fruit of the Golden Lion. Haha, Quinn, you are still the same. Whenever something happens, you like to push Jin and Kaido out. On the huge deck, Wald walked out slowly. His cheeks twitched like dry bark, revealing a hearty laugh. However, now Kaido is not here, and Jin has not appeared. It seems that our captain has already met them. So, this time, Quinn, even if you shout your throat out, no one will come to help you. You old guy, you have always liked to do some tricks secretly, playing poisonous gas plagues to plot against people, and you have lost the face of our pirates. Today, it's rare to meet you. Guarding this closed country gate, let us settle new and old grudges together. The old voice rolled away. When it fell into the ears of Quinn and other pirates of the Beast Pirates, their expressions suddenly changed drastically. In their eyes, only Kaido and Jin, when they encountered difficult things, would not even have time to curse and directly hang up the Den Mushi. Feeling the atmosphere in the field, it suddenly changed. Wald's big hand slapped the cannon on the ship beside him, and the sound of huge gears echoed. A trace of fighting spirit flashed across the cheek of the dead tree bark again, and he shouted fiercely. Today, I, Wald, came here on the orders of Captain Qin Yu, so let me show my ugliness first and establish the country of Wano with one shot. Chapter 1068 The Power of the Veteran. Establish a country with one shot? Quinn and others' faces changed drastically. They never thought that after half a day, things would evolve to this extent. The sound of the huge gears turning echoed between heaven and earth, giving people a feeling of death. Wald was not vague, and jumped and landed on the ship. Just reach out and press the left side of the cannon. Ahem, big brother, fill the cannon for me. Wald coughed and urged. As a legendary pirate, Wald has already reached the age of more than 70. In the original work, although aging all day long will not weaken the strength of a strong man. But this is also relative to Garp and Rayleigh, who are not devil fruit users. For strong men like Wald and Whitebeard who once stood at the top, their bodies are no longer as good as before. Wald, you have been using the power of the devil fruit to rush on the road. Why don't you take a break and let others do it? Bin Jack, who was leaning on a cane, couldn't help but persuade. Rest. Valder rolled his eyes and said, Brother, what you said will make people think that our old era is no longer good. In the eyes of outsiders, it will be laughed at. Since Captain Qin Yu has given me the task of founding the country, let me open the way myself. This is the only way to repay the grace of saving my life that day. I will close my eyes even if I die. The old voice rolled like thunder, making the pirates who had just escaped below look pale. As a pirate group under the command of the four emperors, they have not encountered such a provocation that rubbed their faces and was unscrupulous for a long time. Boss Quinn, what should we do? A Gifter was the first to lose his temper. What should we do? Quinn's face darkened. The Gyulaseaki, hovering in the sky, glanced down and instantly locked onto several figures rushing here. He said with a happy face. It's the barbarian tyrant. Hurry up and smash this thing down for me. The sudden roar shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the several monsters that suddenly appeared in the distance, as huge as ounce, with fangs. The pirates present were stunned at first, and then cheered. Among the beasts pirates, the barbarian tyrant is a powerful giant army second only to the three calamities and the flying six. Moreover, they are not ordinary giants, but supergiant weapons with the blood of ancient people and the ability of artificial devil fruits for transformation. Each one is at least 50 or 60 meters tall. It is a giant experiment purchased by Kaido, the beast, from Caesar's brothers. It is enough to scare people in the New World. Facing Quinn's order, the leading Bacha was startled at first, then looked up at the Gyulaseaki and said, Lord Quinn, this mission is too simple. For us, this is just a big target. Target? Wald, standing on the deck of the ship, was startled at first, then laughed and said, Brother, you also saw that procrastination is despised. If this matter is reported back to Captain Qin Yu, it will not only lose the face of our brothers, but also his face. Let me fire this shot. The rolling laughter echoed between heaven and earth with the wind. If Qin Yu was present, he would definitely give Wald a white eye. For such a speech that was like an old driver driving, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was completely irresponsible. Seeing the resolute look on Wald's face, Ben Jack sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, since you want to go crazy once, as the big brother, I can only accompany you. Don't lose the captain's face to start a country with one shot. Gayram, Sebastian, immediately load the shells and attack the target. Lock it on the estuary of Wano country. It is bound to start a country with one shot." Okay. As Wald's old friend, it took 20 years to build the Gyulosayaki. This is what they are waiting for. With the help of the ship's cannon, the ability of Wald Momo Fruit is raised to the extreme. Although each of them is no longer young and has reached the age of more than 60. However, facing this battle, whether it is Seiram or Sebastian, they are surprisingly agile. The moment the two landed in their own positions, the huge gear rotation sound roared again. The black barrel, flipped, directly locked on Quinn and others. The sudden scene made the faces of the pirates present change drastically. Quinn had no time to think about it, and roared in a hurry, "Barbarian tyrant, if you don't take action now, when will you take action? Take action! Too late, fire at me!" Valder roared first. The huge sound of gears instantly stagnated. The next moment, the deafening sound of shells rang out without warning. Bang! The huge shells of more than 10 meters were shot out instantly, and the huge recoil force made the huge Gyulosayaki retreat more than 10 meters. Momo 100 times. Valder's turbid old eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. The devil fruit ability in his body was stimulated to the extreme. Buzz! The huge shells of more than 10 meters suddenly soared up. In an instant, it reached a posture of 100 meters, giving people a feeling of darkness. The pupils of the pirates present suddenly contracted and their faces turned pale. Standing beside Quinn, the member of the Flying Six, the Velociraptor Hisoka, who had not been occupied by Drake, was the first to speak. "Quinn. Master Quinn. What should we do? What should we do?" Quinn suddenly woke up, and even the cigarette in his mouth spit out, and he roared in a hurry. "We were running away at that time. Once this kind of shell exploded, who could bear it? Leave everything to the barbarian tyrant." As soon as the voice fell, Quinn directly withdrew and fled. Seeing Quinn, one of the three disasters, also running away. The pirates who had just escaped a disaster were instantly impatient. There were still a few breaths of time before the huge shells fell. However, for them, being able to escape for a while was also a journey. However, this thought just emerged in his mind. The earth roared, and a burly barbarian tyrant had already kicked the ground and rushed towards the huge shells. Judging from the simple IQ of the barbarian tyrants, they undoubtedly intended to use the huge rocks in their hands to shake the shells falling from the sky. "You fool!" Quinn roared hysterically. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded. The huge shells of 100 meters exploded. The airwaves rolled back like a raging tide, and the whole world was swallowed up by endless flames. Wherever they passed along the way, the estuary docks, which were originally known as fortresses and indestructible, quickly collapsed inch by inch. Chapter 1069, A Crushing Defeat. Bang! A huge shell of more than 10 meters in length shot out instantly, and the huge recoil force caused the huge Gyulosayaki to retreat more than 10 meters. Momo 100 times. Wald's turbid old eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit soared to the sky. The devil fruit ability in his body was stimulated to the extreme. Buzz! A huge shell of more than 10 meters in length suddenly rose up. In an instant, it reached a posture of 100 meters, giving people a dark feeling. The pupils of the pirates present suddenly contracted, and their faces turned pale. Standing beside Quinn, a member of the Flying Six, who had not been occupied by Drake, the Velociraptor Hisoka, was the first to say, "Quinn. Master Quinn. What should we do? What should we do?" Quinn suddenly woke up, and even the cigarette in his mouth spurted out, and he roared in a hurry. "We were running away. Who can bear this kind of shell once it explodes? Leave everything to the barbarian tyrant." As soon as the voice fell, Quinn pulled away and fled. Seeing Quinn, one of the three disasters, also running away, the pirates who had just escaped from the disaster were instantly impatient. There was still a few breaths of time before the huge shell fell. However, for them, being able to escape for a while is also a journey. However, this thought just emerged in their minds. The earth made a roar, and a burly barbarian tyrant had already kicked the ground and rushed towards the huge shell. Based on the simple IQ of the barbarian tyrants, they undoubtedly intended to use the huge rocks in their hands to shake the shells falling from the sky. "You fool!" Quinn roared hysterically. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded. The huge shell of 100 meters exploded. The air wave rolled back like a raging tide, and the whole world was swallowed up by endless flames. Along the way, the estuary dock, which was originally known as a fortress and indestructible, quickly collapsed inch by inch. In an instant, the air wave directly raised in a radius of dozens of miles, whether it was buildings or rocky land, instantly crushed past. From a distance, the sky-high explosion and the huge waves of dust and fire raised gave people the feeling of a huge mushroom cloud. The huge recoil force even overturned the Gyulazayakai, which was suspended in the air, hundreds of meters away before it was stabilized by the golden lion. "Madman, you old madman, can't you think about it and not get yourself involved in the explosion?" The golden lion cursed and walked out from the back of the ship's deck. However, when he saw the aftermath of the explosion, the posture of rolling back to the surroundings, the expression on his face was slightly stiff, revealing a moving look. After this shot, even the golden lion felt it was difficult. "Haha, this feels so good. Only by hitting the 4 emperors can my ship cannons show their absolute value." Wald panted and laughed, sitting on the deck. "I don't have the strength to continue fighting. It's your turn, otherwise my brother will keep nagging me." This shot was enough to satisfy Wald, who was nearly 70 years old and no longer as strong as he was in the past. After all, time is unforgiving. "Humph, I was still saying that people should not look down on the old times, and I gave up so quickly." The golden lion snorted coldly in a displeased manner. "However, I can't just shoot casually, let those little guys go." "Little guys?" Crocodile, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but twitch his cheek muscles. But facing these two veterans in their 70s and 80s, Crocodile had no way to refute. "Let me do it." Crocodile, holding a cigar, walked to the edge of the ship's deck. After setting foot in the New World, following Chinyu's men, Crocodile's two-color domineering attainments are no longer comparable to those in Alabasta. The dormant observation haki in his body was detonated with a bang, directly covering the entire estuary fortress. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. "Boss, where is he?" Mr. One suddenly spoke. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed like thunder. A large area of building ruins was broken through, and the first thing that came into everyone's eyes was Quinn, who turned into a brachiosaurus and fled madly. Following closely behind, there were a large number of givers who escaped the disaster, and 2 burly tyrants. "7 ghosts, you stop them, I'll go find Lord Kaido and Jin to support." Quinn hurriedly ordered. "No need, none of you can escape." Sandstorm storm desert. Boom! The earth roared. The originally thick rock layer, with Quinn as the center, collapsed. The endless yellow sand turned and spread rapidly to the surroundings. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a huge quicksand basin. The sudden scene made Quinn's face change drastically. The 2 barbarians had not yet recovered, and their huge bodies fell directly into the quicksand. Only some small-sized, slightly agile birds under Jin's command were able to escape in time. However, looking at the miserable situation below, his face turned pale. 7 ghosts, quickly use the power of the devil fruit. In the name of Kaido, I approve your rampage. Quinn roared anxiously. Sand crocodile, you dare to interfere in the war between our 4 emperors, our boss will definitely kill you. Originally, he planned to use the Brachiosaurus posture to escape from the battlefield as soon as possible, and then meet Kaido and Jin after resting to retake the dock at the estuary. He never thought that he would encounter a tricky guy as soon as he took a step. "Don't shout, I don't know if Kaido will kill me, but I know that before that, I will definitely kill you today." An indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the yellow sand. Under the wind and sand, it directly gathered into the shape of Crocodile. After taking a deep puff of the cigar, the iron hook in his right hand swung violently at the 2 frantically struggling barbarian tyrants. Desert Diamond Sword. Bang! The yellow sand flashed, like a giant sword, and slashed at Bacha and Kigi across the sky. In a short distance of dozens of meters, there was still deep in the yellow sand. With the simple IQ of the barbarian tyrant, there was no time to react. Puff! Blood spurted out all of a sudden. Yellow sand covered half of the body, and finally crashed headfirst onto the ruins in the distance. Bang! The ruins were split in half. Two huge giant bodies were directly cut in half. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, they crashed heavily onto the yellow sand. A large amount of blood spilled, directly dyeing the yellow sand red. In an instant, the smell of blood quickly spread over the entire desert with the wind. The pirates who were trapped in the quicksand and unable to escape turned pale all of a sudden. No. It should be said that even Quinn, who was one of the three disasters, also became impatient. This was a complete defeat. After taking another look at Crocodile, a trace of cruelty flashed across his face. Chapter 1070 Sudden Reinforcements. Boss Quinn, what should we do? If we continue like this, we will die. A gifter lost his temper first. Facing two barbarian tyrants, he was killed by Crocodile in one encounter. At the same time, his huge body was directly dried by the wind and became two mummies. This undoubtedly makes people feel shocked. Now that they are in the quicksand, the only way is to place hope on Quinn. Don't worry, I have thought of a way, but for the sake of the overall situation, I have to sacrifice you. When I find Boss Kaido, I will definitely avenge you. Quinn smiled grimly and shouted loudly. Explode! The inexplicable words made the gifters and other pirates present stagnate. Even Crocodile's eyebrows could not help but raise. When his observation haki was pushed to the extreme, his face changed drastically, and he quickly pushed the devil fruit ability to the extreme. Bang! 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 The thunderous explosion sounded without any warning. The two bodies that belonged to the barbarian tyrant, which were lying in the yellow sand, were blown apart. Mixed in it, there was also a large area of purple-black poisonous gas, which quickly rolled around. This is plague poisonous gas. The faces of the people trapped in the quicksand suddenly changed drastically. Unfortunately, they never thought that Quinn would implant the poisonous gas bomb that he regarded as the highest masterpiece in the body of the barbarian tyrant. At the critical moment, he acted as a human bomb. The airwave of the explosion overturned half of the desert at once. The geology of the quicksand was directly destroyed. Quinn, who was deeply trapped in it, had no time to think about it. He directly restored his human form and rushed out quickly. As the creator of the poison gas bomb, he had already developed antibodies to it and was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the people around him. The moment they were affected by the poison gas, their bodies were burned and quickly turned into mummies, and his face was full of excitement. Go to hell, all of you go to hell. If you dare to sneak attack Wano country, I will make you pay with blood. Quinn laughed ferociously. Heavyweight sandstorm. Boom. Endless wind and sand bloomed like a hurricane. With the help of the explosion, the poison gas that rolled back and rolled around was instantly gathered by the sandstorm. Finally, it rushed to the deserted land in the distance. Looking at the land that was suddenly covered by the poison gas, his traces were exposed again. Quinn's expression suddenly became stiff. Even the steps he took seemed a bit long-winded. This means of poison gas attack is his last bottom line. In the Beast's Pirates, Quinn has been mainly responsible for various scientific research. His combat ability is slightly inferior to Jack's. It is precisely because for this reason, Phosphor, Sasaki, and others in the Flying Six have been eyeing Quinn's position again and again. At this moment, the plague weapon was just sent to the field, and it was directly blown away by Crocodile's sandstorm. This undoubtedly made Quinn feel stretched. Humph, if this is all your confidence, then goodbye. Crocodile's eyes turned and fell on Quinn. The right-hand wind and sand vortex came down again, without any fancy, and suddenly threw it out. Heavy sandstorm. Bang! The huge sandstorm whirlwind rushed straight away like a frenzy. Quinn's face changed drastically, and under the urging of the devil fruit ability in his body, he turned into a brachiosaur posture. At the same time, the black and ink-like armed color domineering quickly spread on his body. In a blink of an eye, it gave people a feeling like heavy steel, rooted in the desert land. Faced with the sudden attack of heavy sand, Quinn obviously gave up the idea of escaping. Haha, I didn't expect that I would encounter such an interesting thing when I came here. If Kaido knew that he would be so embarrassed in front of me, he would probably have to find a place to hide. Flame jet. Bang. With unbridled laughter, the hot waves of fire turned into whips, entangled together, and shot from a distance, colliding with the heavy sand first. Boom. The flames and yellow sand were detonated with a bang, and the airwaves rolled back to all directions. Finally, they dissipated between heaven and earth. It's so hot, so hot. Taking advantage of this opportunity to breathe, Quinn quickly extinguished the flames on his body, and after pulling away again, he looked at the person who suddenly attacked, and his face suddenly changed drastically. You are Charlotte Linlin from the Big Mom Pirates, why are you here? In the distant sky, a huge black cloud appeared at some point, carrying a pirate ship belonging to Big Mom. The Queen's chant. Through the deck of the ship, you can also see the children of Charlotte Linlin, who are the backbone of the Big Mom Pirates. The leader is the eldest son, Charlotte Sparrow, who has the licking fruit. There are also Charlotte Smoocher, one of the 3 generals, and Charlotte Cracker. In addition to Charlotte Katakuri, who stayed on Cake Island. This time, Big Mom went to Wano country to discuss cooperation with Kaido, and obviously brought a large number of main forces. After all, as old enemies, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, the beasts, are the ones who know each other's temperament best. They all say that if they turn against each other, they turn against each other, and there is no family affection or emotion at all. Quinn, if I hadn't acted in time, you would have died. Charlotte Lingling laughed. But isn't this estuary dock guarded by that guy Jin? I haven't seen him for a long time. As the only one left in the world, he is a bloodline that my Wanguo doesn't have. I really want him to have a baby with me. Looking at Charlotte Lingling, who spoke shockingly as soon as she opened her mouth. The cheek muscles of the people present couldn't help twitching. In the eyes of outsiders, Charlotte Lingling's only hobby is to collect people of other races and join her Wanguo. At the same time, she also likes to have babies with strong people of various races. In addition to coercion and inducement, most of the time it is forced. For a man, hearing Charlotte Lingling's heroic words, his legs suddenly clamped together. The eggs are a little cold. Charlotte Lingling, Brother Jin, and Boss Kaido are fighting in the Flower Capital with the captain of the Blood Flag Pirates and the Thunder Dragon Laxus, so I let these guys take advantage of the opportunity and destroy the dock at the estuary. Quinn's face changed, and a trace of relief flashed in his heart that Charlotte Lingling did not fancy him. As long as you help me take down these arrogant people, Boss Kaido will definitely repay you in the future. By the way, this time Boss Kaido's alliance with you actually means to introduce Master Yamato, who has your blood, to you. Chapter 1071 The Grudge of the Giants. Yamato. You mean, the Yamato born by Kaido and I is not dead? Charlotte Lingling was stunned at first, and then she showed ecstasy. If, among all nations, there are only 3 races that Charlotte Lingling has not obtained. In addition to Jin occupying one of the seats, the second seat is Kaido, the beast. It is for this reason that Charlotte Linlin forced herself on the drunk Kaido later. It is for this reason that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin turned against each other directly. Originally, in Charlotte Linlin's eyes, this crystal that was squeezed out of Kaido with great effort had already been killed by Kaido as a shame. I never thought that it was still alive in the world. Haha, Quinn, you told me a great piece of good news. For this reason, I will make an exception and help you deal with these guys who are hiding their heads and showing their tails. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Crocodile, you little brat, I advise you to surrender quickly, I don't have much patience. For the Big Mom Pirates, in the original work, because there is no Zeus. When climbing the Dragon Leap waterfall, they will be kicked by Jin and fall into the waterfall. However, now that they have Zeus as the basis of flying, their mobility has obviously become stronger. Humph, Charlotte Lingling, you are talking nonsense. I was not afraid of you when I was in the 7 warlords of the sea, let alone now. Crocodile's face sank, and he snorted coldly, and stepped forward with his right foot. Desert Greatsword. Bang! The yellow sand land below Zeus was rolled up without any warning. In full view of the crowd, it instantly turned into a huge desert greatsword of 100 meters, stabbing straight up at an angle. Looking at this sudden attack, Sparrow, standing on the Chanting Queen, was the first to show a feminine smile, licked the giant lollipop in his hand, and stomped on the ground. Candy Iron Wall. A thick candy protective wall was directly stretched out under the Chanting Queen, and it collided head-on with the great sword condensed by the yellow sand. Bang! With a dull collision sound, the great sword transformed by the yellow sand collapsed between heaven and earth. However, the huge impact force contained in it also made the Chanting Queen retreat dozens of meters away. As soon as she stood firm, Charlotte Lingling's face darkened and she roared angrily, you bastard kid, not only did you not surrender, but you also dared to offend me. Napoleon. The hat worn on Charlotte Lingling's head suddenly flew into Charlotte Lingling's hands. It instantly changed into the form of the Emperor's sword. With both hands clenched suddenly, without any fancy moves, it slashed through the air. Waiguo. Bang. With the knife, the air flowing through the whole world seemed to be torn apart. The invisible air wave turned into a thread that penetrated the sky and earth, and went straight to Crocodile across the sky. Feeling the terrifying breath coming towards him, Crocodile didn't have time to think about it, and quickly transformed his body into an element. However, the range of this attack was so large that Crocodile couldn't escape all of a sudden. However, before Crocodile could react, two deep and thunderous shouts suddenly echoed. Baguio. Boom. Two huge air waves, like a hurricane, penetrated the void and collided with Waiguo first. Bang. The violent air waves rolled back like a raging tide. The yellow sand ground under his feet collapsed. Along with the dusty air waves rolling back, the two impacts that collided with each other at all collapsed between heaven and earth. Who dares to interfere with my good deeds? Charlotte Lingling's face sank and she shouted in a hurry. As someone who was adopted by a giant and stayed in the giant country, Charlotte Lingling knew very well that the move just now came from the hands of a giant. However, in Charlotte Lingling's eyes, the giant who walked out of the giant's secluded place, even the two elders, the mountain beard Arulu and the waterfall beard Yorulu, were no match for her. Not to mention the giants that are still sailing on this sea. Charlotte Linlin, you traitor, if we had not left Elbaf that day, we would have killed you. Two huge bodies landed on the battlefield, raising a large wave of sand and dust. However, facing these two giants that suddenly appeared, even Charlotte Linlin's face changed drastically. You are the legendary giant heroes, the blue demon Turai and the red demon Broki. Haha, I didn't expect to meet you here. 100 years ago, you were the captain of the giant pirate group that was feared by the sea. 100 years later, you are also the strongest heroic warrior among the giants. My Wangwo just lacks giants. I originally planned to marry Prince Loki from your giant family. Now that I have you too, I don't need it at all. The rolling voice echoed between heaven and earth. Listening to this secret, and the praise from the four emperors of sugar, Charlotte Linlin, the expressions of the people present also changed. Although they had heard various rumors on the sea, they never thought that there were really these antique-level strong men hidden on the ship of the Blood Flag pirates. Humph, Charlotte Linlin, you are dreaming, we will definitely kill you here today. King Weidonggli's face sank, and he clenched the giant sword in his hand. Under the crazy urging of the armed color domineering, it quickly covered the blade. At the same time, there was also a rapid agitation of Ryuo. Looking at this sudden scene, let alone Quinn and others, even Charlotte Linlin's face changed drastically. The giant clan, due to the advantage of its huge body, basically lacks suitable combat skills. It is already very good to be able to learn combat skills such as the domineering country and the powerful country. Not to mention that it can also display the armed color domineering and the highest level of Ryuo. Looking at the entire new world, there is no giant that can reach this point. At least, the giants who serve as senior officials in the Navy headquarters, and Helding, who now inherits the name of the giant soldier and ventures on the sea, have only learned the hero's spear, a shabby giant attack method. However, now after more than 100 years, the reappearance of the blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Broki has undoubtedly overturned their understanding of the giants. It can be said that it is no exception to describe it as completely breaking the limitations of the giants. Humph, Dongli counts me in. Since she insists on running into the muzzle of the gun, Jinting will count all the new and old grudges together. Broki also snorted coldly and clenched the huge battle axe with his backhand. At this moment, the two legendary giants performed the same trick, which undoubtedly shook everyone's nerves. Mom, what should we do? Prospero's face suddenly changed. The sun turned pale. Being targeted by two legendary giants, it was not a pleasant feeling. Humph, what else can I do? For my 10,000 kingdoms, I have to catch them all. Charlotte Lingling's face darkened and she shouted angrily. Since you want to challenge the majesty of my four emperors, die today. The flame of Prometheus suddenly burned on the blade. Under the scorching high temperature, Napoleon was directly turned into a flaming sword. At the same time, the violent and surging Ryu Sakura domineering aura quickly surged on the blade. Feeling this rising domineering momentum, a trace of ferocity flashed across Charlotte Lingling's face, and the moment the muscles of her arms were as tight as rocks, she attacked. Emperor Sword Waiguo. Boom! The air was pierced at once, and the slashing shock wave, flame, and Ryu Okura were instantly combined into a huge streak, piercing through the void and shooting towards the two blue ghosts. Crocodile, who was in the center of the battlefield and was originally planning to intervene in the battle, changed his face and gave up the idea, turning into yellow sand and fleeing the battlefield. Facing the battle between two legendary giants and the dignified four emperors Charlotte Linlin. The impact caused by this was definitely not something they could underestimate. Feeling the rapidly approaching aura, the blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Broki, who had been ready to go, looked at each other. They attacked at the same time. Ryu Okura Boundless. Chapter 1072 The Collision of the Old Times. Bang! The three of them moved in an instant. The weapons clenched in their hands were chopped out with a powerful posture. The air and the space along the way were penetrated at once, and the air ripples were quickly stirred. Three violent shock waves collided with each other. Boom! The air waves of the explosion turned into a hurricane and overturned, and the huge impact force directly shattered the ground inch by inch. The huge desert collapsed and shattered. The air waves of the explosion rolled back and directly caused the Gyulazayakai and the Chanting Queen in the distance to fly backwards. From a distance, the center of the explosion seemed to rise up like a huge mushroom cloud. Even Quinn, who was standing aside and intending to watch the show, was directly overturned. Only Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors, and the two giants, Aoki and Chiki, had already been mentally prepared, so they could take root in the earth like a mountain and avoid being overturned. Charlotte Lingling, I didn't expect that you not only killed the people of Elbaf, but also secretly learned all the moves of our giants. Today we must kill you. The blue ghost's angry eyes seemed to have crossed the sky and locked onto Charlotte Lingling. As a giant, the most proud thing is to be able to use the fighting methods of the giant. This is also the standard for being regarded as a hero among the giants. However, now this hero standard has fallen into the hands of the woman who almost destroyed Elbaf. This is a shame for the blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Broki. Haha, you said you want to kill me. It seems that the giants are still as naive as ever and have no idea of the situation. Charlotte Lingling laughed unscrupulously. But don't worry, even if I kill you, I will make you into specimens and place them in the 10,000 nations. Sparrow, if you don't do it now, when will you do it? Got it, Mom. Sparrow appeared in a distant corner and laughed strangely. The lollipop in his hand had already been inserted into the earth. As his tongue moved, a hint of pride flashed across his face. Hehe, as long as I kill you, my reputation will definitely be higher than Katakuri, and I will definitely be the one who inherits the pirate group in the future. Syrup Tsunami. Boom. The surrounding rock formations made a low roar. The entire land was like a giant turning over, and a large piece of sticky syrup emerged directly, turning into a huge wave, rushing towards the blue ghost and the red ghost from all directions. Devil Fruit ability awakened. The blue ghost Turai and the red ghost Broki's face darkened slightly. Among them, the giants believe in the battle of heroes. I never thought that one of the four emperors, Charlotte Lingling, would let someone attack at such a critical moment. Looking at the sticky syrup, the two looked at each other and tightened their weapons again. Humph, I just realized now that the giants are really simple animals. Let you try what is the strongest slash. Charlotte Smoothie suddenly spoke. He took out the long sword on his back with his backhand. At the moment when the flowing cherry blossoms were surging, there was no trace of fancy, and he slashed through the air. At the same time, Charlotte Cracker, who was also one of the three generals standing aside, also attacked suddenly. A large number of biscuit soldiers who had been ambushed around them, like ants, attacked Dongli and Broki. The three people's sudden attack instantly formed a deadly situation of combined attack. Looking at this scene, Charlotte Lingling couldn't help laughing. Lingling, you crazy woman, you are just as unscrupulous as before in order to achieve your goal, but you have lost all the face of our old era. But this time, you can't succeed. The deep voice has a sense of dominance. Golden Lions's golden hair moved with the wind. Just as he was suspended in the air, he suddenly pressed his hands in the air. Lion's might. Earth roll. Boom. The earth made a thunderous roar, centered on the blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Bulaji. The entire rock layer seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. It turned directly into a huge lion head, and collided with the incoming offensive head-on. Bang! The four attacks collided with each other like a tsunami. The explosive air waves were rolled back and scattered like a silk thread, and the earth could not bear it. These impacts collapsed again. The sudden attack made Charlotte Lingling, her family members, and even Quinn and others who were watching the show on the side turn pale. Without time to think about it, they hurriedly looked up at the sky. The thin figure that first caught their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly. Golden Lion, why are you here? Aren't you dead? Charlotte Lingling was the first to lose her temper. On the day of the battle at the top, after Golden Lion was killed, Whitebeard and Red Hair went to collect the body. Charlotte Lingling and Kaido of the Beasts also personally appeared to confirm that Golden Lion Shiki was indeed dead. However, now it has only been a short period of more than 10 days, and Golden Lion has not only resurrected from the dead. He is still fighting for the Blood Flag Pirates. This completely subverted Charlotte Lingling's cognition. Haha, Lingling, your expression is exactly the same as I imagined. I think no one in this world would think that I am still alive. Golden Lion laughed wildly. But, I tell you, in fact, even I didn't expect that I could still be alive and continue to see what the end of you old times will be, and what the world will evolve into. The rolling voices were scattered in the sky with the wind. Everyone in the field suddenly became stiff in their hands. Even Sparrow, who was planning to subdue the two giants with a sneak attack just a moment ago, had an unusually livid face. Charlotte Linlin is indeed regarded as one of the four emperors and the strongest existence in this sea. However, Shiki the Golden Lion is a strong man who became famous earlier than Charlotte Linlin. He is not among the four emperors, but is a legendary pirate who is as famous as Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Even if Charlotte Linlin meets him, he is still half a junior. Now he suddenly comes back to life and helps the Blood Flag Pirates. The interest relationship in this is simply intriguing. If the fight continues, to what extent will the situation evolve? Now that the Golden Lion suddenly intervenes, it may be regarded as a collision of the old times, right? Golden Lion, you old fool, I didn't expect to meet you here. Charlotte Lingling was the first to lose her temper and said sternly, but I can tell you one thing, you are on the wrong side now. Chapter 1073, A Proposal from Auntie. Standing on the wrong side? The huge battlefield fell into a brief silence. Everyone's eyes fell on Charlotte Lingling. Especially Sparrow and other biological children, who showed a trace of disbelief. In their eyes, Auntie Charlotte Lingling's mind, in addition to muscles, is all kinds of sweets. When did she ever think of using her brain to persuade someone? Humph, Lingling, your words are really surprising. I thought you would shout and kill me as always. Golden Lion snorted coldly and said. However, Lingling, you are wrong this time. We have different paths and cannot make plans together. I don't like your and Kaido's little ambitions at all. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates. For a long time, in the eyes of Golden Lion, the people who really respect him are not even Rocks except Whitebeard. Otherwise, when Golden Lion walked out of the prison in Impel Down, he would only look for Whitebeard, not Charlotte Lingling and Kaido. Otherwise, in the name of Golden Lion, they were invited to dominate the world. Charlotte Lingling and Kaido would definitely not have the courage of Pirate King Roger to refuse to cooperate. Humph, Golden Lion, you are still the same, completely arrogant. Charlotte suppressed her dissatisfaction and snorted in response. However, if I tell you that Kaido and Jin are now besieging the Thunder Dragon Laxus who killed you, you should be interested in forming an alliance with us. Don't forget, your Blood Flag Pirates suddenly appeared here, and Thunder Dragon Laxus also appeared here by coincidence. If you say that there is really no relationship between the two, I'm afraid no one will believe it. At this point, Charlotte Linlin's face showed a more teasing smile, and said, it's hard to say, Thunder Dragon Laxus was originally a pawn of the Blood Flag Pirates inserted into the Navy headquarters. They concealed this relationship and let Thunder Dragon Laxus kill you. This is too ironic. Chang's voice echoed between heaven and earth. It can be said that no matter in the eyes of Golden Lion or Sparrow and others. They never thought that Charlotte Linlin, who only had sweets in her mind, would be so earnest and say this. The eyes of everyone in the field turned in unison and locked directly on the hanging on the Golden Lion floating in the void. Bah, old woman, do you really think I'm an idiot, and I will be fooled by you? Golden Lion said with disdain. There is a kid playing in the sand here, and he was chopped by our Captain Kid. Now he is staying on the ship. You asked me to rebel against the Captain Kid, and I will turn over. It's rare for me, Golden Lion, to be resurrected. Where can I put this face in the future? Today, I, Golden Lion, will put my words here. The Blood Flag pirates are one thing, and the hatred between Thunder Dragon Laxus and me is also another thing. At most, I will find a time to fight him openly. If he can beat me again, this matter will be wiped off like chalk. The rolling voice dissipated, and Crocodile's cheek muscles couldn't help twitching. If it was at other times, Crocodile would definitely jump up and fight Golden Lion for 2 moves. However, when he heard that he was going to challenge Thunder Dragon Laxus, he couldn't help but snicker in his heart. As one of the first people to know Qin Yu's secret, he had long given up the idea of revenge. As for being able to see Golden Lion get humiliated afterwards, that was also a good thing. Charlotte Lingling's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. This was a rare opportunity for her to persuade someone with all her words, but she never expected that she would hit a wall as soon as she opened her mouth. Okay, very good, Golden Lion, you are still the same, looking down on me and Kaido. Charlotte Lingling's face sank, and she said good twice. But I forgot to tell you that the present era is no longer the old era of you and Whitebeard. My pirate group has already formed an alliance with Kaido's beasts in order to seize the legendary weapon. Once that time comes, you, Golden Lion, will regret the decision you made today. Don't forget, this is Kaido's territory, and there are a group of samurai from Wano country. With their means, it is as easy as taking something out of a bag to hunt down a mere Thunder Dragon Laxus or even the captain of the Blood Flag pirates. At this point, Charlotte Linlin's eyes suddenly turned and fell on Quinn, saying in a deep voice. Quinn, as one of the 3 calamities, you should have the life cards of Jin and Kaido. Counting the conversation between Kaido and me half a day ago, they should have killed that kid and are on their way back. Take it out and show it to them, so that they know clearly that they have fallen into a dead end where they must be killed. The voice was like thunder, mixed with an unquestionable taste. Facing Charlotte Linlin, this sudden proposal made everyone's nerves suddenly pry. However, as Charlotte Linlin said, if Kaido and Jin are really joining forces with Orakai to encircle Thunder Dragon Laxus and Qin Yu, then this battle will definitely be in full swing. Taking out the life card can undoubtedly be able to see the clues of this battle in advance. Quinn, why don't you take action? Don't you even listen to me? Don't forget, I just saved you. Charlotte Linlin urged in a deep voice. Captain Charlotte, please be patient, I'm just afraid to take it out and stimulate them. Quinn hurriedly came back to his senses. I always keep the life cards of Boss Kaido and Brother Jin on me. I think they should be moving violently now and rushing back here. The life card is one of the means used for positioning in the pirate world. It's a bit like GPS. As the distance between the 2 sides is getting closer, the intensity of the reaction of the life card will also increase. Moreover, if the owner of the life card is hurt, a burning prompt will appear on the card. Once the person dies, the life card will also be burned. However, since the materials needed to make life cards are very precious, they have not been widely circulated in the world of One Piece. Moreover, as a pirate, he does not like to be controlled by some people who are not close to him. Therefore, the number of times the life card appears is very few. As Quinn's reply fell, the movement of his hand was not ambiguous. He directly opened the mechanical arm of his left hand and took out a special metal box. This is an important life card related to Kaido and Jin, and it must be kept properly. Chapter 1074 The sea pattern collapsed in a corner. The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence, and everyone's eyes turned and locked on Quinn. A trace of inexplicable urgency appeared on his face. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Quinn also became impatient. After opening the hidden small mechanism in the mechanical arm, he took out an iron box. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he opened it neatly. Humph, you can take a look. This is the life card of Boss Kaido and Brother Jin. They must be on their way back. Quinn hurriedly looked at the iron box, and the first scene that caught their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly. In the huge iron box, except for the burned life card lying quietly in a corner, there was no second life card mentioned by Quinn. Looking at this unexpected scene in front of them, even Charlotte Lingling, and even Golden Lion and others, were stunned. Quinn, what's going on? Did you remember it wrong? There is only one life card here. Or, was Jin killed? Charlotte Lingling was the first to lose her temper. As she said just now, now Kaido and Jin, the beasts, are besieging Laxus the Thunder Dragon and Qin Yu. The life cards alone are enough to give a glimpse of the battle situation. However, in their eyes, the two people who should have rushed back quickly, one is missing, and the other has traces of burning. What exactly does this mean? It makes people feel terrified when they think about it carefully. No, it's impossible. There is obviously a life card of Kaido boss in it, and I have never taken it out. Quinn suddenly woke up and said to himself. This burned life card belongs to Jin, and the other one belongs to Kaido boss. The small voice swept the whole place like a hurricane at this moment, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. If you haven't seen a pig running away, you must have tasted the taste of pork. Now Kaido's life card suddenly disappeared, and Jin still had traces of burning. The answer is probably about to come out. It's impossible, Quinn, you must have remembered it wrong. No one can kill Kaido. Charlotte Lingling suddenly woke up and roared. In her eyes, Kaido is one of the 4 emperors like her, and more importantly, he is the strongest ally of the newly promoted 5th Emperor Uchiha Kainu. If he is really killed, it means that the world is about to change. Their Big Mom pirates, appearing in Wano country, are probably sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. Yes, I must have made a mistake. I'll call Kaido now, and he will definitely tell me the ins and outs of the matter. Quinn responded in a hurry, and his hand that took out the Den Mushi was trembling slightly. No need, I brought Kaido back. A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone present turned their eyes and hurriedly looked up at the sky. The first thing that came into view was a giant golden arc wrapped in lightning, breaking through the clouds and falling. Standing on the golden arc of the Nouveau Riche, the figure on the deck of the ship made Charlotte Lingling and others' pupils shrink suddenly. No. It should be said that their sight was directly shocked by what Chinyu was holding. Human head, this is the head of Kaido, the beast, he was really killed. Perospero was the first to lose his voice. At the same time, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes, his face was full of disbelief, and he didn't even know that he bit his tongue. Perospero has always been very conceited and believed that he would definitely become the successor of the Big Mom pirates. However, facing the existence of Charlotte Lingling, Perospero didn't dare to have the slightest comparison. At least, in his eyes, the existence of the 4 emperors is unattainable. However, now someone told them that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, who was regarded as a mountain, was beheaded. This kind of thing is undoubtedly beyond their cognition. This must be fake. Someone has turned into the boss Kaido. Quinn said anxiously. After all, to support the 4 emperors group, the top head combat force is needed. It can be said that no matter how many people below are killed or injured, as long as Kaido, the head combat force, exists, any number of people can be re-recruited. However, now someone tells them that Kaido is dead, which means that the beast's pirates will collapse. It also means that the pattern of the sea has collapsed. Nothing is impossible in this world. This is a sea of the survival of the fittest. The 4 emperors do not mean that they will not die, but whether anyone can kill them. Chinyu looked at Charlotte Lingling lightly. This glance instantly tightened her nerves. No. The nerves of all members of the entire Big Mom pirates should be pried. Now even the beast's Kaido who can be compared with Charlotte Lingling has been killed. This means that the other party may also have the means to kill Charlotte Lingling. Everyone calm down. Kaido may be dead, but it doesn't mean that they didn't pay enough. I believe the 4 emperors will not be solved so easily. Charlotte Lingling's face darkened, and she said sternly, didn't you see that Thunder Dragon Laxus is gone? I think that even if they really beheaded Kaido, the kid should be seriously injured. Now he is just a spent force and there is nothing to be afraid of. The rolling voice echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. It awakened the people who were deeply afraid. When they saw that there were only Chinyu and a stranger on the huge deck, many people's eyes lit up. In their eyes, as Charlotte Lingling said, none of the 4 emperors is a pushover. Haha, Charlotte Lingling, you are right. I am indeed injured, but are you going to take a gamble with me and continue to fight me here, or get out of here now? Chinyu threw Kaido's head on the deck with his backhand, smiling warmly. Faced with this sudden choice, not to mention Charlotte Lingling, even Perospero and others also changed their expressions. In their eyes, they thought that Chinyu's appearance would bring a deadly battle. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. I never thought that Chinyu would give such a choice as soon as he opened his mouth. Captain Charlotte, don't listen to his nonsense. Boss Kaido must not be dead. As long as you hold on for a while, we will definitely be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Quinn's expression changed and he said hurriedly. Even if we take a step back and say that Boss Kaido really fell into their hands, then the kid must be seriously injured. This is a good opportunity to wipe out the Blood Flag pirates. Chapter 1075, Destroy the Beasts Pirates. Quinn Trademark S hurried voice echoed on the battlefield. Faced with this seemingly well-reasoned analysis, Perospero Trademark S face turned a little livid. He has always been opposed to the alliance with the Beasts Pirates. It was only because of Charlotte Linlin Trademark S majesty that he agreed. Now the life and death of Kaido, the Beasts Pirates, is uncertain, and he is more likely to be killed by the 5 Emperors Qin Yu. If you stand up for the Beasts Pirates for Quinn Trademark S words, it would be too worthless. Mom, this kid is a treacherous person, we still have to. Perospero was the first to lose his temper. However, before he could speak, Charlotte Linlin glanced at Quinn with a gloomy face and said, "Okay, what a kid." Kaido and I verbally agreed to join forces. However, if you kill him before the alliance is formed, the alliance agreement will be invalidated. We will not take risks for a dead person. Let's go." After saying this, Charlotte Linlin grabbed Napoleon with her backhand. She jumped onto the Queen of Chant. The remaining Perospero witnessed this scene, and after looking at Smoothie and others, he quickly followed. Quinn's expression froze for a moment, and he was about to say something. Charlotte Linlin had already opened her mouth again and shouted coldly, "Zeus, get out of here." "Got it, Mom." Zeus responded, and under the desperate gaze of the remnants of the Beasts Pirates, he quickly galloped away. Finally disappeared at the end of the sight. Looking at Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, running away so neatly with her tail between her legs. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Humph, Blue Ghost and Red Ghost, I thought you would bite that crazy woman Linlin to death. That guy fought hard, but even I couldn't suppress him. The Golden Lion snorted unhappily. Originally, he also expected the appearance of Thunder Dragon Laxus to fight another fair and square battle. However, now seeing that only Qin Yu appeared alone, his hopes were undoubtedly dashed. Haha, old lion, you guys just like to hope that the world is not in chaos. Red Ghost and Blue Ghost, but they listen to the captain's orders the most. What's more, unless Charlotte Linlin can endure for a lifetime and hide and not appear, we will meet again next time. Wald sat on the deck and took a sip of wine. Now, what we should do is how to deal with these guys. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became depressing. It was as if an invisible big hand had grasped the hearts of the Beasts Pirates and the remnants. In their eyes, even Kaido, the last spiritual pillar of the beasts, was killed by the 5 Emperors Qin Yu. Then, even if there was still Quinn, one of the 3 calamities, he would not be able to turn the tide. Boss Quinn, it's not that I don't want to join the battle, but Kaido is dead. Facing the Blood Flag pirates, we have no chance of winning. A winged gifter was the first to lose his temper. After leaving these words, the wings suddenly flapped down, and he ran away in the distance. The sudden scene seemed to have become a chain reaction. The remnants gathered around Quinn when they saw Charlotte Linlin appear. Without any hesitation, they turned around and ran away. In the huge field, only a few people were left standing here. The defeat was like a landslide. I'm afraid it's describing the scene in front of me. Good, very good, I didn't expect our Beasts Pirates to fall to this point. If you want me to die today, I will never let you have an easy time. Bury me with me. Quinn suddenly came to his senses and roared with a twisted expression. All of you explode. 5 Emperors Qin Yu, I want to fight you to the death. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions sounded one after another. Regardless of whether the Beasts Pirates members who were fleeing in the sky or underground, their bodies suddenly swelled up like balloons. The next moment, they exploded in full view of the public. The huge impact force directly set off a large area of poisonous gas, which rolled back like a hurricane. Hundreds and thousands of people, the big explosions in unison, simply gave people a feeling of soaring into the sky. Facing these body bombs, the Golden Lion raised his eyebrows and snorted disdainfully. It was useless the first time, could it be useful the second time? Alien might empty scroll. Roar. The poisonous gas in the sky seemed to be swept by a pair of invisible big hands. It turned into a lion head and rushed directly to the estuary, roaring. The dust waves were scattered between heaven and earth. A huge body transformed into a brachiosaurus was running away at high speed with a face full of fear, and it looked back from time to time. The cruel words that were spoken just a moment ago were undoubtedly bullshit. Ekin, you really disappoint me. If you really let go and fight with me just now, I might still appreciate you, but now forget it. Qin Yu said lightly. Didn't trademark T you say that I was seriously injured? Don trademark T say that I didn't trademark T give you a chance. As long as you can run faster than my attack, I might let you go. Speaking of this, Qin Yu's eyes quickly opened with scarlet blood. The 9 Megatama turned in vain, and the 5 fingers of his right hand tightened, crackling lightning arcs, surging in his hand. Enel, lend me some thunder. Thunder escape Kylan. Boom. Thunder and lightning pulled together because of the appearance of the golden arc. The whole world had already been covered with Enel's thunder and lightning, especially in the clouds, which had accumulated a lot of thunder and lightning power. It can be said that Qin Yu's move was like opening the valve of the thunder in the sky, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The lightning that was wandering in the sky gathered and formed in an instant, turning into a huge thunder and lightning unicorn, like a streak, chasing Quinn. It was so fast that it approached behind Quinn in the blink of an eye. Feeling this fierce and unparalleled attack, especially the huge thunder unicorn of hundreds of meters, Quinn was instantly desperate and roared. No, don't kill me, I'm still useful. However, facing the thunder unicorn that was driven to the extreme by Qin Yu, any words seemed pale and powerless. In full view of the crowd, he was swallowed by the lightning. Bang! The lightning that shot up into the sky illuminated most of the sky. The violent arc of lightning splashed and smashed everything along the way. Looking at the attack range that covered hundreds or even thousands of meters at once. Even the Golden Lion and others had their cheek muscles twitching. No. It should be said that even Enel felt unnatural. He was the user of the Thunder Fruit, and the power to control thunder was obviously unique. The ease and power of Qin Yu's use now undoubtedly made him, a self-proclaimed god, a little embarrassed. Chapter 1076. It ended as soon as it began. Boom! Endless lightning rolled back, and the whole world seemed to be shattered by this blow. Looking at Qin Yu, who should have suffered a heavy blow for killing Kaido, the beast in Quinn's mouth. Now he can still use such a powerful and unparalleled method. The Golden Lion and Enel, who still had some ulterior motives, fell into silence. Especially Enel, when he thought of Qin Yu's active invitation to him to fight against him not long ago. Now he looked at Qin Yu, who could easily borrow his lightning power to launch such a powerful attack. Enel felt a little more fortunate in his heart, and looked at Qin Yu's back again. At this moment, if someone asked Enel who was the most difficult to see through, then Qin Yu, who was standing in front of him, must be the first one. Qin Yu let out a long breath, and after taking a step, the whole person disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had already used the seal of the Flying Thunder God to appear beside the Golden Lion, and patted his shoulder with a look of surprise on his face. Golden Lion, I thought you would test me just now, but I didn't expect that you still love me and still believe in me in your heart. Wald, you drink alone, don't you feel that this wine lacks some popularity? Let me drink with you. Haha, Captain, you still like to cheat people as always. If anyone is really fooled, it will be a disaster. Looking at you, I said the same thing, and directly poured the wine into Qin Yu's mouth. The tense muscles of the Golden Lion suddenly relaxed. In the moment just now, he felt like he was walking on the edge of death. At least, facing Qin Yu's Flying Thunder God, it was completely beyond his cognition. Golden Lion firmly believed that if Qin Yu really wanted to kill him just now, it would probably be a matter of thought. On the other hand, on a stranded beach in Wano country, a huge black shadow emerged from the forest. With beautiful eyes flowing, he quickly searched for something on the sea. Soon, a dilapidated pirate ship was approaching quickly. When it was dozens of meters away from the shore, a figure standing on the deck took the lead and used the moon step to rush to the coast. I didn't expect that Marshal Sengoku's last spy in the Beast Pirates was actually one of the Flying Six. If I remember correctly, you should be the Black Maria with a bounty of 700 million Baileys, right? As soon as Drake approached the shore, he stopped more than 10 meters in front of Black Maria. Before becoming an undercover, Drake's vigilance was obviously improved a lot. After all, he didn't want to be a supernova in the Navy headquarters. He ran to the pirates as an undercover, and was killed by the other party as soon as he met. Haha, Drake, the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, possesses the Allosaurus, one of the ancient animal-type devil fruits. This kind of candidate is indeed very suitable for Kaido's appetite. Even if your current identity is just a traitor who has just betrayed the Navy headquarters, with Kaido's temperament, he will definitely find a way to convince you and make you a precious collection under his hands. However, as a senior undercover, I still have to remind you that once you are going to take this path, unless you hold the mentality of dying, you will not be able to get rid of his control before Kaido dies. Just like me, a decision will be taken for a lifetime. After all, in this world, there are almost no people who can kill Kaido. This means that unless it dies, you will definitely have no way out. If you think it through, I will personally report this matter to Marshal Sengoku. Chang's voice echoed between heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dispersed. As a member of the Flying Six, Black Maria has always been highly valued by Kaido because of her female identity. At the same time, for Black Maria, she is just an undercover agent, and climbing to this position is already it is enough. Compared with Fuzz 4 and Sasaki, Black Maria, who lacks ambition, is more worthy of Kaido's trust. In the mind of Sengoku, she is also an important undercover chess piece. It is also an important means for him to see Wano country. Facing the aggressive pressure of Black Maria, Drake's face changed, and he clenched his fists and said, "Don't worry, I have decided that I will never restore my identity without eradicating Kaido and Wano country. When I restore my identity, I will have the strength and status that others will look at me with admiration. So, please tell Marshal Sengoku that I, Drake, will take this mission." "Okay, I think Marshal Sengoku will be very pleased to hear this. I will create an opportunity for you to join the Beast's pirates." Black Maria took a puff of dry tobacco and took out the Den Mushi belonging to Sengoku. However, before she could dial it, another Den Mushi had already rang rapidly. "Lady Maria, something bad has happened. Half a day ago, the Blood Flag pirates attacked the dock at the entrance to the sea. Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, came to support us. However, Qin Yu, the last 5 emperors, killed Lord Kaido and seriously injured Jin. The life and death of Boss Quinn is unknown. Now Wano country has fallen." The hurried voice came out of the Den Mushi. The voice fell into the ears of Black Maria and Drake, giving people the feeling that it was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the depths of the soul. The Den Mushi clenched in Black Maria's hand flew and fell to the ground powerlessly. "Lady Maria, you are okay, everyone has fled and died. I just want to bring you a message because I miss your life-saving grace in the past. Don't go back. The beast pirates are finished." Before the voice was finished, the connection of the Den Mushi was cut again. Listening to the short half-minute call, it was as if an invisible hand was tightening people's hearts. A moment ago, they were still threatening that Drake's undercover career would be endless. They never thought that it would end at the beginning. The dignified old 4 emperors Kaido was killed by the new 5 emperors Qin Yu, leading the Blood Flag pirates. Even Charlotte Linlin was implicated. All this can be said to have completely overturned their cognition. No. It should be said that once this news spreads, the whole sea will be completely boiling. After all, the old 4 emperors have been standing in the new world for decades. Now Kaido's death means that the old era has completely collapsed. "Drake, you also heard the person in the Den Mushi just talking. I have to confirm the authenticity of Kaido's death immediately. Your undercover career is over. Return to Wano country immediately and report this matter to Marshal Sengoku. Tell them that the sea is about to change. Find a countermeasure to the 5th Emperor Qin Yu as soon as possible." Chapter 1077. The storm came early. On the other hand, the Navy headquarters. The temporary Supreme Conference Room is already full. An inexplicably oppressive atmosphere permeates it. It can be said that the convening of this meeting today means the replacement of the old and the new in the Navy headquarters. Whether it is a Major General, a Vice General, or even a Brigadier General, as long as they are stationed in the Navy headquarters, they all participated here. Everyone's eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, fell on the back of the figure standing in front of the sea chart with his back to them. In addition to the 4 admirals, there are also Garp and Crane on the seats on both sides, who are rare to be silent. "Zhangguo, you standing like this won't do much good. Do you really want to agree to the 5 elders' proposal? If you don't want to, Aokiji can also fight for it." Garp was the first to lose his temper. As soon as this was said, everyone's nerves were tense, and even Aokiji's lazy face showed a trace of seriousness. However, before Zhangguo could speak, the footsteps outside the door sounded hurriedly, and 2 figures came into view first. "Haha, Garp, you still like to speak without thinking, and you are willing to say anything. However, this time it is not up to Zhang Guo to make a decision. He has failed too many times. Zhang Guo chooses to step down now to make up for these mistakes. Our 5 elders propose that Akainu take the position of marshal to stabilize the situation as soon as possible. As soon as the monk stood firm, he took out a file with his backhand and threw it on the table. This is the information I got. Before we figure out whether Thunder Dragon Laxus is related to the Blood Flag Pirates, you, Sengoku, are still the biggest sinner. Not long ago, the Blood Flag Pirates declared war on Kaido, the beast. Their internal strife is our best opportunity to intervene. As long as we seize the opportunity to send troops, we can not only wipe them out, but also uproot the entire Wano country. At this point, a monk looked at Sengoku and said, Sengoku, I know that you are known as the wise general of the navy. You have always had spies in Wano country, so I hope you can give all of these to Akainu to help him complete this task. The expressions of the people present changed suddenly. As generals of the navy headquarters, they all have the right to act independently. Generally, in order to better lock the target, they will also find some confidants to become pirates to act as undercover. However, the most important thing about training in undercover is that the fewer people who know about this matter, the higher the safety of the undercover. So therefore, often only one person knows the identity of an undercover agent. Now, as soon as Yiseng opened his mouth, he directly asked for the undercover agent that Zhang Guo had worked hard to plant. This was undoubtedly digging up the old secrets. Don't worry, the people I planted in Wano country will tell you. Zhang Guo turned around and said in a deep voice, after all, for the situation in this sea, I also want to find a breakthrough in Wano country as soon as possible. You can rest assured that I have sent someone to Wano country to meet up. However, as soon as these words fell, a burst of rapid den-den mushi suddenly sounded. Drake's den-den mushi. Zhang Guo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. However, he didn't think much about it and answered it directly. Drake, have you arrived in Wano country? Did you meet her? For Zhang Guo, to completely control the intelligence of the beast pirates, at least there are 2 preparations. Otherwise, if one eyeliner is taken away, at least there is another eyeliner, so there will not be a blank period of intelligence. Facing the arrangement deliberately revealed by Zhang Guo, Yiseng's expression could not help but change slightly. He never thought that Zhang Guo had taken an extra step before stepping down from the position of the Admiral of the Navy. Based on this alone, the identity of a wise general is not comparable to Akainu. However, just as these messy thoughts flashed through his mind, the urgent words from Den-den Mushi hit the depths of his soul like an invisible hammer. Marshal Zhang Guo, something is not good. The world has changed in Wano country. Half a day ago, the Blood Flag Pirates raided Wano country. The 5 emperors Qin Yu killed Kaido, the beast, in the flower capital. Charlotte Linlin, who came to support, was also repelled. Now Wano country has fallen into the hands of the Blood Flag Pirates. Drake said in a hurry. As soon as these words fell, the huge meeting hall fell into silence. Zhang Guo clenched the hand of Den-den Mushi and clenched it suddenly, and his expression changed drastically. No. It should be said. The faces of all the people present changed drastically. Even the monk of the 5 elders was no exception. Drake, please say it again, what happened in Wano country? Now is not the time to joke. You are a soldier, please be serious. Zhang Guo asked urgently. Faced with this somewhat inappropriate speech, everyone's eyes turned to the Den-den Mushi, and their faces showed urgency. After all, in their eyes, this is about the pattern of the new world. If Kaido, the beast, who is one of the old 4 emperors, is really killed, it means that the world will be completely messed up. Marshal Zhang Guo, everything I said is true. Kaido has been beheaded. Maria will soon pass the intelligence to you. Now the beast pirates are dead in name only, and the last of the 3 disasters Quinn has also been killed. You must not come to Wano country, otherwise it will cause unnecessary harm. After Drake left these words, the connection with the Den-den Mushi was cut off. As a huge island country isolated from the world, Wano country has a difficult time getting through the Den-den Mushi signal due to its geographical location. It is good enough to be able to communicate with the outside world for a few words. However, it is precisely because of these few words that the situation that was originally in their eyes, which was about to come, has suddenly come forward. At least, now they are facing a huge storm. As Derek said, this sea is about to change. Bang! Zhang Guo sat down on the chair with a sullen look, looking at Yi Seng who also had a sullen look, and said, Yi Seng, you should have heard Derek's report just now. I know that your world government will also place people in Wano country. I hope you can share the information with us as soon as possible. I want to know what happened in Wano country in the past half day. If you, the 5 elders, don't want to lose again, you will be on the passive side in the next storm. The hurried words were mixed with unprecedented urgency. Facing Sengoku who had suddenly forgotten that he was about to retire, Yi Seng surprisingly did not refute. After taking a closer look at the den mushi on the table, he said, don't worry, I will go back and check it out now. I will definitely not lack the information you want. Yi Seng, the position of the marshal. Akainu's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but speak. This time he and Yi Seng came together to force the palace and sit on the position of marshal. Chapter 1078 The next goal. Humph, the matter between the beast pirates and Wano country has not been clarified yet. The position of the marshal will be discussed later, and any information about this matter must not be leaked. Yi Seng's face sank, and after responding coldly, he turned around and left. However, this time, Yi Seng's steps were obviously not as calm as at the beginning, giving people the feeling that he wanted to grow wings and leave this place. For any pirate or force on the sea that was destroyed, Yi Seng could not take it to heart. However, Wano country is his hometown, and it is even related to the source of the historical text. Most importantly, 20 years ago, Kojiki Oden followed the Roger pirates and set foot on the final island of Raftel. Once Kojiki Oden left some information about the final island in Wano country, there would be a blank of information for 100 years. This is simply a nightmare for the 5 elders. Looking at Akainu who suddenly disappeared into the corridor and was left aside. The atmosphere in the huge meeting hall became a little awkward. During this period, everything Akainu did was for justice. However, the way he acted was a little shameful. Looking at him who was not human at all. Akainu, Sengoku said in a deep voice, Akainu, please find a seat first. Who will inherit my position will be discussed later. Let's deal with what happened in Wano country first. Or have you thought of a better way to deal with it? Facing the 5 elders, who insisted on letting Akainu inherit the position of the Navy Admiral, Sengoku had his own ideas in his heart. However, the situation in this sea is uncertain at the moment. There was also a matter of Thunder Dragon Laxus in the Navy headquarters. This made it difficult for Sengoku to object for a moment. No. Akainu's face sank and he simply replied. However, after a slight hesitation, he spoke again, however, half a day ago, I got information that Blackbeard Teach seemed to lead his people to Wano country. Wano country? Sengoku's expression changed. Now the situation in Wano country is not clear for the time being, and Blackbeard suddenly appeared in Wano country. At present, Charlotte Linlin led her elite troops to Wano country. At this critical juncture, if Blackbeard takes action against Wanguo, it may cause unrest again. This is truly a time of trouble. Seeing the change in Sengoku's expression, Akainu's tense face also relaxed a little, and said, Marshal Sengoku, not long ago, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin jointly declared war on the Blood Flag Pirates, which was regarded as the resurrection of the Rocks Pirates. Even our Navy headquarters and the 5 elders were wary of them. However, I never expected that the Blood Flag Pirates would raid Wano country and uproot the Beasts Pirates and Kaido, showing a combat power beyond our expectations. If we assume that the Blood Flag Pirates did not suffer much loss in the battle with the Beasts Pirates, they will definitely not let Charlotte Linlin's Wano country, which also declared war, continue to exist. After all, once the news of Kaido's death spreads, Red Hair and Whitebeard will also be moved. Facing the strong rise of the Blood Flag Pirates, which has torn off a corner of the pirate forces like a sharp blade, they will definitely not remain indifferent. As Akainu spoke, his eyes swept across the scene quickly. Looking at the scene, all the naval generals, even the Marshal Sengoku, showed a moving look on their faces. Akainu knew clearly that he had found a breakthrough, and after secretly clenching his fists, he continued. Marshal Sengoku, if I assume now that Whitebeard and Red Hair have special emotions because of the death of Kaido, the Beast, and are inclined to form an alliance with Charlotte Linlin, there is only a 10% chance. Then what do you think the Blood Flag Pirates will do? The inexplicable question tensed everyone's nerves, even Crane and Garp subconsciously looked at Sengoku. Two four emperors joining forces can be regarded as the resurrection of the Rocks pirates. They have a power that even our navy headquarters cannot underestimate. Sengoku's expression changed continuously, and he said, if they realize the threat of the Blood Flag pirates, the 3-4 emperors joining forces will be a threat beyond the Rocks pirates. Once that time comes, it will be much more difficult for Uchiha Kainu to annihilate the Big Mom pirates, so his next target must be Wanguo. A series of assumptions were put forward, and even Crane, the chief of staff, had a drastic change in his expression. Akainu smiled and said, Marshal Sengoku, you are right. For the Navy headquarters and even the world government, the internal strife of pirates is what we want to see most. However, we must also ensure that we can reap the benefits of letting them fight among themselves, so I suggest that a small number of people stay at the headquarters to inform Red Hair and Whitebeard of everything that happened in Wano country. Take a step back. If they are unwilling to join forces with Charlotte Linlin, our Navy headquarters can also appoint a large force to be deployed outside Wano country. Once the Blood Flag pirates and Wano country fight to the death, we will take action to harvest. This is killing two birds with one stone. Of course, if Marshal Sengoku thinks that I will hinder this plan, I will voluntarily stay at the Navy headquarters and wait for everyone's triumphant return. Facing Akainu who volunteered, the faces of the naval generals present could not help but change slightly. All along, Akainu's image in their eyes is to make merit and show off, and any task will be taken first. Now he volunteered to stay in the Navy headquarters to guard, which was undoubtedly to avoid reducing mission errors and choose a more stable method to increase the position of the Navy Admiral. Zhangguo was silent for a while, and subconsciously looked at he. Akainu's words were not wrong, but made sense. However, at this juncture, any guess error would change the pattern of the sea again. Zhangguo, I also think this method is feasible. He took the lead in speaking. Other naval generals also nodded in agreement intentionally or unintentionally. Looking at the proposal that was recognized at once, Akainu, who had failed in succession, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of complacency appeared on his face. In his eyes, leaving the Navy headquarters, the variables will only become more. In order to ensure that the position of the Marshal falls on himself, it is Akainu's biggest idea now to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. However, if he knew Chinyu's final idea, Akainu would probably regret it. At the same time, after a monk left the temporary meeting hall, the Den Mushi in his arms rang first. The sudden scene made Yiseng's nerves slightly tense, and he quickly took out the Den Mushi with his backhand. Yiseng, I'm Elim. I think Sengoku should have told you what happened in Wano country. Chapter 1079 The Good Guy Who Blocks the Road. Gray originally planned to go to Wano country to check whether the Beast's pirates would really clash with the Blood Flag guys, and planned to reap the benefits. Now it seems a bit too late. The low voice of Elim came from the Den Mushi. For the world government, the undercovers in the CP organization are all over the sea. Zhangguo was able to plant spies under Kaido, not to mention that they have lived for a long time. I already know. I heard that Kaido was beheaded. The kid from the Blood Flag pirates is worthy of being someone that Lord Im cares about. Even this guy can be killed by the knife. Yiseng's face sank and he said. As the 5 elders, they rarely take action. However, they still pay attention to the strength of the 4 emperors. In their eyes, Kaido's strongest point is not his combat power, but his tenacious vitality. There are many people who can defeat him, but there are only a few who can really kill him. It is for this reason that Kaido is arrogant and often talks about suicide. Unfortunately, not to mention the 5 elders, even Kaido himself never expected that this time the wolf came and kicked directly on the iron plate. Yiseng, you are right. I originally thought that the Blood Flag pirates could only get to the level of Whitebeard and even Roger at most. However, now it seems that the growth of the Blood Flag pirates has far exceeded our calculations. If we don't get rid of them quickly, once they really grow up in the future, it will be a thorny problem for us. Yiseng said with a gloomy face. Facing the members of the Blood Flag pirates who appeared one after another, Yiseng also confronted them again and again. Unfortunately, after repeated failures, even Yiseng had to pay attention to the Blood Flag pirates. Yiseng, I know what you mean very well, but this time Kaido's killing is also great news for us. Elim sneered. We have always used some weak people for experiments. Now Vegapunk's experiment has reached perfection. With the help of Gray's special fruit ability, perhaps we can create a more powerful combat force. At that time, it will not be a problem for us to slowly deal with that kid. Yiseng's eyes lit up. As a member of the Five Elders, he certainly knew what the experiment in Elim's mouth was. That was the strong plan they developed to deal with the chess piece of replacing the 7 warlords. All along, it was Vegapunk who coordinated the experiment. The results were good, but unfortunately there was no top strong man to take the last step. If this time, the last step can really be taken. For the world government and even the 5 elders, this world will be completely under their control. Yiseng, return to the Holy Land of Marijoa first. As for the affairs of Wano country, leave them all to Grey. Accompanied by a series of orders, Ilam's mouth fell, and Yiseng did not refute and quickly executed them. Half a day later, in the New World, the closest to Wano country, an island estuary belonging to Whitebeard's territorial waters. The Moby Dick anchored here raised a huge sail. The huge anchor was also pulled up, obviously ready to sail at any time. Standing on the bow deck, the leader was Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, followed by a series of captains. Dad, it has been confirmed that Blackbeard is attacking Wano country. It seems that Charlotte Linlin is going to Wano country to join forces with Kaido. It really exists. Marco put away the den mushi in his hand. As soon as these words fell, the captains present breathed heavier. In the Whitebeard pirates, friendship is more important than money, power, and even life. Especially the captain who is his godson. For Whitebeard, this is simply his favorite. Blackbeard teach, for the dark fruit, killed Thatch. In Whitebeard's eyes, this is a forcible cutting off of his favorite. If it weren't for the occupation of the New World, there have been turmoil one after another, Whitebeard would never want to see Blackbeard teach grow to this point. Dad, this time Ace has trained the 3 colors of domineering to perfection, and even learned the advanced domineering flow. There must be no problem in killing Teach and avenging Thatch. Jaws laughed and patted Ace's shoulder, and spoke first. It's hard to say. This time, I will meet the so-called 5 emperors Uchiha Chinyu, and I can fight 1 or 2 of them without being at a disadvantage. Yes, Jaws is right. I think so too. Ace has the style of a general. No, it should be the style of an emperor. A series of words echoed on the huge deck. Not long ago, Marco took the initiative to withdraw and inherited the right to be the captain of the 4 emperors' Whitebeard pirates. As the son of Pirate King Roger, and the owner of the Flame fruit on the ship, which is second only to the Tremor fruit, Ace is undoubtedly the most popular. At the same time, under Rayleigh's training, Ace spent just 3 months to hone the 3-color domineering to perfection. He also combined his own skills to study a new killer. This undoubtedly made Ace's popularity in the Whitebeard pirates rise. Jaws, you are flattering me. My goal is to make Dad the Pirate King. And Dad is the strongest in this CS existence, he is still strong now, how could he retreat? Ace smiled and broke free from Jaws' big hand, and a hint of fighting spirit emerged on his face. However, this time I was able to come back alive from Rayleigh's hellish training, and I have gained a lot. The next time I meet that guy, I will let him know that the captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard pirates is not simple, not to mention his father who is the head of the 4 emperors. Ahaha, Ace, you are right, I agree, but you challenged your father a few days ago, although you only lasted half an hour, but with this strength, I think you can definitely fight against the kid from the Blood Flag Pirates. Flower Sword Vista also echoed in a hurry. Looking at the deck of the ship that suddenly became noisy, the oppressive atmosphere of sniping Blackbeard Teach also dissipated all at once. Standing beside Whitebeard, Marco flashed a smile on his face, but frowned as he looked into the distance. Oh well, Don trademark T be happy too early. It seems that before we find Blackbeard, we still have some trouble. The good guy who blocked the road is here again. If we Don trademark T get rid of him, I trademark am afraid it will be difficult for us to go to Wanguo. Chapter 1080. This joke is not funny. The good guy who blocked the road? The laughter echoing on the huge deck disappeared all of a sudden. Facing the fort that appeared at the end of the horizon and quickly enlarged in their eyes, many captains had a flash of dissatisfaction on their faces. Their Whitebeard pirates did unite with the Red Hair pirates to form an offensive and defensive alliance not long ago. However, what they are facing now is the best opportunity to avenge Blackbeard Teach's crime of defection. If Red Hair Shanks still intends to be a good guy and stop them from taking revenge, this time it may not end so easily, and it is possible that they will even tear their faces apart. Dad, should we bypass them? Marco suggested. The current Blackbeard is not the same as when he just left the Whitebeard pirates. Not only did he get the special dark fruit, but he also gathered a group of good subordinates under his command. If they had a conflict with the red hair pirates here first, and then sniped the Blackbeard pirates, it would be more trouble than gain. Humph, no need. Whitebeard snorted coldly. I must kill Blackbeard. If Red Hair really wants to stop me, the worst that can happen is that we will tear our faces apart. Yes, Dad is right. Now that Ace's strength has undergone such a great transformation, the title of the new 5 emperors may fall on him. It is not difficult for us to suppress the red hair pirates. OE. A series of flattering words rang out on the deck one after another. Ace knew that there was a lot of water in these words. However, as a young man, he could feel a sense of recognition that he was expected by everyone, and even Ace couldn't help but smile. Oh well, that guy has arrived, and at trademark S still the old rules, Marco said again. However, with the increase in the number of red-haired pirates boarding the ship, those pirates with slightly inferior strength had already retreated early. When the Lifus approached, the red-haired Shanks standing on the bow jumped onto the deck. The people present, except for some captains, were only cotters with good strength. Ahaha, Whitebeard, it seems that you are determined to seek revenge on Blackbeard this time. Do you plan to let Ace continue to fight him this time? Red Hair still carried a huge wine jug and stood firmly on the deck. However, after visiting again and again, this time Red Hair obviously gave up the move of showing off his power. After all, playing with Haki once is a proof of strength. Playing it a second time is just pretending. The third time will be nothing new. Red Hair, you are not going to be a good guy again this time. Jaws said in a deep voice. Now Ace, after training with Pluto Rayleigh, has honed the 3-color Haki to perfection, and even combined the ability of the flame fruit with Haki. Even Daddy needs to spend half a day to defeat Ace. This time, let alone killing the traitor Blackbeard Teach, even the Blood Flag pirates, Uchiha Chinyu, who is known as the new 5 emperors, is still unknown. It is hard to say whether Ace can beat him. During this period, what happened in the Whitebeard pirates was a bit inferior to the major events on the sea. However, in the eyes of a group of captains, nothing is more important than the honor and disgrace of the Whitebeard pirates. Jaws, don't flatter me in front of outsiders, but if I meet the 5 emperors Chinyu, I also want to try to fight him and see how much I have improved. A trace of fighting spirit flashed across Ace's face. For the test of joining the Whitebeard pirates, Chinyu killed him in one move. In Ace's eyes, it has always been the biggest thorn in his heart. Now that his strength has become stronger, there is more or less an impulse to try in his heart. Don't you know yet? Red Hair paused, raised his eyebrows, and said, no wonder Ace wants to die. Red Hair, do you mean that Ace can't compare with Blackbeard Teach? Flower Sword Vista was the first to lose his temper. The atmosphere on the huge deck suddenly became tense. Even the smile on Ace's face froze and gradually disappeared. Whitebeard's expression also changed, and he said in a deep voice, Red-haired kid, I do agree to your proposal to form a wartime alliance, but it does not mean that you can step on my ship at any time and comment on my family. Besides, I don't think that Blackbeard is stronger than Ace. Yes, Red Hair, you are a little too much this time. Don't forget that it was you who made Ace the next successor of the Whitebeard pirates not long ago. Marco also said coldly, what you said now is a denial of yourself not long ago. This kind of behavior will only become a laughingstock in the eyes of outsiders. Marco has always agreed with Red Hair's way of doing things. After all, they were old rivals when Roger's pirates were still there. Although, Red Hair Shanks is now a member of the 4 emperors. However, in Marco's eyes, the two sides are still on an equal footing. Feeling the sudden change in the atmosphere in the field, Red Hair sighed helplessly and said, Brother Marco, you misunderstood me. As for the sniper attack on Blackbeard Teach, of course I hope Ace will win, but when I say he's going to die, I mean he's challenging the 5 emperors Uchiha Chinyu. Not long ago, news came from the Navy headquarters that the Blood Flag pirates raided Wano country, the Beasts pirates were uprooted, Kaido was beheaded, and even the Big Mom pirates who came to support them were defeated and fled. The 5 emperors are not something Ace can fight against now, and even Whitebeard and I have to treat them seriously. I know you may not believe what I said, but I think Sengoku will contact you soon. Half an hour ago, Red Hair also held the idea of being a good guy, hoping that Whitebeard would give him another face and let go of the sniper attack on Blackbeard in this uncertain sea situation. However, after receiving a call from the Navy headquarters unexpectedly, Red Hair Shank's plan was completely disrupted. Kaido, the beast, is a difficult existence even for him. But now he has been beheaded on his own territory by someone who has penetrated deep into Wano country. Does this mean that Jin Yu, the newly promoted 5 emperors, can also threaten his life? Ahem, Red Hair, this joke is not funny, can you change it? Marco said with a slightly stiff face. However, just as the voice fell, a rapid sound of Den Den Mushi broke the silence on the deck without warning. Whitebeard, I am Sengoku, I want to talk to you, it doesn't take a lot of time, I just want to tell you what happened in Wano country. Sengoku's deep voice sounded, seemingly at a coincidental time, but it gave people a sense of finality. Chapter 1081. The overall situation is important. The huge ship deck suddenly fell into silence. A moment ago, they might have been skeptical about what Red Hair said. However, Sengoku, now the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, called him personally. This alone is enough to show that what Red Hair said just now was not groundless. Whitebeard, are you listening to me? In another part of the Den Den Mushi, Sengoku's surging voice sounded again. Marco and others came back to their senses and subconsciously looked at Whitebeard, with a hint of urgency on their faces. They had already had a premonition, but they wanted to confirm it again. Sengoku, you are a rare guest. I didn't expect that you, as the Admiral of the Navy, would choose to contact me in this way. It seems that this time, you also feel helpless. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. Red Hair is on my ship. Red Hair is here too. Zhang Guo was slightly shocked, but soon recovered and said, it seems that there is indeed a secret between you two. However, I still want to say one more thing. Half a day ago, the 5 emperors Uchiha Chinyu led the Blood Flag pirates to raid Wano country. Kaido was beheaded and the Beast's pirates were uprooted. The Big Mom pirates led by Charlotte Linlin were also repelled. Next, I am worried that Uchiha Chinyu's ambition will not stop there, and will point to the Wanguo where the Big Mom pirates, who have also declared war, are located. I received intelligence that Blackbeard is heading to Wanguo with the intention of attacking the Big Mom pirates Wanguo. Whitebeard, you are also on the way. I hope you will not be impulsive and go to war with Blackbeard. I have intelligence that Blackbeard has seized the power of the second fruit, and his fleet has also taken shape. If it weren't for Uchiha Kainu, the monster, I'm afraid he would be qualified to become the 5th emperor in the mouth of Big News and Morgans. Chang's voice echoed on the deck of the ship. Facing Sengoku, who is the Admiral of the Navy, he actually secretly leaked so many intelligence secrets to the pirates, which completely subverted their cognition. However, it is precisely for this reason that it is enough to prove that even the Navy headquarters has to pay attention to what happened in Wano. Humph, Sengoku, do you take our position of the 4 emperors too lightly? Even Teach, that waste, can be called the 5th emperor. It's a shame for us. Whitebeard snorted disdainfully. You should know that Teach has violated the biggest taboo on my ship. He and I are fighting to the death. If I give up chasing him just because of a speech, it would be a violation of the rules of my Whitebeard pirates. For Whitebeard, Teach had been lurking on the ship for decades, and killing Thatch and obtaining the dark fruit was already his greatest achievement. The shame of Blackbeard. Now, after leaving the Whitebeard pirates, this shame not only did not go bad, but his status rose. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, formed a pirate group, and collected a large number of LV6 criminals with extremely serious crimes. Then he won the 2nd Devil Fruit ability, and was praised by Sengoku as qualified to become the 5th emperor, etc. It can be said that the higher and farther Blackbeard goes, the greater the shame will be for Whitebeard. Whitebeard, as an old rival, I know what you think in your heart, but Blackbeard is indeed hiding too deep. Sengoku said again. I called you this time and took the initiative to tell you about this, just because I don't want you to get involved in the mess between the Big Mom pirates and Blackbeard. What if you have an internal conflict and a real melee? Once you get into a stalemate, both sides will suffer losses, and it will be bad for Charlotte Linlin, that crazy woman, or Uchiha Kainu to take advantage of the situation. Now this sea is complicated, even Kaido, that madman, can die at any time. I don't think you want to see your people take this unnecessary risk. Whitebeard, take care of yourself. After leaving these words, Zhang Guo hung up the Den Den Mushi without any hesitation. As the busy tone came out, the huge deck fell into silence again. Red Hair took another look and said, Whitebeard, Sengoku went to great lengths to inform you, which is enough to show that the Navy headquarters will not sit idly by and avoid further deterioration of the situation. Perhaps they will also send the Navy's elite to this place. I believe that when we pirates are fighting hard, the Navy headquarters and even the world government will definitely not stand aside and watch the show. I'm afraid we will be the ones who are wiped out in the end. At this point, Red Hair put down the wine on his shoulder and said, "Think about it carefully. Maybe give me a face again, otherwise I will find a way to stop it in order to save your Whitebeard pirates." After leaving these words, Red Hair Shanks also turned and left. Looking at the LeFous sailing away again, the huge deck of the ship fell into silence again. After a short silence, Marco spoke first. As the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, he is also the think tank of the Whitebeard pirates. He knew clearly that in such a dilemma, he had to make up his mind. As a captain, it will be difficult to lose face with Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest existence in this sea. "Dad, I also think that we should not act rashly now. We must avenge Thatch, but it does not mean that we should act in a hurry," Marco said in a deep voice. "If it gets out and people outside know that our Whitebeard pirates attacked Teach who was attacking Wanguo, it might be similar to Teach's despicable behavior. We are the dignified Whitebeard pirates, and Dad is the strongest existence in this sea. To avenge Thatch, of course we need to declare war in a dignified manner. Otherwise, Thatch in the underworld does not want to see that because of his affairs, the reputation of Dad and the Whitebeard pirates will be ruined, and he will become a treacherous villain like Teach." The eyes of all the captains present suddenly lit up. They have always been like Marco, holding the idea of putting the overall situation first. However, compared with Marco, the think tank of the Whitebeard pirates, their brains are obviously not as smart. "Dad, I think what Marco said is right. Blackbeard Teach is my subordinate. He has committed such a betrayal that is unacceptable on the ship. I will never let him go." Ace also echoed in a deep voice. "If Dad is asked to deal with Teach, once it is spread out, outsiders will think that there is no one in our Whitebeard pirates." "Yes, Dad, Ace and Marco are right. This matter can be delayed. Then we declare war openly and sink the so-called Blackbeard pirates like Uchiha Kainu and Kaido." Chapter 1082 Blackbeard's Ambition. "Dad, I also think what Ace and Marco said is right." "Dad, me too." Seeing the situation suddenly one-sided, Whitebeard's face darkened, and he grabbed the wine pot dropped by Red Hair and snorted coldly. "Humph, you are really rebellious. I don't care about this matter now. You can do whatever you want." After saying this, Whitebeard dragged his huge body and turned around and walked into the cabin. Facing Whitebeard's stubbornness, the captains present looked at each other and laughed. Marco also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and patted Ace on the shoulder and said, "This time, it's fortunate that you can't hold your breath. Dad is old and his physical fitness is no longer as good as it used to be. If someone really takes advantage of the situation, I'm afraid that many people will add insult to injury to our Whitebeard pirates." As the ship doctor with the highest medical skills in the Whitebeard pirates, he also has the special treatment method of the blue flame of the animal-type mythical beast Phoenix. Marco is the person who knows Whitebeard's physical condition best. Even in daily life, he needs to frequently infuse fluid to control the old injuries in his body and adjust his physical skills. If a war really breaks out, even if he wins by chance, Whitebeard's body will collapse after barely holding on. Marco definitely doesn't want to see this situation. "Brother Marco, you are making fun of me." Ace smiled bitterly and said, "Just now I was fantasizing about I thought I could compete with Uchiha Chinyu, but I didn't expect that he had already beheaded Kaido, the beast who was as good as his father. I thought things were too simple. I am not the only one who is making progress in this world. When I thought about the moment before, I was still self-righteous and planned to be on an equal footing with Chinyu. Unfortunately, all this is now presented in front of me, but it feels like a slap in the face." Looking at Ace who was slightly self-deprecating, Marco patted him on the shoulder, took a pot of sake and comforted him. "Ace, don't be discouraged so early, don't forget that you are the son of Pirate King Roger, and most importantly, the next captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Next, we will wait and see whether the 5th Emperor Uchiha Chinyu, after attacking Wano country and killing Kaido, will really go to Wano country to hunt down Charlotte Linlin of Big Mom pirates." With the demise of the Whitebeard pirates, at the dock at the entrance of Wano country Cake Island, a huge raft is also anchored on the port. Standing on the bow deck is Blackbeard Teach, followed by captains such as Buggy. There are also criminals from the LV6 level walking out of Impel Down. "Boss Blackbeard, that guy Shiryu ruined our good things in the Battle of the Top, so that we can't get any benefits and hunt other useful devil fruits. However, this time, Charlotte Linlin, the crazy woman, took the elite of the Big Mom pirates and left Wano country to join the alliance with Kaido of the Beasts. This is indeed a good opportunity, but what kind of devil fruit here can make you fancy it? The big barrel Basque burped and asked with a red face. Not long ago, after the defeat in Marineford, Blackbeard accidentally plundered a natural devil fruit ability. However, this harvest is obviously much different from their budget to sit back and reap the benefits of Marineford and make a big rob. It is for this reason that they took the risk and planned to rob the Big Mom pirate's nest, Wangguo. Although doing so may anger Charlotte Linlin, at least in their eyes, this kind of thing can be done once and then go ashore. This is undoubtedly the fastest way for them who are seriously lacking the devil fruit ability to enhance the individual combat capabilities of the pirate group. Basque, you don't know, if you say where in this sea has the most devil fruits, it must be under the command of the 4 emperors. Lafitte turned the cane in his hand and said. Now staying in Wanaku, there are 3 generals, Charlotte Katakuri, who is second only to the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, and a group of brothers and sisters. As long as we finish this job, we don't need to hunt devil fruits everywhere in the future. When Charlotte Linlin reacts, our Blackbeard pirates and Big Mom pirates will have a different combat power, so we don't need to be afraid of them at all. As Blackbeard's think tank. Whether it is becoming a Shishibukai, summoning criminals who have walked out of level 6. Or taking on Marineford, hunting devil fruit users. All these decisions came from Lafitte's mouth. Although he fell in Chinyu's hands in the end. However, all this still did not change Lafitte's status in the Blackbeard pirates. Haha, Lafitte, you are right, this time I must get the devil fruit, and then find that big bald head to vent my anger. Barges laughed and echoed. However, when I think of the feeling of powerlessness when facing the fist of the one-punch monster Saitama in Dressrosa. For Barges, the fighting champion, it is simply a shame. It is for this reason that Barges is eager to get the devil fruit to enhance his own strength. Humph, if it weren't for that Thunder Dragon kid who suddenly appeared and ruined my good deeds, whether it was the Golden Lion's floating fruit or Akainu's natural fruit ability, it would have fallen into our hands. Blackbeard Teach's face darkened and he said angrily. I will not settle for second best and use this unknown fruit ability. For someone like Blackbeard who likes to get something for nothing. Developing the ability of the dark fruit has already required a lot of effort from him. If he can choose the ability of the second devil fruit, Blackbeard will first choose the fruit that has been developed to the extreme. At least, in Blackbeard's eyes, as long as the moves are copied, they can be sent to the battlefield. However, now he has to develop a devil fruit that has no record on the sea. Moreover, this natural devil fruit, like the dark fruit, is a defensive type. For Blackbeard, who has a tearful personality and likes violence, it is not enough. The boss is right. We must also avenge the Thunder Dragon Imp, and we must also kill those guys who hide their heads and show their tails in the blood flag. Badgers immediately echoed and said angrily. However, in order to avoid any more trouble, we should capture the Cake Island of Wangguo as soon as possible and plunder all the devil fruits here. By then, let alone Charlotte Linlin, we can also target the guys of the Blood Flag Pirates. Chapter 1083 Enough to drag you down. Faced with Badgers' volunteering, everyone present was eager to try. Stand Blackbeard, who was at the head, flashed a teasing smile on his face, looked up at the burly figure standing on the tower, with his arms folded and a trident inserted at his side, and spoke first. Katakuri, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Charlotte Linlin asked you to stay in Wangguo, which is indeed the safest way. However, she probably didn't expect that our Blackbeard pirates would target you. Your Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates have joined forces, which really shocked the sea, but as long as we capture this place and plunder a large number of devil fruits, we don't have to be afraid of that crazy woman's revenge later. At this point, the smile on Blackbeard's face became even more intense, and he said, Katakuri, your strength is indeed very strong, and your attainments in observation haki are also beyond the reach of others. However, I hope you can use the means of predicting the future to see your final fate. I hope you can consider the safety of others. As long as you hand over the devil fruit ability user, we will leave. If you really insist on fighting me, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist for long. The aggressive words echoed in the field. Everyone's eyes turned and locked onto Katakuri. As the strongest member of the Big Mom Pirates, second only to Charlotte Linlin. Katakuri obviously has the power to decide the life and death of those behind him. However, facing the aggressive Blackbeard Teach, Katakuri spoke with a gloomy face. Blackbeard, sometimes don't say too much, otherwise it will be difficult to take it back. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the Moby Dick where Whitebeard is located has arrived at the outskirts of Wonguo, and there is also the fleet of Red Hair Shanks. According to the intelligence, even the Navy headquarters is planning to head here. I may not be able to completely hold you back until Mom comes back, but it is not difficult to prevent you from getting away before Whitebeard and the others arrive. Whitebeard? Red Hair? Navy? On the huge deck of the ship, a group of people who were originally full of fighting spirit. In an instant, it felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on my head, and the muscles on my cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Even Blackbeard Teach was no exception. When they proposed to sneak attack Wonguo, they had expected to confront the four emperors head-on. However, they never thought that they would sneak around for once. There would be so many covetous behemoths behind them. At this moment, their mood can only be described by the word wow. In particular, thinking of the grudge between Whitebeard and Blackbeard, even the always rough-minded Barges had no way to keep his composure. It's impossible. Katakuri, you can't fool me with such lies. Blackbeard said with a gloomy face. If it was just Whitebeard who came to hunt me, I would believe it, but it doesn't make sense that Red Hair and the people from the Navy headquarters are involved here. Don't they have to keep an eye on the terrorists of Blood Flag? In Blackbeard's eyes, it was not surprising that Whitebeard had a grudge against him and came here to hunt him down. However, even Red Hair and the Navy headquarters came to join in the fun, which was a bit nonsense. Haha, Blackbeard, it seems that you are still too naive. It turns out that you don't even know what happened in Wano country. Katakuri sneered. Half a day ago, the Blood Flag pirates, led by Uchiha Chinyu, raided Wano country. Kaido, the beasts, was beheaded, and the beasts' pirates were also uprooted. Not to mention my mother, even other forces are suspicious. Those guys will target Wano country next. It can be said that Blackbeard, you have walked into muddy water this time. I may not be able to repel you, but I am still confident that I can give them enough time. This alone is enough to drag you down. By the way, didn't you say just now that you wanted to seek revenge on the Blood Flag pirates? I believe they are also happy to go to war with you. However, the premise is that you have to think about it and live well in front of so many forces. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, and completely froze the faces of Badgers and others. Even Blackbeard and Lafitte, who proposed this plan, were no exception. In Lafitte's eyes, with the help of the Big Mom pirates, and with Charlotte Linlin taking away a large number of elites, they went to attack Wonguo. This is definitely the best and fastest way to enhance the strength of the Blackbeard pirates. However, the current situation has completely overturned their cognition. Facing the resistance of Katakuri and the Big Mom pirates, they had already expected that they would not be able to attack for a long time. But they never thought that the forces of all parties would gather in the waters of Wonguo at this critical juncture. There is also a Blood Flag pirate group that uprooted the Beasts' pirates and beheaded the Beasts' Kaido. This is simply a nightmare for them. If this battle really starts, they will definitely not be able to retreat unscathed. What's wrong? Is Blackbeard going to fight this battle? Katakuri said again with a cold look. Now there are only two choices in front of you. The first is to start a war and then be swallowed up by other forces. The second is to stay here and resist the attacks of the Blood Flag pirates with our Big Mom pirates. At the same time, with our help, Whitebeard will not rashly attack you. I believe that after a long time, they will not have the heart to wait. With the forces of all parties restraining each other, the war situation will not be easy. It's over, and everyone can leave safely in the end. Faced with Katakuri's analysis, even a rough man like Bugs showed a happy face and said, Captain Teach, this suggestion sounds good. The devil fruit is very good, but we don't need to make too many sacrifices. As long as we don't move, they dare not move. In the end, they leave with their tails between their legs, and we can be considered a winner. As a pirate, they are indeed used to living on the edge of a knife. However, this does not mean that they can do the crazy energy of Jack, one of the three disasters in the Beast Pirates. No one is not afraid of death, let alone this unnecessary death. Teach's face changed one after another, and after clenching his fists, he said, Lafitte, you immediately check what happened in Wano country. Also, Katakuri, what you said just now, is it your intention or Charlotte Linland's original intention? Does she want to ally with our Blackbeard pirates? Facing the news of the death of the former four emperors Kaido, and the complicated situation that followed, a crazy idea flashed through Blackbeard's mind. Chapter 1084 I have a bold idea. 3 days later, Kuri, Wano country. As the abandoned tower of the past when Kojiki Oden was the daimyo. It was already full of people who came to worship. The leader was Kojiki Hiri, who was presiding over the worship ceremony. The figure guarding beside him was the 9 red scabbards. Because Chinyu came back in time this time, the 9 red scabbards and others did not suffer any major damage. Within 3 days, with the killing of Orokai and Kaido, the beast's pirates were uprooted. The pirates who were originally scattered all over the country fled from Wano country one after another. Those samurai who originally belonged to Orokai also surrendered and were thrown into the rabbit bowl. For a time, Wano country was directly put right. Under the fierce reputation of the 5th Emperor Uchiha Chinyu, only people fled, and no one dared to stand up and resist. Therefore, in just 3 days, the Red Scabbard 9 heroes led by Kojiki Hiri recovered the entire Wano country without any obstacles. The samurai led by Bayogoro completely took over the dock at the entrance of Wano country, strangling this important pass. Captain, are we leaving? The huge Gorozayaki was quietly suspended in the air. Standing on the bow of the ship, the Golden Lion took a sip of wine in his mouth boredly, and said with a little regret, "It's a pity that when I met Whitebeard more than 20 years ago, this kid was still young and energetic and fought with me. Later, I only knew that he followed Roger. I didn't expect that after not meeting for decades, he would fall to the current situation. However, this guy is also stubborn. If he had asked Whitebeard or Roger for help earlier, Kaido, that rubbish, would not have succeeded. Don't look at Kaido, this bastard, who is now called the Four Emperors. At that time, he was the captain of Rocks and was just an apprentice crew member, always being ordered around by us. However, that guy is indeed a monster. The older he gets, the stronger his physique and strength will be. This mythical beast dragon fruit is simply tailor-made for him. If I were to fight him this time, I'm afraid I would have to spend most of my life to subdue him." Looking at the rare nagging of the Golden Lion, even Crocodile and others were sitting aside drinking wine. Only Wald laughed loudly, put the wine bowl in his hand heavily on the deck, and said, "Haha, Golden Lion, you can talk like this without blushing or panting. I admire you very much. I see that with your body, not only can you not defeat Kaido, but if you are not careful, you will be killed half of your life. If it weren't for the captain, do you still think you are young?" As soon as these words fell, many people immediately held back their laughter. What Wald said was indeed correct. However, facing the legendary pirate Golden Lion, they dared not laugh like a pig. Otherwise, if they are not careful, they might be killed by the Golden Lion. "Wald, you are simply looking for death. Even if the captain stops me today, I will fight you. Come on, I have always wanted to fight you." A hearty laugh echoed between heaven and earth. Looking at this scene, Chinyu smiled and shook his head helplessly. After taking a sip of wine, he looked at the altar below. This time, killing Kaido, the beasts, uprooted the beasts' pirates. As Chinyu thought, as time went by, after the news of what happened in Wano country spread, the world turmoil value he obtained was also steadily rising. However, looking at the world turmoil value, it stayed above 93,000 points. Chinyu helplessly took a sip of wine. This is the distance to unlocking the Samsara Eye, but the last step was stuck. It was at this point that Chinyu figured out what to do next. Look, they carried out a dried corpse. This can't be Kojiki Oden. The sudden voice instantly silenced the noise of fighting on the deck. Everyone's eyes turned and fell on the altar. The samurai below, led by the 9 red scabbards, remained solemn. Led by Kojiki Hiri, Cat Viper and others were carrying a huge glass coffin and walking up to the altar. Looking at the solemnity, it was probably close to the truth. It seems that Kojiki, after Oden died, he was directly preserved as a specimen by Orokai. This Orokai is really vicious. He won't let people rest in peace even after his death. He is really a sinister villain. Wald took a sip of wine and said. However, one day, it would be nice to see a good guy like Captain Kidd in Wano country to help establish the country. If he hadn't been dead for 20 years, I might have tried it and resurrected like Golden Lion. Golden Lion was killed in Marineford and was able to resurrect. Not to mention outsiders, even Wald and the others were shocked. Dying once may lose the ability of the devil fruit, but being able to resurrect is already a pie in the sky. Wald, you guys are always itching here, I must cripple you today. Golden Lion glared. Do you think everyone will be as lucky as me? No, and the kid Wancha is also. Crocodile, who was drinking alone, couldn't help but twitch his cheek muscles when he heard himself being sucked into the whirlpool of words. Unfortunately, facing these two legendary pirates, his title of the former 7 warlords of the sea might not be enough. Golden Lion, you are underestimating the captain's kid. You should save Kojiki Odin's body now. Who knows, when the captain's kid becomes stronger, he can really be resurrected. Wald dodged the peanut rain attack of the Golden Lion. If others can't do it, I don't believe that the captain can't do it. Faced with Qin Yu's endless means and various identity tricks, this is completely beyond the reach of Wald. Especially since even the Golden Lion and Crocodile were resurrected. This alone is enough. Tisk, Odin has become a specimen. If he can be resurrected, I will eat this wine glass. The Golden Lion rolled his eyes and continued to argue. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the indifferent voice that sounded immediately made the smile on his face stiffen. I have a bold idea. If Wald hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten that I have another way to resurrect people. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and remembered an important thing. Now the world turbulence value is close to 100,000, and the restrictions of the world law on Qin Yu will be infinitely weakened. This means that Qin Yu's own forbidden techniques should also be able to come in handy. When he thought of this, Qin Yu's heart flashed with a desire to try. Chapter 1085 Long Lost Reincarnation. Bold idea? The expressions of everyone in the field became stiff. After confirming again and again the salted fish specimen on the altar below, he wanted to touch Qin Yu's forehead to confirm whether he had a fever. In their eyes, the resurrection of Golden Lion and Crocodile might be excusable. After all, they had just died and were rescued by Qin Yu. However, the current Kojiki Odin has been dead for more than 20 years. If it weren't for the proper preservation of Orakai, he would have turned into soil long ago. Now Qin Yu opened his mouth and came up with a bold idea. This extremely absurd idea was beyond their imagination. Captain, are you kidding? This joke is not funny. Golden Lion was the first to say. You resurrected a mummy that had been dead for more than 20 years. Even if it is true, it is probably not of much use. For Golden Lion, Qin Yu's method of resurrecting him has overturned his cognition. Golden Lion doesn't want his 3 views to be refreshed. Do I look like I'm joking? But if Odin can really be resurrected, he also used a special method. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that his body was preserved as a specimen by Orakai, otherwise it would be enough to give people a headache. Qin Yu smiled and patted the dust on his body, saying, do you want to join in the fun? If so, Golden Lion will take them down. After saying this, Qin Yu took a step forward, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was already behind Kojiki Hiri. This scene immediately shocked everyone in the field, and even the coffin he was carrying almost fell directly to the ground. If Qin Yu hadn't held it up in time, I'm afraid it would have fallen on its back. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't look like he was joking at all, Wald couldn't help but said, Old Lion, let's go and take a look. The Golden Lion came back to his senses at once, and didn't care about the shock in his heart, and quickly drove the Gyulazayaki to land. Seeing this scene of mobilizing so many troops, Kojiki Hiri and others on the altar suddenly came to their senses. Master Qin Yu, do you have any questions? Denjiro spoke first. After 20 years of undercover career, Denjiro has undoubtedly become more mature and stable among the 9 red scabbards. In particular, compared with Kinemon, who is known as the leader of the 9 red scabbards and is completely unreliable, he is undoubtedly more responsible. Hehe, don't worry, I just remembered an important experiment and want to try it. Qin Yu laughed dryly and patted Denjiro on the shoulder, looking at Kojiki Hiri. Do you want to see Kojiki Odin resurrected? Ding! The crisp sound of a broken wine bowl suddenly echoed. Looking at the wine bowl in Kojiki Hiri's hand falling to the ground, let alone her. Even the others had unbelievable faces. At least, in their eyes, Kojiki Odin can't be dead anymore. Qin. Lord Qin Yu, this joke is not funny, my father was buried 20 years ago. Kojiki Hiri said with a trembling voice. She has been carrying the hatred of the Kojiki family and the idea of founding Wano country to support herself. All this is entirely to realize Kojiki Odin's last wish, It is to let Kojiki Odin rest in peace in the 9 springs. Now Chinyu suddenly gave such a magical choice question, which undoubtedly exceeded their cognition. I'm not kidding. Although I can't be completely sure, you should thank Orakai for not directly throwing away Odin's body or burning it, otherwise even I can't do anything. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose and smiled. However, this kind of resurrection is not a true resurrection. It is an alien species, and a living person is needed as a sacrifice. Forget it. If a living person is used as a sacrifice, Odin's stubborn head may not be willing to do it. Let's use those guys. Chinyu said, and took out a scroll in the air with his backhand, like a magic trick. After looking around and signaling everyone to step back, he said, "Okay, open this coffin, I want to take a part of the body." Faced with Chinyu's excessive request, if it were someone else, let alone the 9 red scabbards, I'm afraid even Kojiki Hiri would turn against him. However, in the face of the matter of damaging Kojiki Odin's body, the eyes of everyone present turned in unison and locked on Kojiki Hiri. Hey! Kojiki Hiri exhaled a deep breath, a trace of hesitation flashed across her pretty face, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "Leave it to Lord Chinyu, I believe him." The current Kojiki Hiri is not as naive as she was in the closed-off country of Wano in the past. Facing the resurrection of Golden Lion and Crocodile, this undoubtedly made Kojiki Hiri feel a little urgent. After all, being able to see the spiritual pillar again after 20 years is definitely something that is hard to imagine in a lifetime. Facing Kojiki Hiri's order, Kinemon and others did not dare to hesitate at all. Some people couldn't help but tremble slightly, staring at Chinyu. Facing the urgent gazes from all around, Chinyu didn't take it to heart. He went straight to the coffin, and with the chakra knife in his hand, he cut off a finger a little awkwardly. Then he neatly placed the scroll in his hand flat on the ground. Bang! As the scroll was opened, a burst of white mist rose into the sky. The mysterious pattern spread out like a big net, and there was a sealed figure of white Zetsu lying straight in it. Looking at this sudden scene, the expressions of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Master Chinyu, is this a living person? Kojiki Hiri lost his temper. Yes, but not really. He is a living dead person like an artificial human. Chinyu explained lightly. He quickly extended his chakra nerves to analyze this finger. With a series of analyzed cell genes and human body data, Chinyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He put this finger on Baizetsu's body with his backhand. With a series of preparations completed, Chinyu opened his eyes slightly. The blood color quickly covered and spread like a tide. When the 9 megatama quickly rotated, the long-lost chakra in the body exploded like a tidal wave. The series of seals related to the impure world reincarnation quickly flew up in Chinyu's hands. The speed was so fast that all the seals were completed in the blink of an eye. When the last seal fell, Chinyu did not have any fancy moves. His right hand slapped the scroll like lightning. Immortal reincarnation. Bang! A huge wave of air rolled back like a tidal wave. Chinyu felt that most of the chakra in his body had been extracted at once, and his face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 1086 Miracle of Resurrection. It seems that the laws of this world also have great restrictions on another world. However, feeling the changes in his body and the curse seal on the scroll that seemed to come alive, Chinyu knew that this attempt should be successful. Roar! A roar came out of Baizetsu's mouth without any warning. The whole sealed body twisted rapidly, giving people an extremely hideous feeling. However, before everyone could react in horror, the originally snow-white body of Baizetsu finally underwent a transformation. In the blink of an eye, it exploded into dust, and when it gathered and glued together again, it had become the appearance of Kojiki Odin. The black pupils unique to the immortal reincarnation were filled with confusion. After Kojiki Odin groped around his body with his hands, his eyes became brighter. Finally, he looked around and said in disbelief, How did I come back to life? Aren't you an old cat? How did you really get old, and there's an old dog? Where exactly is this place, and what happened? For the dead Kojiki Odin, his memory obviously stayed more than 20 years ago. It can be said that the current Kojiki Odin only has who I am, where I am, and what happened in his mind. It simply gives people a feeling of 100,000 whys. Lord Odin, are you really Lord Odin? I am Kinemon. Kinemon was the first to lose his temper. No. It should be said that everyone present burst into tears at once. It was earth-shaking. Especially Kojiki Hiri, with tears on her face, she threw herself directly into Kojiki Odin's arms. For Kojiki Hiri, she was looking forward to whether Chinyu could revive Kojiki Odin. However, facing Odin who had been dead for more than 20 years, Kojiki Hiri had no confidence from the bottom of her heart. Until the last moment, she couldn't believe it at all. Until the man in front of her, after losing consciousness, quickly patted her back and called Kojiki Hiri's name. She realized that all this was not a dream. Okay, I have injected what happened during this period into Kojiki Odin's memory. You don't need to explain it. Let's get together. Chinyu patted the dust on his body, and the 9 Magadama Sharingan also dissipated. This so-called giving memory to Kojiki Odin. In fact, it is to inject all of this into Kojiki Odin's memory with the hypnosis method of the 9 Magadama Sharingan Gao Chao. For Chinyu now, it is just a piece of cake. Stop, Mr. Chinyu, please accept Odin's greeting first. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid there would be many more people who would have died in Wano country. Kojiki Odin was the first to lose his temper and fell to the ground. The red scabbards, Kojiki Hiri, and other samurai beside him also knelt down on the ground. In their eyes, no matter if Kojiki Odin was really resurrected, just based on what Odin said, it was enough to accept their greeting. Even the Golden Lion and others standing behind him were a little moved. Wald couldn't hold back his temper and laughed and said, Captain, let alone Odin, seeing your hand, I also have the urge to kneel down to you. You are simply the savior. As a legendary pirate, Wald thought that he had covered most of the sea and had seen enough. He never thought that everything he encountered after following Chinyu would completely subvert his cognition. Looking at the huge mountain top, where thousands of people were kneeling in unison, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, Odin, you don't need to thank me. I just took the opportunity to resolve Kaido's grievances. Besides, you should know clearly that your resurrection is different from that of the Golden Lion. This body is only temporary and the support time is limited. Or, one day I die, and you will turn into a handful of yellow earth again. Compared with the Golden Lion, who used the undead means of the Bone King, the shortcomings of the impure world reincarnation are very large. At least, the strength that Odin can exert now is about 70% to 80%, which can only be infinitely close to the peak. However, there is also a benefit, that is, to obtain the immortal body of the impure world reincarnation. Adding the two together, the combat power can be regarded as 1+1. Haha, Lord Chinyu, you can revive me, which is enough to show that your strength is not simple, and you can also kill Kaido more than 20 years later. This kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can do. If our lives are connected, I will at least live 100 years. Kojiki Odin laughed heartily. However, Odin still thanks Lord Chinyu. You let me witness the changes in Wano country after more than 20 years. As long as Kaido and Orokai die, I believe that with the help of my family's samurai, I can assist Hiri and let Wano country completely move towards the founding of the country. I can see this scene with my own eyes. If you let me die immediately now, I am willing. As soon as these words fell, the nerves of everyone present were tense. In their eyes, Kojiki Odin is a belief. It is rare to see faith being resurrected, and now suddenly it has to die again. This is something they cannot accept. Father, I don't want you to die. Brother Momonosuke hasn't seen you yet. Kojiki Hiri begged anxiously. During this period, Kojiki Momonosuke, as the official heir, has been following Leopard Goro and recovering Wano country, so he did not appear here. Chapter 1087 Find a place to bury. Haha, I'm kidding, who made your atmosphere so tragic? Kojiki Odin suddenly laughed. The sudden scene made Kojiki Hiri, who was crying with her face covered, almost stumble and fall to the ground. Even the 9 red scabbards are no exception. However, as Odin's close warriors, the 9 red scabbards and others are obviously familiar with Odin's character. After a few helpless complaints, they regained their excitement. Being able to fulfill Kojiki Odin's last wish and allow Wano country to be founded is a lifetime blessing in their eyes. However, compared with this blessing, being able to revive Kojiki Odin and see them establish Wano country with their own eyes. This is even more of a blessing. Your Highness Odin, I will ask His Highness Momonosuke to come back and see you right now. If he knows this news, he will definitely cry and lose his samurai look. Kinemon suggested in a hurry. The samurai around him also nodded in agreement. No, no need. That kid is the same as he was 20 years ago. He has not changed at all. My daughter is still beautiful and looks like her mother. Kojiki Odin shook his head like a rattle. The disgust on his face was simply undisguised. If they were not Kojiki Odin's close samurai, they really suspected that Momonosuke was born to the neighbor next door. Father, you will make brother Momonosuke very sad. Kojiki Hiri smiled helplessly. However, brother Momonosuke, now with Lord Bayogoro, go to repair the estuary dock and come back. It will take a long time, and my father will not leave immediately. It is better to inform brother Momonosuke after a while. Kojiki Hiri has obviously accepted the resurrection of Kojiki Odin. It looks a bit strange, but it is nothing for this reunion after 20 years. Most importantly, Chinyu pointed out at the beginning that the resurrection of Kojiki Odin is different from that of Golden Lion. But he will not die in a moment. No, now the matter of Wano country is over, Kaido and Orokai have been killed, and it can be regarded as an end. Kojiki Odin shook his head like a rattle again and said, I want to follow Chinyu to the sea after 20 years. I want to see if Whitebeard is old now, and whether Roger can still compete with me in drinking. Is the Navy headquarters as stubborn as ever? Unbridled laughter echoed on the altar. Golden Lion rolled his eyes and said, You guy, you are still as stubborn as ever. But let me tell you one thing. Roger died earlier than you, but he also did something that shook the sea, which made those greedy guys go looking for the final island. I really can't understand why this thing is so attractive compared to conquering the world that made that guy want to give up his life. Listening to the cursing, Odin was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up and said, It turned out to be you, the old lion. I didn't expect that you failed to recruit Roger. After so many years, you actually became someone else's subordinate. You bastard, as always, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, go to hell. The Golden Lion blushed, and kicked Odin with his right foot like lightning. Puff. The close distance made people feel that there was no way to hide. Odin didn't have time to react, and his huge head flew directly. Father. Kojiki Hiri's face changed drastically. The 9 red scabbards stationed around also tensed up. However, before they could make any move, Kojiki Odin grabbed the flying head and laughed. Haha, don't be nervous. I am immortal. Although I am not used to it, I can't be killed without some special means. Golden Lion, do you want to change a way of resurrection? As he spoke, Kojiki Odin also put his head back neatly. Looking at this scene, even Golden Lion was stunned, not to mention others. Facing Kojiki Odin's provocation, Golden Lion really had an impulse to discuss this issue with Chinyu in private. Well, don't envy me. Compared with Golden Lion, this way of resurrection is immortal, but this is a posture without any flesh and blood, and the strength will be greatly reduced. Chinyu explained lightly. Moreover, the intensity of the battle exceeded the endurance of this body, and it would also accelerate his collapse. The impure world reincarnation does have an immortal posture. However, this posture is only temporary, and there are still many inconveniences. Haha, no matter what side effects this body has, it's good to be able to see this world. After Kojiki Odin installed his head, he laughed again and said, Next, when will we set off and where will we go? Let me prepare. For Kojiki Odin's question, it is undoubtedly the most correct way to open the topic when it falls on everyone's ears. Those who can board the Gorosei are all ambitious people. As a base, Wano country is indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is as solid as an iron wall. Unfortunately, they are used to licking blood on the edge of a knife, and this kind of retirement-like life will make their bodies rust. Actually, I don't have any plans for the time being, I just want to find a place for Kaido to hold a funeral. Chinyu smiled and patted the dust off his body, took out a storage scroll with his backhand, and opened it directly. Bang! 2 ancient blades, one black and one black, appeared directly in front of everyone. Well, since you have been resurrected and don't want to die for the time being, take these 2 blades back first, they should be able to come in handy. Chinyu also knows how to play with swords. Yan Emo and Tianyu Yuzhan are also infinitely close to the existence of black swords. However, compared with Odin, these 2 swords are more suitable in Odin's hands. Oh, I didn't expect these 2 things are still there. At first, I planned to give them to Momonosuke and Hiri. Now they are in your hands. We are also destined. Otherwise, I will give this thing to Hiri as a dowry. Father, what are you talking about? Shut up. Mr. Chinyu, Don trademark T take it to heart. Ahaha, Hiri, I see your face is all red, just like your mother back then. Looking at the scene that suddenly became noisy, the originally solemn sacrifice undoubtedly changed its taste. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly, ignored the people who were playing around, and turned to walk towards the Gyulazayakai. Now there is still 7,000 points of world turbulence value away from 100,000 points. Qin Yu wants to achieve this final blow, at least to make the public opinion of this sea go to a higher level. To achieve this effect, the burial place chosen for Kaido requires a lot of consideration. However, Qin Yu has already found all this. Now all we have to do is to find the right time. Chapter 1088 Hundreds of Insects Chirping. 2 days later, the Navy Headquarters Marineford. The battleships that were originally moored densely and returned to the Navy Headquarters had long disappeared. Facing 3 of the 4 emperors, they gathered in the Wangguo Sea. And the newly rising Blackbeard Teach intervened. The Wangguo Sea, where the Big Mom pirates, one of the 4 emperors, was located, became turbulent. Especially, during the Wano Country incident, Kaido the Beast was beheaded and the Beast pirates were uprooted. When the major event of the collapse of the 4 emperors pattern spread to the New World, this sea was completely detonated. As the Big Mom pirates, who had allied with the Beast pirates and jointly declared war on the Blood Flag pirates not long ago, after the defeat in Wano Country, it pushed Wangguo to the forefront. In the eyes of outsiders, since the Blood Flag pirates dared to raid and uproot the Beast pirates that occupied Wano Country, they would definitely not let the Big Mom pirates go afterwards. At least, since the Blood Flag pirates came into their sight, they have never seen the word Loki associated with the Blood Flag pirates. It is for this reason that, in addition to the 3 emperors staying in the Wangguo Sea, other forces are also ready to move and gather in Wangguo. In their eyes, this is an epic making fun. Once a fight really breaks out, this is the great melee of the century. Perhaps it is not their turn to plunder Wangguo, but witnessing this battle with their own eyes is also a great blessing in life. However, as time goes by, the Blood Flag pirates have not appeared. This undoubtedly makes the atmosphere shrouded in the Wangguo Sea more depressing. Damn guy, not only did Blackbeard come to my territory to make trouble, but even Whitebeard and Red Hair stayed and refused to leave, and I have to entertain you, the hateful Navy, I must kill them all in the future. On the huge wall of Cake Island, Charlotte Lingling roared angrily. Standing behind her were the minister's troops composed of her sons and daughters. Compared with the confrontation with Blackbeard not long ago, the lineup has obviously become more luxurious. Charlotte Lingling, it is also good for you if they stay here. Don't forget that kid beheaded Kaido, who is also one of the 4 emperors. Sengoku said in a low voice. Before we find out what means he used to kill Kaido, your Wangguo is not safe. 5 days ago, after Akainu presented a series of intelligence, Sengoku, Crane and others personally led a large force to garrison outside Wangguo. This action, in addition to preventing the sea from going out of control. They also held that if the pirates killed each other and both sides were injured, they, as the Navy, would be lying down and picking up the advantage. Damn old guy, you dare to look down on me on my territory. Charlotte Lingling, with her eyes wide open, suddenly turned and locked on Sengoku, roaring angrily. The huge domineering aura dormant in the body exploded like a raging tide. It turned into a hurricane and swept across the entire estuary. Feeling this terrifying momentum, the faces of the children present suddenly changed drastically. As a member of the Big Mom pirates, they knew clearly that when this mother went crazy, she would not even let her own children go. Once she really went berserk, no one dared to stop her. Mom, be patient. Katakuri hugged the trident and spoke with a gloomy face. We, the Big Mom pirates, are not afraid of any opponent. The killing of Kaido is his business, and it does not mean that Mom will follow in their footsteps. Besides, don't forget that when you met that kid that day, besides him, there were only Golden Lion and others, and a strange face with the natural thunder fruit. As for the Pride Sin Escanor, One Punch Monster Saitama, and the Blood Flag Pirates rookie King Ulquiera, none of them showed up. You mean, they teamed up to ambush Kaido, and finally paid a heavy price? Prospero's eyes lit up and he spoke first. I actually guessed this a long time ago, but I was not sure, so I didn't tell Mom. In this highly anticipated occasion, for Prospero, this is the best opportunity to show off, which will undoubtedly help improve his reputation and take over the position of the 4 emperors in the future. Brother Prospero, is your brain as bright as Katakuri? Smoothie suddenly spoke. Katakuri, can your observation haki detect any situation in advance? As the second combat power after Charlotte Linlin in the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri is the leader of the three generals. The Devil Fruit ability has long been honed to the awakened state. Most importantly, with the perfect observation haki that can accurately predict the future, even Smoothie has a lot of respect for Katakuri. Otherwise, in the original work, Big Mom was kicked away by Jin and fell into the sea. When everyone discussed the succession to the captain position of the Big Mom Pirates, they would not unanimously recommend Katakuri as the successor except Sparrow. Not yet, but my intuition tells me that something big is about to happen. Katakuri's face became more gloomy. Facing the calmness during this period, Katakuri felt that a storm was coming. Even Charlotte Linlin, who was close to going berserk, restrained her outward arrogance after hearing these words, and said in a hurry, "Katakuri, are you serious? Didn't you just say that the guys in the Blood Flag Pirates paid a heavy price to kill Kaido? If they really paid a heavy price, too don't believe he dares to show up. If he shows up, I will beat him to death today. He didn't show up for 5 days. He must have been seriously injured. I missed the chance to kill him in vain." 5 days ago, after leaving Wano country, Charlotte Linlin felt more and more dissatisfied. Especially, after hearing Katakuri's analysis, she was even more furious. "Mom, don't be too impulsive. If he doesn't show up, isn't it the best? At least he who is rumored to be a god can be defeated without attack. We can fight each other in the future." Katakuri spoke again in a deep voice. During this period, versions of Kaido being killed were flying everywhere. However, all of them had one thing in common. Qin Yu, the 5th emperor, was able to kill Kaido, the former 4 emperors, so his strength was already above the other 3 former 4 emperors. Some people with good intentions gave him the title of the head of the 5 emperors. However, as soon as these words fell, a burst of rapid den mushi rang out suddenly through the sky. No. It should be said that the scene in front of us can be described as 100 insects ringing together. Chapter 1089 appearing where it shouldn't appear. Gurgle gurgle. Hundreds of den mushi rang together, giving people a feeling of soaring into the sky. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. At this moment, Katakuri's words just now flashed through their minds. Is this a big deal? Or is this a big event related to the Blood Flag Pirates? Sengoku, your den mushi, it's giving me a headache, come and see what's going on. Garp picked his ears and handed the den mushi over. At the same time, the others also opened the den mushi. Marshal Sengoku, something bad has happened. The Gyusei Aki under the command of World Destroyer Wald has appeared at the entrance of the Navy headquarters. Not only is the pirate flag representing the Blood Flag Pirates hanging on it, but the captain of the Blood Flag Pirates, Uchiha Chinyu, is also on the deck. Various reports were detonated in an instant, and the contents were almost the same. When I thought of the moment before, Charlotte Linlin opened her mouth and concluded that Chinyu, the 5 emperors, was seriously injured and paid a huge price to kill Kaido, the beast. Now he not only appeared suddenly, but also ran to the Navy headquarters. Is this going against the grain, not seeking revenge on the Big Mom Pirates, but running to attack the Navy headquarters Marineford where the Navy trademark S elite are deployed? This is appearing in a place where it shouldn't trademark T appear. Although he did not visit Wangguo this time, Chinyu trademark S reappearance gave Charlotte Linlin the feeling that he was slapped in the face in public. "Eat him, kid, if you really dare to show up, I must kill him!" Charlotte Linlin roared hysterically. However, she was quickly stopped by Katakuri. In their eyes, Chinyu's appearance was a bit unexpected. However, at this critical moment, the other party did not come to the door, leaving the Navy headquarters lying injured, which was already a blessing. If Charlotte Linlin really ran to join in the fun, she would really be kicked in the head by a donkey. "This is simply a lunatic, broadcast the video to us immediately, I want to see clearly what that kid is thinking." Zhang Guo's face was extremely ugly. He originally wanted to retire, but he never thought that he would fall into public trouble again after believing in Akainu's proposal. If they led most of the elite troops of the Marine headquarters, Marineford, to the waters of Wangguo, the Blood Flag Pirates would have the opportunity to wipe out Marineford. Zhang Guo almost had the urge to call himself a sinner. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, he could no longer think too much. The only thing he could do was to find out Uchiha Chinyu's intentions as soon as possible. As the broadcast screen opened, the huge estuary suddenly fell into silence. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, and on the screen, He also quickly executed the order given by Zhang Guo and started to connect. When his eyes fell, a huge pirate ship was sailing towards the estuary of the navy against the wind and waves. The huge ship cannons looked extremely huge on the open sea, giving people an inexplicable sense of desolation. The dock was already full of naval soldiers and generals who stayed here. However, their faces looked a little ugly at this moment. After all, in their eyes, 5 days ago, Sengoku, who was the marshal, personally led 6 or 7/10 of the elite troops of the headquarters to Wangguo. Most of the tens of thousands of naval soldiers who stayed were the wounded soldiers left after the battle against the Golden Lion not long ago. There were only more than 10,000 people who could really be sent to the battlefield. If they were to face other forces, these more than 10,000 troops would definitely be enough to deal with them. It was a pity that the ones who came this time were the Blood Flag pirates, who were rumored to have killed one of the old 4 emperors, Kaido, in Wano country 5 days ago. This was a fierce reputation, and this alone was enough to scare many people. Not to mention, under such a disadvantage, confronting them head-on would undoubtedly be a death sentence. What a jerk! How could he come here? A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and soon everyone could see the blazing molten lava falling from the sky. As the blazing wind rolled back in all directions, Akainu's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes first. The originally somewhat restless atmosphere was slightly calmed down. However, at this moment, Akainu had no mind to care about other people. Looking at the outline of the ship that was rapidly enlarged in the distance, he subconsciously clenched his fists, and his heart was bleeding. This time, he proposed that Sengoku go to Wangguo to take this trip, and he chose to stay in the Navy headquarters. In the eyes of outsiders, Akainu did not intend to take credit and changed his old habit of being in the limelight. However, the real purpose was that Akainu himself had learned his lesson. Respond to changes with the same. With this method, stay in the Navy headquarters and reduce your own mistakes. To increase the chance of becoming a Navy admiral. However, the scene in front of him made Akainu feel like he was shooting himself in the foot. What didn't run into, it was rare to play a little trick, but he ran into the most powerful Blood Flag pirates during this period. If he could choose again, Akainu would definitely not want to play this kind of trick again. Admiral Akainu, you're finally here. Hua Shaishan was the first to lose his temper, not even noticing that the cigar he was holding had gone out. I've already issued an urgent request for help, and Mr. Zephyr, who stayed at the Navy recruit training camp, will also come. I also forcibly recalled Momosegi, who went to the Sabayati archipelago to perform a mission. As for Admiral Fujitora, who was resting, he also rushed back to the casino. We may need to hold on for a while. As a leader among the Navy Vice Admirals, he is also a veteran. In the absence of the Marshal Admiral, he undoubtedly temporarily acted as the commander. However, when he saw Akainu appear, he finally showed an expression of relief that he could pass the buck. Hua Shaishan knew very well that it was impossible to fight against the Blood Flag pirates, which was now in full swing, with only the troops left at the Navy headquarters and a group of Navy generals. The only luxury was to buy more time to wait for the arrival of support. Humph, a bunch of bastards. This is the Marine headquarters in Marineford. We must not let them run wild. Akainu's face darkened and he shouted sternly. I have called the world government and asked them to send troops for support. I believe the 5 elders will arrive in time to uproot these thorns in their eyes. No, it should be said that their appearance in this place this time is the bad luck of the Blood Flag pirates. It gives us the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. The low voice echoed on the dock. Faced with Akainu's bold words, all the navy in the huge estuary was silent. Chapter 1090 The Largest Zombie Show. The huge dock fell into silence. Looking at Akainu with a stern face, their hearts were a little uncertain. After all the tasks led by Akainu during this period ended in failure. Throwing out such bold words now undoubtedly gives people the illusion of digging a pit. What's wrong? Don't you believe me? Akainu's face darkened and he said sternly. You are the elite of the Navy headquarters. If this matter is spread out, it will only make our Navy lose all its face. After the voice fell, Akainu waved his hand suddenly and shouted angrily, pass my order down, all the artillery will be set up for me, I want to give him a greeting gift first. Since they dare to come, I will let him come without return. The order fell, and the doubts mixed in the words once again tensed everyone's nerves. A group of Navy soldiers couldn't help but look at each other and looked at Huashao Mountain. In their eyes, anyone can see that the current situation is stronger than others. However, facing the order of Admiral Akainu, they can't resist. Hua Shaishan's face darkened, he raised his hand and shouted, "All artillery soldiers, enter combat status immediately, aim at the ship where the Blood Flag pirates are attacking, and be ready to fire at any time." The stern voice sounded again, and Hua Shaishan, as the temporary commander, obviously played a key role. Originally guarding here, hundreds of thousands of artillery soldiers moved one after another. When the sound of huge gears turning sounded, thousands of artillery mounted on the estuary embankment instantly aimed at the approaching Gyulazayaki. The sudden scene made the atmosphere in the field tense to the extreme. Tens of thousands of eyes, even all the eyes through the Den Mushi, were all locked on the huge deck of the Gyulazayaki. In their eyes, the fuse of this imminent battle fell on the thin figure standing on the bow. Looking at the artillery that was ready in an instant, Akainu's expression sank, and he spoke again in a stern voice, "What if Emperor Qin you don't take the road to heaven, and you break into hell without a door? Everyone thought that after you captured Wano country, you would chase to Wano country where the Big Mom pirates are located. I didn't expect that your scheming is as deep as you are, and you actually want to take advantage of these groundless news to launch a sneak attack on us while our Navy headquarters is empty. But don't forget, this is the Navy headquarters, and our rear is the Red Earth continent. Not to mention you, even the Golden Lion Shiki, who has been on the sea for most of his life, hiding for 20 years, and carefully preparing for revenge to challenge our Navy headquarters, was killed by our Navy headquarters. You are just a newcomer. Why do you want to destroy our Marine headquarters? Pass my order down, open fire and sink them." The rolling voices echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. Wangguo, who was in Wangguo, almost strangled the Den Mushi in his hand to death. If he stayed in the Marine headquarters this time, the first response he took would definitely not be as reckless as Akainu. At least, Zhangguo's idea is to put the overall situation first, find out the other party's intentions first, and then make plans. What Akainu showed at the moment was undoubtedly that he would not tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. It was his so-called absolute justice. This. The messenger looked at Hua Shaishan at once. Akainu's face sank, and he was about to speak sharply and urge again. Hua Shaishan sighed helplessly and said, "Open fire." Along with the temporary supervisor's order to burn the mountain, thousands of artillery pieces that had been ready for a long time roared like thunder. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of artillery pieces turned into a dark rainstorm and rolled towards the Gyulazayaki. The momentum was so huge that it gave people a sense of all-round saturation carpet bombing. Facing such a large-scale attack, it was completely impossible to hide. At that time, the Navy headquarters designed the U-shaped estuary to achieve this effect. "Humph, you bastard candle-lighting kid, I was defeated by the Thunder Dragon Kid. It has nothing to do with your Navy headquarters, let alone you." With the familiar voice, everyone present was suddenly nervous. No. It should be said that everyone who saw this scene through the Den Mushi was no exception. After all, not long ago, when the Marine headquarters, Marineford, was attacked. They were very familiar with this voice that belonged to Shiki the Golden Lion. Lion Wei Haiwan. Boom. The calm sea surface seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible hands in an instant. The moment the huge waves rolled up, they turned into a giant lion head and hit the shells falling from the sky head-on. Boom. With a slight touch, the shells in the sky exploded. The rolling waves splashed, as if turning into an abnormal downpour. However, before these seawater approached the Gyulazayaki, they were directly dispersed by the Golden Lion with the power of the floating fruit. Looking at the Golden Lion floating in the air on the deck, with two famous swords inserted in his feet as prosthetic limbs. The golden hair fluttering in the wind and the domineering posture were no worse than when he died before. What is going on, isn't the Golden Lion Shiki dead? How could he be with the kid of the Blood Flag pirates? Akainu's face suddenly changed. No. It should be said that as long as he saw this figure appearing in the air. Everyone was no exception. Not long ago, Golden Lion was killed, but through the live broadcast of Den Mushi, the whole sea witnessed it with their own eyes. However, no one expected that after half a month, Golden Lion would come back to life in public. This was undoubtedly beyond their cognition. Haha, your expressions are the same as I imagined, stop rubbing your eyes, this is not a dream. Golden Lion laughed unscrupulously. I did come back from the dead, and my Captain Kid saved me. If you die one day, you can consider it in advance and let the captain kid lend a hand. By the way, don't look unconvinced. I have a kid playing with sand here. He died once. The carefree and undisguised voice echoed between heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dispersed. Standing on the deck of the ship, still holding a cigar and combing his hair back, Crocodile, the sand crocodile, who rarely appeared in public again, had his cheeks twitching. While secretly clenching his fists, if it were not for the occasion, he really had the urge to shout and fight the golden lion to the death. This scene at the moment makes people feel that it is the largest live performance of corpse resurrection. Chapter 1091 came for sea burial. What is going on? On the huge dock, everyone looked at the figure floating in the air with disbelief on their faces. As the golden lion said, there were still many people in the field who were rubbing their eyes frantically, repeatedly confirming whether they were dreaming. However, all this gave people a feeling of futile. No matter how much they rubbed their eyes, the figure in the air was still lingering. In the sea of Wonguo, the Moby Dick where Whitebeard was and the Red Hare's 4 were anchored together. Standing on the deck, staring at the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi, the expressions on their faces were also unusually livid. They had already known that the Golden Lion Shiki was resurrected by Qin Yu. However, they never thought that the Golden Lion, who had always been unruly, would call Qin Yu the captain. Although, the word captain was followed by the word kid. However, this kind of treatment was placed on the sea. Only the former rocks could do it. Among them, there is probably a secret that cannot be told. Moreover, the fighting power displayed by the Golden Lion after resurrection is not inferior to that before death. Based on this alone, for the Blood Flag pirates, even if it is just as the rumors speculate. When hunting down Kaido, the beast, the Blood Flag pirates paid a heavy price. With the Golden Lion, it can also make up for quite a lot. At this moment, they seemed to have guessed why the Blood Flag pirates would go to the Marine headquarters, Marineford, to act wildly at this critical moment. With such a lineup, this is not too much trouble at all. Haha, are you shocked? Golden Lion laughed repeatedly. If it weren't for the captain's gag order, I would have planned to tell you one more secret. But forget it now. If you are confident that you can fight me, you can just come out. The unbridled laughter echoed between heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dispersed. Looking at the domineering Golden Lion who did not mind the trouble at all. The faces of the people present suddenly turned pale, and many people turned their eyes and subconsciously locked on Akainu. At present, with the elite of the Marine headquarters out, there is no one else who can be sent out to confront Golden Lion head-on except Akainu. Haha, Captain Golden Lion, I didn't expect you to come again after half a month. Why don't I let this old man be your opponent? A slightly hoarse chuckle suddenly sounded. Soon everyone saw a huge rock flying out of the Navy headquarters. Standing on it was not only the new Admiral Fujitora holding the noodles. There was also the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. However, Zephyr's black hair has already turned silver, and there are many more wrinkles on his face. It seems that he has become old all of a sudden. Seeing the joining of the combat power of these two admirals, especially the scene half a month ago when Fujitora's gravity fruit completely defeated the Golden Lion's floating fruit, they felt like they had been given a shot of heart. Humph, it's you again, blind man. I'm not here alone today. I'm not afraid of you if I fight alone. Golden Lion snorted unhappily. However, a trace of solemnity also emerged on his face. Watching this scene, Kojiki Oden, who was standing behind Qin Yu and wearing a mask and a cloak, became more and more excited. During this period, after he left Wano country, he heard a lot of useful information from Wald, the Big Mouth. Especially for the secrets hidden in Uchiha Qin Yu, the captain of the Blood Flag pirates, he was even more curious. I didn't expect that after being dead for 20 years, the sea became so interesting. It turns out that the bastard life in Wano country is not suitable for me. There is no such feeling that makes people excited. Kojiki Oden muttered to himself excitedly. Qin Yu, who watched this scene, rolled his eyes helplessly. He didn't come here today to take the opportunity to sneak attack the Navy headquarters. If this group of battle maniacs disrupted his plan, this was not what he wanted to see. In particular, for the character setting of Kojiki Oden in the original work, the kind of impulsiveness that even rushed up to fight against Roger, the Pirate King, is not comparable to ordinary people. Thinking of this, Qin Yu quickly reminded, Oden, be honest, now is not the time for you to show up. Ahem, Captain, don't worry, I know you came here this time to borrow that clock. Kojiki Odin quickly coughed to express his attitude. It can be said that after resurrection, Kojiki Odin, who seemed to have ADHD, was not idle at all. Not only did he challenge everyone on the ship, but also the captain Qin Yu. With his immortal body, even if Odin could only exert 70% to 80% of his strength, he could perfectly fight against the existence of the Golden Lion, not to mention other people. However, when facing Qin Yu, Odin was directly abused by Qin Yu. Even the so-called immortal body was of no use in front of Qin Yu. Through this battle, Kojiki Odin immediately labeled Qin Yu as someone who could not be provoked. Especially during the battle, seeing Qin Yu's expression of ease, Kojiki Odin firmly believed that even in his heyday, he would not be his opponent. It's the oak spell. Qin Yu glanced at Kojiki Odin, who had calmed down a little, and his eyes returned to Zephyr and Fujitora who had just landed on the ground. As a former admiral of the navy, Zephyr gave people the feeling that he had indeed become older. However, as he was in the same class as Sengoku Garp, a former admiral, and now the chief instructor of the navy recruit camp, he undoubtedly became the backbone of this battle as soon as he appeared. Even the frustrated Akainu, after his face changed continuously, he remained silent directly, obviously handing over the decision-making power. 5 Emperors Qin Yu, I didn't expect you to suddenly visit our navy headquarters in Marineford. Zephyr stood firm and spoke first. However, this time, your wishful thinking may be wrong. The old guys like Zhangguo and Garp went to Wangguo, but it does not mean that the current navy headquarters is a persimmon that can be squeezed by others. At this point, Zifa's face full of oldness emerged with a stern fighting spirit and said, if you insist on taking action, I can only sacrifice my life and drag you here. It's hard to say who will win or lose at that time. Yes, what Zifa said is right. If you want to fight, count me in too. A half-bird figure wrapped in flames fell from the sky and landed on Zifa's side, dispersing the flames on his body again. Looking at this graceful figure that suddenly appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. This is the goddess of the navy. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said, I'm sorry, you may have misunderstood. This time, we are only here for the sea burial. Chapter 1092 A deal is made. Come to the sea for burial. The people present were stunned. In their eyes, this was simply a crazy and abnormal act. As a pirate, he was also a public enemy. If his head had not been caught by the door, he would have been a real madman if he had not traveled thousands of miles from Wano country to the sea for burial. Kid, are you kidding? Zifa's face sank and he spoke again. However, the tense nerves in his heart relaxed a little. The harsh words just now were very full. However, Zifa knew clearly that he could not hold on for long with his old bones. It was just that the arrow was on the string and had to be shot, forcing him to say harsh words. Haha, old Zifa, don't worry, I don't have the mind to go to war with your navy headquarters. Qin Yu laughed dryly and reiterated. Of course, if you try to stop us, we will still use appropriate force. In order to avoid accidental shootings between the two sides, I think old Zifa, you should also give me a break and satisfy my willful request. I think if Zhangguo is here, he should agree. In the eyes of outsiders, the Navy's elite are now out, and the peak combat power is even less than half. For the Navy headquarters, it can definitely be called an unprecedented period of weakness, which is the best opportunity for a sneak attack. However, Qin Yu knew clearly that the Navy headquarters could exist on this sea for hundreds of years, and the foundation behind it was not that simple. At least, without the permission of the 5 elders, this face responsibility would never fall. This time Qin Yu came to make the world turbulence value of the final kick further, so as to completely break the world law that blocked itself. It is not a good thing to completely tear your face apart without a decisive battle with the world government. Faced with these words, the huge port terminal suddenly fell into silence. Everyone's eyes turned and locked onto Zifa. Damn little brat, you dragged me into this even though I wasn't there. Zhangguo, who was on Cake Island, gritted his teeth and said angrily. I thought I could stay out of this, but I never thought that I would be shot even when I was lying down. Haha, Zhangguo, don't be so stubborn here, could it be that the little brat guessed wrong? Garp stuffed a piece of senbei into his mouth and laughed without any care. However, if I were the marshal, if that guy was just for the sea burial and didn't do anything troublesome, we could just turn a blind eye and see what tricks he would come up with. Also, Did you notice that there was a very different man in a cloak standing behind the little brat? He showed his true face on the ship, and he was the only one who was mysterious. Did you find that this cloaked man had an inexplicable familiar feeling? A series of words instantly aroused everyone's nerves. Zhang Guo also looked at it subconsciously, frowned, and showed a suspicious look. At the first glance, the dusty memory in Zhang Guo's mind loosened a little. But this looseness was soon covered up by the impossibility again. Okay, I promise to let you bury at sea. Zifa's voice sounded again. Not to mention the people watching the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi, even everyone in the Navy headquarters changed their expressions. However, most of the Navy soldiers showed a look of relief. The previous moment, Akainu's inspiring words were indeed full of lofty ambitions. However, in this situation where others are obviously strong, it is undoubtedly a simple death. For worthless death, they are more inclined to Zifa's latter choice. Zef, you do this, let the pirates hold a sea burial at the Navy headquarters, I am afraid it is damaging the face of our Navy headquarters. Akainu said in a deep voice. Akainu had already anticipated Zifa's crazy behavior. However, his statement now is just to better distance himself from this matter. At least, he could step down better in front of the 5 elders afterwards. Humph, Akainu, do you think the teacher doesn't know what's going on in your mind? Zephyr looked back coldly and said. Don't worry, since I gave this order, I will be responsible for whatever happens afterwards, and it has nothing to do with you. You should wait to take your position as marshal. You. Akainu was choked with anger. However, facing Zephyr, he felt that he had no way to refute. The changes in the eyes of the surrounding Navy soldiers made Akainu's face darken all of a sudden. However, this time Akainu obviously chose to remain silent. Haha, it seems that you have reached a consensus. Qin Yu laughed dryly, signaled Wald and others to drive the Gyulazayakai again, and said, Don't worry, old Zifa, I am a pirate, but I also keep my promise. As long as the sea burial is completed, we will leave immediately and will never let you fall into injustice. For Zifa, who suddenly aged a lot, Qin Yu actually felt a little guilty. If it weren't for using the identity of Thunder Dragon Laxus to mix some world turbulence value in the Navy headquarters, he wouldn't have deceived Zifa's love for talent. Okay, I also believe in you, a madman, and I hope it will be the same as you said. Zifa responded in a deep voice. The turbid old eyes quickly passed on the huge deck of the ship. For the rumors about Thunder Dragon Laxus. He is also a member of the Blood Flag Pirates. This made Zifa subconsciously want to confirm. However, when he looked at the huge deck, not to mention the figure of Thunder Dragon Laxus, even the Prideson Escanor and others were not there. This surprised Zifa, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The huge Gorozayaki was slowly moving. As the surrounding waves were torn apart, Wald laughed and turned over, landing on the ship's cannon, and slapped it with his backhand. Haha, if you use this turtle crawling speed to bury at sea, I'm afraid you guys will be worried to death. Now I'll let you appreciate what is the strongest power of the destruction fruit. Momo 50 times acceleration. Bang! The huge Gorozayaki, under the power of Wald's fruit. The turtle crawling speed, in an instant, seemed to be stimulant, and rushed out like a wild horse. The huge waves hit the coast heavily, awakening the people who were in a trance. As one of the sailors on the sea, they knew the so-called burial at sea very well. It was necessary to sail around the island for a certain number of times before the next ritual could be carried out. Chapter 1093 Even the dead were used. The huge Navy headquarters fell into silence. Everyone's eyes turned in unison and locked onto the Gyulazayaki that was sailing around the island. Facing this huge ship with a skyrocketing speed, the nerves were stretched to the extreme. The speed of sailing around the island was very fast, but as the Navy headquarters, the size of Marineford was undoubtedly larger. The process of sailing around the island was slowed down infinitely. As time went on, not only the people present, but also the people behind the Den Den Mushi, their hearts seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. It only added an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. This scene, at this moment, seemed to be extended infinitely. When the huge Gyulazayakai returned to the estuary again, the waves stopped. Qin Yu was the first to jump onto the port. Following closely behind, it was Kojiki Oden, who was wearing a cloak and hiding his identity, with a package in his hand. Looking at this sudden scene, the Navy soldiers stationed on both sides were nervous. It was the first time for them to have such a close contact with the Emperor of the Sea. Every step they took, it felt like stepping on their hearts. Hua Shaishan, Daotu, and others who were guarding the front line subconsciously looked at Zifa. Faced with such a situation, the respected Zifa undoubtedly became their backbone. You all retreat, if there is anything, I will be responsible. Zifa said in a deep voice, and took the lead to stand aside. The remaining Daotu and Hua Shaishan also hesitated for a while and quickly followed. The Navy soldiers stationed there stood aside like a swarm of bees. For a moment, the huge entrance to the square was split into a blank area, leading directly to the depths of the square. No. It should be said that there was a familiar figure on that passage. Fujitora, what are you doing? Zifa's expression changed slightly. In Zifa's eyes, he thought Akainu would be restless, but he never expected that the person who was tossing at such a critical moment was Fujitora. Sorry, I just felt a familiar smell on the 5th Emperor Qin Yu, and I was too absorbed in thinking about things, which led to a fool of myself. Fujitora laughed dryly, rolled his eyes, and said, it's a pity that my eyes can't see anything, otherwise I can also see the style of the 5 emperors. General Fujitora, please forgive me. There is a saying in my hometown that others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at others for not seeing through. Sometimes, if you are blind in your eyes but not in your heart, you may be able to see farther. Qin Yu stopped and said with a smile. Fujitora was stunned for a moment, rolled his eyes and said, the 5 emperors are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Thank you for your teaching. As he spoke, Fujitora leaned on his cane and sword and walked to the side. The inexplicable words shocked everyone in the scene. However, facing the fact that even the last obstacle was gone, Qin Yu once again led Kojiki Oden to the depths of the Navy headquarters. The people in a daze once again tensed their nerves. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. As the distance was getting closer, the nerves of everyone present were also tensed to the extreme. Only Akainu stood behind Zephyr as if nothing had happened, secretly clenching his fists. When Qin Yu finally stopped in front of the huge oak's bell. This big bell, which is regarded as justice at sea by the Navy, was suddenly struck by the 5 emperors who are pirates at this moment. Ding! The clear sound of the bell rose up to the sky, breaking the silence of the huge Navy headquarters. Oden, who was standing behind Qin Yu and wearing a cloak to cover his true face, stepped forward quickly. He directly opened the wrapped head in his hand. With his eyes wide open and his face full of disbelief, the head of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was first presented to everyone. No. It should be said that this amazing scene was broadcast live on Den Den Mushi and spread across the entire sea. If it is said that during this period, many people were skeptical about the news that Kaido was killed. After all, in their eyes, Kaido was a suicidal person. Looking at in this sea, the person who can kill him has not appeared at all. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, most people would not dare to believe it. Especially those who have fought with Kaido, they are even more unwilling to believe that all this is true. Unfortunately, now the facts are in front of them, and they can no longer doubt it. Especially seeing the disbelief on Kaido's head. It seems to be telling that at the last moment of death, something unimaginable happened. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 100 points of world turbulence value. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 500 points of world turbulence value. Ding dang, congratulations to the host. A series of ethereal system prompts sounded again. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, raised the corners of his lips, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he went to the Navy headquarters for a sea burial. It was all to give the stagnant world turbulence value a final push. The current system's overreaction undoubtedly met Qin Yu's guess. According to this constantly rising value, it may only take 1 or 2 minutes to reach 100,000 turbulence values. At that time, it is not impossible to lift the restrictions on the samsara eye in this world. It is also a crazy act that even the dead are used this time. Haha, did you see that? This is the head of Kaido, the beast. My captain is a dragon-slaying warrior. It is more than enough to become the head of the 5 emperors. Whitebeard, you old guy, did you see that? Don't be like Roger and die too early. I still want to find you to drink. Although it looks a bit weird to drink in this state, it's also a mouth addiction. Unbridled laughter suddenly sounded. Qin Yu looked helplessly at Kojiki Oden, who was standing behind him, laughing so hard that his mouth was about to tear, and covered his forehead helplessly. "I told you to be low-key. You will regret it." Qin Yu still knows Kojiki Oden's temperament in the original work very well. This is a typical silly and sweet protagonist character. They retreated at the same time as Roger, Luffy, and others. Unfortunately, Roger, like Kojiki Oden, had the fate of a protagonist but not the aura of a protagonist. In the end, he could not save his life. However, facing Kojiki Oden's sudden crazy behavior, whether it was the Navy soldiers present or a group of generals, even Whitebeard and others who were separated by Den Den Mushi, also froze. However, compared with others, Whitebeard's dusty memory was obviously touched a little. Soon, a trace of disbelief appeared on his old face. Chapter 1094 The most brutal ambush in history. Is it him? An extremely absurd figure flashed through Whitebeard's mind. After all, not long ago, he met Kojiki Hiri, who came to ask for help with his own eyes. He clearly knew the death of Kojiki Oden, the former captain of the 2nd Division. Moreover, in the original work, Fire Fist Ace personally went to Wano country to confirm the whereabouts of Kojiki Oden. It is precisely because of this reason that he inherited the position of captain of the 2nd Division. However, the guy in the cloak, hiding his head and showing his tail, not only his tone, but also his behavior and way of doing things are completely consistent with his impression. If he had not seen and heard these words with his own eyes, Whitebeard would never be willing to believe that all this was true. "Do it!" The old voice sounded without any warning. In an instant, the distracted people suddenly woke up, and the first thing that came into view was Akainu, who had behaved unusually well a moment ago. Dogtooth Red Lotus. Bang! The hot magma flowed on Akainu's body, and under the sudden clenching of his 5 fingers, without any fancy, he struck Qin Yu and Kojiki Oden head-on. The short distance of dozens of meters was just a blink of an eye for the giant dog transformed by the magma. "Haha, I expected this guy to make a move. Captain, the previous promise is no longer valid." Kojiki Oden laughed loudly and reached for the sword at his waist. "I haven't moved for a long time. Leave this battle to me." As the words rolled, Kojiki Oden's momentum changed instantly. However, before he could make a move, an invisible mental shock, like a raging tide, attacked head-on. Mental shock. Boom! Kojiki Oden's mind roared, and the movement of his hands undoubtedly stagnated. When the strong fight, life and death are just a matter of a moment. Seeing this, Akainu's hot magma surging in his body rushed out like a raging tide. With the injection of more powerful power, the canine Red Lotus transformed by the hot magma suddenly expanded a large circle. Mixed with blazing wind, it bit down towards Qin Yu and the other two. Bang! The hot molten lava splashed out, and the oak's bell hanging not far away was instantly swallowed by the molten lava. The scarlet color directly covered the square of dozens of meters in radius. Seeing that the attack was successful, Akainu shook his body and rushed over quickly. The dormant observation haki in his body rolled back like a raging tide, covering most of the Navy headquarters. "Are you looking for me?" Qin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. Super-level magic fall of the sky. Boom! Mysterious magic circles quickly bloomed in the sky. Looking at this familiar scene, Akainu suddenly remembered the first time he encountered Qin Yu in the form of a skeleton demon on the Sabayati archipelago. On that day, in Akainu's eyes, he suffered such a great loss at the hands of an unknown boy. That was simply a huge shame. Most importantly, since the defeat in that battle, Akainu's life has been like a setback. He was constantly defeated on the sea, and even the prestige of the general accumulated in the past was gone. Akainu's expression suddenly changed, and he didn't have time to think about it, and he quickly backhanded a punch. Dogtooth Red Lotus. Bang! The magic that fell from the sky instantly collided with the hot magma. The collision was no less than that, and a large wave of magma was set off, which swept away with the violent explosion hurricane. Looking at the magma falling from the sky, like a rainstorm, Zephyr, who had always planned to make a big deal out of a small matter, suddenly woke up. He never thought that Akainu had colluded with the 5 elders from the beginning, hiding it from all of them, and attacked at the critical moment. However, it was precisely because of this reason that some Navy soldiers who had no idea that a battle would break out were obviously too close to the impact range of the explosion. If they were not careful, they might be directly injured by the magma. Or even die here. Gravity boundary. Fujitora suddenly moved. He stomped the cane knife in his hand on the ground, and the magma fell like a rainstorm. It was instantly stopped by the invisible gravity. The sudden scene made those naval soldiers and even naval generals who were in a trance suddenly wake up. The battle here is not something you can intervene in. Get away first. Fujitora walked out of the crowd, rolled his eyes, and spoke in a deep voice. All the people who came to participate in the battle this time are rarely seen. It seems that once this battle starts, Marineford will probably have to move to other places. It's a pity that I'm blind and can't witness this battle with my own eyes, otherwise it should be very interesting. The expressions of Zephyr and Momotobu, who were standing aside, also changed. The dormant observation haki in their bodies quickly spread around, and they were also shocked. They did not doubt what Fujitora said just now. After all, in their eyes, Fujitora can use the power of the devil fruit to summon the meteorites above the 9 heavens. If there is no outstanding observation haki support, I'm afraid there is no way to do it. However, there are some things that they must confirm in person before they can give up. 1, 2, 3, 5. The 5 elders are all here, are they crazy? Zephyr muttered with a sullen look. He is a former admiral of the Navy, and he has served as the chief instructor of the Navy in the recruit camp for decades. Of course, he has met the 5 elders many times. Facing their aura, he was already familiar with it. Looking around, 5 old men with gloomy faces walked out slowly. The scene in front of him could be called a top-level feast. This is a monk from the 5 elders. I heard that the sword in his hand is the first generation of Kaiditsu. That's Elim. Grey, Helair. Hoya. A series of exclamations sounded on the battlefield. After so many major events happened in succession, the mysterious veil covering the faces of the 5 elders had already been torn apart. So, their appearance, apart from the initial shock, everyone present had an extremely absurd idea in their minds. The 5 elders came in person. Are they planning to completely break off relations with Chinyu and fight to the death with the Blood Flag pirates under the 5 emperors? Is this ambush the most brutal in history? The rolling magma fell from the sky like a rainstorm. As soon as it approached the crowd, it was stopped by the gravity exerted by Fujitora. It was finally transported to the sea and sank into it. As the explosion waves in the sky dissipated, the first thing that came into view was Akina standing in the ruins, looking a little embarrassed. And Chinyu was quietly suspended in the void. Seeing this scene, many people's pupils shrank slightly. The fight just now was very short, but it also made people see who had the upper hand temporarily. Chapter 1095 I am an immortal. 1, 2, 3, 5. The 5 elders are all here, are they crazy? Zifa muttered with a sullen look. He is a former admiral of the Navy and has served as the chief instructor of the Navy in the recruit camp for decades. Of course, he has met the 5 elders many times. Facing their aura, he is already familiar with it. Looking around, 5 old men with gloomy faces walked out slowly. This scene in front of them can be called a top-level feast. This is a monk from the 5 elders. I heard that the sword in his hand is the first generation of Kaiditsu. That's Elim. Grey, Helair. Hoya. A series of exclamations sounded on the battlefield. After so many major events happened in succession, the mysterious veil covering the faces of the 5 elders had long been torn apart. So, their appearance, in addition to the initial shock, everyone present had an extremely absurd idea in their minds. The 5 elders came in person. Are they going to completely break off relations with Chinyu and fight to the death with the Blood Flag pirates under the 5 emperors? The rolling magma fell from the sky like a rainstorm. As soon as it approached the crowd, it was directly stopped by the gravity exerted by Fujitora. Finally, it was transported to the sea and sank into it. As the explosion waves in the sky dissipated, the first thing that came into view was Akina standing in the ruins, looking a little embarrassed. And Chinyu quietly suspended in the void. Seeing this scene, many people's pupils shrank slightly. The fight just now was very short, but it also made people see who temporarily had the upper hand. The huge square fell into an inexplicable silence. Looking at the 2 people confronting each other in the ruins, and the 5 old figures walking slowly around, everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. If it is said that the previous moment, under the overall situation of Zifa, this meeting would only make a big thing small, and a small thing nothing, then now the 5 elders have undoubtedly piled this big thing into a powder keg and detonated it. This battle will never stop. No. It should be said that it is a fight to the death. You bastards, you dare to sneak attack our captain. Golden Lion was the first to get angry. The huge Gyulo's yaki was suspended directly in the air, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. The huge battlefield suddenly became tense. Humph, Golden Lion didn't expect you to be alive after death. If I had known, I would have burned your body directly that day, leaving you as a homeless soul. A monk's face sank and he shouted loudly. The other 4 people also turned their eyes in vain and locked on the Golden Lion, with their eyes flickering slightly. Facing the Golden Lion who suddenly came back to life, they were also shocked. They tried their best to think of ways to survive in this world for so long. All to avoid death. They exhausted their efforts and methods, and barely thought of some special ways. However, now Golden Lion has only used a short half-month to successfully reach the front of their hundreds of years of hard work. Humph, Golden Lion, I'm really surprised to see your face again. Elam said lightly. However, I really want to know that people who have just died may be able to be resurrected easily, but how did you resurrect Kojiki Odin, who has been dead for more than 20 years? At this point, Elam's eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. I think this question should be asked to the 5 emperors Qin Yu. After learning the information that Crocodile was resurrected, we were still skeptical, but now it seems that we obviously underestimated you. However, it's a pity that you underestimated our 5 elders and let the newly resurrected Kojiki Odin be killed instantly. This is probably a bit disappointing. At this moment, the voice of Er Chong was like a magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Especially Whitebeard, his face changed drastically, showing a face full of shock. A moment ago, he guessed that the person hiding in the cloak was an old acquaintance from the past, Kojiki Odin from Wano country. He never thought that this absurd idea was actually true. If it wasn't for Elim pointing it out, he probably wouldn't have dared to believe it. However, when he thought of the rare resurrection of Kojiki Odin, he hadn't even had a chance to meet him, and he was killed again. Even Whitebeard's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he secretly clenched his fists, revealing murderous intent. The incident in Wano country that day led to the death of Kojiki Odin, which made Whitebeard, who didn't have time to know the news, feel guilty. However, now that he can see Odin again, this is definitely the best opportunity to make up for the regret. Unfortunately, all this was undoubtedly buried again in front of him. It can be said that the most powerless time for a person is to watch the people he doesn't want to see die. If Whitebeard could choose, he would want to go directly to the Navy headquarters for revenge. Haha, the 5 elders are indeed extraordinary people. Even this can be seen. Qin Yu laughed dryly. But you still seem to have underestimated me. You just said who was killed again, this is a very embarrassing thing to say. The inexplicable words made everyone present tense up. Even Elim didn't have time to think about it, and his eyes turned and fell on the place where Kojiki Odin was standing. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing after resurrection. I forgot to tell you that I am now immortal. The flying ashes gathered quickly in the void. In full view of the public, it was reshaped into the appearance of Kojiki Odin. However, this time, the cloak on Kojiki Odin's body had long disappeared. What remained was the figure that was resurrected after the impure world reincarnation. Looking at this crazy scene, the pupils of everyone present suddenly shrank. Even the murderous Whitebeard showed an expression of disbelief. In their eyes, people are dead. Even the Golden Lion took Qin Yu a lot of effort to be resurrected. At least, this is the scope of their cognition. However, the Kojiki Odin in front of them now gave people a feeling of being like a doll made of dust and dirt. After being killed, he could be resurrected in such a strange way. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? Hehe, what's wrong, why is no one talking? Kojiki Odin laughed dryly. His eyes suddenly turned and fell on a monk, and he reached for the famous sword at his waist. Looking at your attire, you should also be a samurai who walked out of Wano country. I have heard of your name a long time ago. Let me be your opponent this time. Darwin Cross. Bang! A dull explosion sounded suddenly, and everyone felt the ground shaking. Chapter 1096 The Terrifying SSG Plan. Bang! The ground shook violently, and Kojiki Odin was the first to jump up. The place where he landed was shattered like a spider web. The whole person rushed towards the monk like a running bullet. The speed was so fast that he approached in the blink of an eye. Yan Mo and Tian Yu Zhan hidden in his waist were unsheathed in an instant. One sword style demon slash. The monk's expression suddenly changed. He didn't have time to think about it. The first generation of Kaiditsu in his hand was also unsheathed. Bang! 3 slashes collided with each other without any hesitation. The violent air waves vented, and the rock layer under his feet collapsed. The dust and sand rushed straight into the sky. 2 figures flew backwards like cannonballs. Bang! The monk flew backwards dozens of meters away. As soon as he stood firm, he roared. Elam! Judgment of the scales, I find you guilty. Buzz! Dazzling golden light bloomed behind Ilium. He had been waiting since the beginning. Waiting for a chance to attack. The golden light grew and instantly turned into a circular field, quickly spreading towards Kojiki Odin. It was so fast that it covered him in the blink of an eye. Kojiki Odin, who was inside, couldn't help but pause. In his fighting style, the strong should fight alone. Now, as a monk of the 5 elders, he was attacked by someone, which undoubtedly subverted his definition of the strong. Kojiki Odin just felt that most of the strength in his body was drained away at once. At the same time, the sensitivity of his movements also became sluggish. I'm sorry, Kojiki Odin, you're going to die now. A monk disappeared like a ghost, and reappeared only 7 or 8 meters away. The first generation of Kaiditsu clenched tightly in his hand, and suddenly slashed out under the agitation of ghost energy. One sword-style Death Soul Devourer. Boom! A knife came out. The ghost energy rushed to the sky, like the incarnation of the god of death holding a sickle, instantly covering Kojiki Odin. With the sound of cloth tearing, the body was directly shattered like paper. The rock layer behind him was torn apart as if attacked by sharp claws. When the ghost energy in the sky dissipated, the scarred earth was exposed. The scene that first came into view again made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. A pair of hands holding a famous sword remained in the void. The debris in the sky, like a small whirlpool, gathered again, reshaping the appearance of Kojiki Odin. An absurd idea emerged in their minds. Is this a monster? No. At this moment, they finally understood what Kojiki Odin meant by the undead just now. Haha, it's so refreshing. I haven't tried the taste of fighting for a long time. Kojiki Odin laughed and said. You 5 elders are really unscrupulous in doing things, but I have thought of an interesting way to fight, Yiseng, you have to be careful. Bang! Kojiki Odin took a step forward, and retreated just like before, like a cannonball, rushing towards the monk. However, this time they were only a dozen meters apart, even closer than the first time they met. The monk's expression changed drastically, and his muscles tensed up all of a sudden. While pushing the observation haki to the extreme, the first generation Kaiditsu in his hand, with the stern sound of breaking through the air, stabbed towards the chest of Kojiki Odin who appeared in front of him. Puff! The blade wrapped in ghost energy instantly pierced through Kojiki Odin's chest. The breath flowing on the blade turned in vain and directly shattered it. Bang! Most of the chest was torn off. However, there was no blood splashing in sight. The reflection of Kojiki Odin in his eyes showed a smile of success. The Yama and Tianyujan in his hands were slashed out instantly. This is a completely life-or-death gangster fighting style. 2 sword style climbing the tower. Boom! 2 swords instantly soared into the sky. The sharp and unmatched posture penetrated the accumulated clouds in the sky. The huge impact force directly caused the pupils of the monk to shrink suddenly. While blood bloomed on his chest, the devil fruit ability in his body was driven to the extreme. Bang! The monk flew backwards and smashed into the tower 100 meters away. Air vortex. Hoya's face darkened, and he took the lead. The invisible airwave seemed to be stirred by a pair of big hands. In the blink of an eye, a vortex similar to an air mattress formed at the place where the monk fell. It directly offset the impact of the backward flight. The sudden fight tensed everyone's nerves. All this seemed cumbersome, but it was only a moment. When they reacted, the monk was slowly landing on the ground under the traction of the vortex. However, the kimono he was wearing was torn by the strong wind. In addition to the little blood spilled from the exposed chest, there was also a shiny silver liquid flowing on the surface of the body. Under the eyes of everyone, it healed quickly again. Is this armor made of mercury? It turns out that you 5 elders are also afraid of death. Kojiki Odin's expression froze, and he soon saw. But next time, when you cut off my head, I will also cut off your head with a knife. He is no longer a fool, at least he has been on the ship of Whitebeard and Roger. But he knows clearly that the only people who can do such a thing are the devil fruit ability users. Damn guy! A monk roared angrily. As the most warlike existence among the 5 elder stars, he couldn't understand why he was the one who embarrassed himself every time he took the initiative. A monk, don't be impulsive. What we are going to do now is not to let you mess around. Elam said in a deep voice. Facing him as the head of the 5 elder stars, even a monk gritted his teeth and stopped his steps and retreated obediently. Looking at this scene, the people present were nervous again, and they didn't understand what medicine was sold in the gourd of the 5 elder stars. 5 Emperors Qin Yu, your methods are really unexpected. No wonder Lord Yumu is interested in you. Elam said with a faint smile. However, in order to deal with you, and also to redeem the incompetence of the Navy headquarters, our world government has lost all its face. Today, I will show you what is the real power to conquer the world. The fact that you can revive a person does not mean that our world government cannot do it. Most importantly, we have to thank you for bringing Kaido's head. We just lack this. The inexplicable words were blown away by the wind between heaven and earth. Looking at the confident Elam, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, and a thought flashed through his mind, saying, are you talking about the SSG plan hosted by Vegapunk's science class? Chapter 1097 The 4 Amazing Experiments. Do you know the SSG plan? Elam's expression could not help but stagnate, and the smile on his face also became stiff. In his eyes, the SSG plan is the biggest secret of the world government at this stage. It is also a powerful means to replace the sea and completely ensure the rule. It can be said that this plan has been carried out in secret all the time. Now that it has been revealed, it makes them more curious about Qin Yu's origin. Captain, what is the SSG plan? Golden Lion Shiji was the first to be unable to hold back. He has been hiding for 20 years and has also conducted biochemical experiments. However, if it comes to the level of grandeur, it is obviously not as good as the world government, such a behemoth. For a moment, everyone looked at Qin Yu, with a hint of curiosity and urgency on their faces. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, a monk's cheek muscles twitched slightly, and he shouted sternly, little ghost, I advise you not to talk too much, sometimes disaster comes from the mouth. Disaster comes from the mouth. Qin Yu laughed dryly. Don't you think that the trouble I've caused is not big enough? In fact, SSG does not represent a single experiment, but rather represents the 4 major experimental directions of Vegapunk. They are human gigantism, bloodline factor creation, artificial devil fruit, and biochemical combat equipment. The cyborgs and biochemical combat equipment used by Germa 66 were created by Vinsmoke Judge, a scientist who once worked with Vegapunk. Later, when Vegapunk was forcibly taken away by the world government, Vinsmoke Judge obtained the research and treatment of bloodline factors and biochemical combat suits, and another scientist, the crazy scientist Caesar who offered a reward of 250 million berries, obtained the artificial devil fruit and the data of the human gigantism experiment. Unfortunately, their experimental results seem to be very successful in the eyes of outsiders, but compared with Vegapunk, who has a brain that surpasses the present world for 500 years, there is a big difference. Otherwise, the world government would not allow these defective technologies to be lost. They let them go, all for the purpose of using the 2 of them to test the variability of the SSG plan. Chang's voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. It was even broadcasted through the Den Den Mushi live broadcast and spread throughout the sea. That bastard guy actually said that the scientific power of our Germa is worthless. I must kill him. On the outskirts of Wangguo, on a huge snail ship, Vinsmoke Yangji said with gritted teeth. Yangji, if you can really kill this guy, our Germa would have already taken back the North Sea and become the real overlord. Reijua shook the red wine glass in her hand and looked at the burly figure standing at the bow without saying a word. Didn't you see that even my father didn't refute it? That guy might have really exposed the biggest secret of the world government. Under normal circumstances, with Vinsmoke Judge's brutal character, if someone slandered his experimental results, he would have gone berserk and killed them directly. This time, he was surprisingly calm because as a former colleague, Vinsmoke Judge knew clearly the horror of Vegapunk and the huge gap between the 2 sides. At the same time, in a secret laboratory in the New World, Caesar, who turned into a gas form, was also furious. It's a pity that the vulgar words on his lips were not enough to refute. In the end, facing Qin Yu's revelations, he could only grit his teeth in anger and remain silent. As Qin Yu said, whether it was the artificial devil fruit or the human gigantism experiment, he had never really succeeded. What a kid, I didn't expect you to know so much. Elam stared at Qin Yu and said, however, this secret experiment will be made public sooner or later. Since you have made it public to us in advance, we have no scruples about the future. Let you see it first. The experiment codenamed the strongest in the world will completely subvert your cognition. Gray, bring the things. Got it. Gray responded, and the head that was originally placed in front of the oak's clock, which belonged to Kaido, fell into his hands at some point. He raised his big hand up, and the PX pacifists who appeared when the Thunder Dragon Laxus attacked the Holy Land Marijoa not long ago came out from all directions. Among them, 4 pacifists were carrying a huge special metal container and finally stopped in front of Gray. Looking at this group of PX pacifists, who were completely made in the form of the 7 warlords of the Sea Tyrant Bear, many people were shocked at the same time. More eyes fell on the huge metal container. This coffin-like metal container was about 8 or 9 meters high. It was directly erected in full view of the crowd. The next moment, the sound of gears turning rang out. The outermost iron wall, like 4 walls, was directly peeled off. Hidden inside was a huge long glass container filled with culture medium. Under the rising white water vapor, a huge naked body appeared vaguely in front of everyone. Is this Kaido? Isn't he dead? The exclamations of loss of voice, whether on the square of the Navy headquarters or in every corner of the sea, also rang out one after another. Not long ago, they were shocked by the beheading of Kaido, the captain of the old 4 emperors and the beast pirates. However, now the 5 elders have launched another beast Kaido, which is still a bit large. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Captain, did we kill the fake Kaido? Or the real one? The Golden Lion couldn't hold his temper. After all, the eye-catching scene in front of him seemed a bit shocking. It can be said that both of them are real, but I didn't expect them to succeed so quickly. It seems that the so-called Whitebeard too, Edward Weeble, who calls himself Whitebeard too, is indeed a failed product of the SSG experiment. Qin Yu spoke again. As a reincarnated person, he knows more about the things in this world. Weeble? Whitebeard also has a son. Isn't that guy not good enough? The Golden Lion was stunned for a moment. However, when these words fell, Whitebeard, who was in Wonguo, instantly had an impulse to kill. In this sea, such rumors have long been circulating. It was just that the Golden Lion broke it on the Den Den Mushi live broadcast, which was simply a hammer. After all, it is no secret that Whitebeard likes to adopt a son. But it is a bit unreasonable for a person who likes to find a son so much to have no biological son. Chapter 1098 Crazy Power Plan. Ah, I seem to have said something incredible. You probably didn't hear it. Golden Lion touched his nose and said awkwardly. Whitebeard, you didn't see it. Seeing Golden Lion acting like a live treasure, many people on the scene woke up in shock. They never thought that in just one day, they would witness and hear so many super secrets of the world. Captain, you just said that both Kaidos are real, what's going on? Kojiki Oden also landed beside him and asked. For Kojiki Oden, the survival of Kaido, the beast, is related to the success of the founding of Wano country. As long as Kaido, the beast, is alive, Kojiki Oden is unwilling to die. It seems that I have to act as a commentator today. Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. You just heard that the 5 elders mentioned 2 key words, the first is resurrection, and the second is the world power plan. Kaido of Wano country was indeed killed by us, but the Kaido now in the culture medium is a super android created by the 5 elders through the blood factor technology of Vegapunk and Kaido's cells. As for Weeble, who claims to be Whitebeard's son, he should be a defective product that failed to copy Whitebeard's genes in the power plan and ran away. His physical quality is comparable to Whitebeard's peak period, but his IQ is obviously not cultivated successfully. The world government allowed Weeble to destroy the sea in order to test the completion of the experiment. At this point, Qin Yu looked at Gray who was holding Kaido's head and smiled, assuming that Vegapunk is now able to create a perfect blood factor android. The Kaido in front of him can be like Weeble, with the strongest strength during the subversion of the body. The best match is the mythical beast devil fruit that originally belonged to Kaido, and with the help of one of the 5 elders, Gray's superhuman system, the special means extended from the spirit fruit can regain Kaido's remaining spiritual will and reshape Kaido's original personality. Once the 3 are combined, does it mean that Kaido will be reborn in another way and become a fighting force for the world government? Hiss. The sound of sucking in cold air sounded in the huge square of the Navy headquarters. Not to mention representing the righteous Navy, even the pirates who heard this speculation through the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi, also felt their scalps tingling. If all this is really as Qin Yu said. They finally understood what the world power plan Qin Yu mentioned just now was. Once Kaido, the beast in the culture medium in front of them, was resurrected, replacing the previous failure of Weibo. That probably means that in order to completely control this world, the world government will extend the butcher knife to the strong in this sea. After harvesting one by one, they will be resurrected according to the same rules, and finally become their puppets, as the power of the world government. All this is simply terrifying when you think about it carefully. What a five Emperor Qin Yu, it seems that we still underestimated you. Elam said in a deep voice. But, what if you make these public? It's too late. Our experiment has come to the final step. What we are waiting for is who of the four emperors will die first and become our final experimental subject. Gray, if we don't do it now, when will we do it? Got it. Gray responded indifferently, and his eyes flashed with silver light. The huge devil fruit ability dormant in his body was madly urged to the extreme. When his 5 fingers clenched suddenly, Kaido's head exploded. Bang! A large piece of blood mist dissipated, but it was soon locked in the air by the almost transparent fruit ability. As Gray's eyes suddenly glared, the blood mist was compressed madly. A white translucent light sphere first appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, Gray took out a second larger ball of white light with his backhand, and let the two merge together to transform into a mini dragon-like form. The eyes that were originally tightly closed suddenly opened, giving people the feeling that Brook's soul was out of his body when he turned into a ghost. Hehe, after learning that Kaido, the beast, was killed, I went to Wano country on purpose to collect the remaining spiritual marks on the battlefield, but unfortunately I missed the head in your hand. Gray said with a happy face. In order to avoid the failure of Weibo, we have not taken action for a long time, waiting for this moment. I thought there was no way to make Kaido's spiritual mark perfect, but now it seems that I have to thank you, Qin Yu, the 5 emperors. At this point, Gray grabbed the mini dragon with his backhand and threw it at Kaido in the culture medium. Looking at this neat scene, Qin Yu also smiled. Actually, you don't have to thank me. I am also very happy to help this epic-making experiment take a big step forward, but to be honest, I have to thank you. Thank us. The 5 elders were slightly startled. Roar. A thunderous roar suddenly sounded. Kaido, the beast who was originally stored in the culture medium, suddenly opened his eyes. The special glass on all 4 sides was shattered when it was placed outside this violent breath. The violent air wave was the symbol of the king who was picked out of a million. Overlord Haki. Some of the Navy soldiers who were slightly inferior in strength in the distance rolled their eyes and fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. It succeeded, even the Overlord Haki was reproduced. It seems that Vegapunk's bloodline factor has been perfectly restored. Elim showed a happy face. No. It should be said that the remaining 4-5 elders are no exception. However, at this moment, what they most want to see is whether the spiritual imprint condensed by Gray can be used to revive Kaido in a certain sense. Where is this place? Didn't I fight in Wano country? You bastard 5 emperors, how dare you kill me? Kaido tore off the tube on his body. As the words rolled out of his mouth, his footsteps staggered a little, and he broke the remaining special glass. However, the tough skin like steel did not even have a bloody cut in front of the sharp glass. This amazing defense made many people's faces change suddenly. Especially, what Kaido said just now. This undoubtedly told them that the strong plan of the world government might have really succeeded. Kaido, think about it carefully, you have been dead for a long time, and it was our 5 elders who resurrected you. Ilium suppressed the joy in his heart and spoke again in a deep voice. Next, we will give you 2 choices. The first is to continue to survive as the sharp blade of our world's political abduction. The second is that we will force you to become a real puppet. Chapter 1099 The Strongest Puppet Weapon. You want me, Kaido, to surrender to you. Kaido's huge body suddenly shook, his eyes wide open, and he roared. You 5 elders, are you dreaming? I am the strongest in this sea, and no one can tell me to do anything. Bang! The outward domineering aura exploded again. The air wave was so strong that even Gray could not help but retreat 7 or 8 steps. The sound of breaking through the air was even more pressing. Go to hell! Kaido roared repeatedly. The right hand was covered with armed aura, like a war hammer, and it smashed down heavily towards Grey. Humph, you never change your bad habits. The monk's face darkened, and he took a big step, and the entire marine square rumbled like a giant turning over. The ground beneath his feet turned into tentacles, and took the lead to wrap around Kaido's body. You're looking for death. Kaido pulled away the soil layer that was wrapped around him. However, facing the lost devil fruit ability in the body he was not completely familiar with. He could not break free from these restraints at all. The only thing he could do was to watch his huge body being sealed in it. Grey, restrict his will, just keep his fighting consciousness. Elim said with a sullen face. Originally, he planned to use the matter of resurrecting Kaido, the beast, to show the means and strength of the world government. He never thought that Kaido would attack them as soon as he was resurrected. Humph, it's a good thing that I didn't let him take the original fruit in advance, otherwise it would be difficult to control him. Grey's face sank, and the devil fruit ability in his body was pushed to the extreme. A white beam of light rushed out of Grey's body and hit Kaido's body directly. When everyone reacted, Kaido, who was struggling violently, gradually became dull in his eyes and his body returned to calm. Chinyu was a little surprised to see this method, which was similar to the one used by Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru to forcibly control the strong men of impure world reincarnation in the Naruto world. Take this thing and become a puppet of the world government in the future. Grey signaled a monk to lift the restrictions on Kaido, the beast. He flipped it over and took out a wooden box. In full view of everyone, he opened it. The first thing that came into view was a dark green devil fruit that gave people a fish scale shape. This is a mythical beast species, a devil fruit in the form of a dragon. Whitebeard, who was in the Sea of the 10,000 Nations, had a gloomy face. Facing Kaido, the beast, who was as important as himself in the past, he ended up like this, which undoubtedly made people feel sad. What's more, this time, once the 5 elders were successfully resurrected and Kaido was controlled. Does this mean that they, as the strongest in this world, may also fall to this point in the future? When he thought of this, Whitebeard subconsciously clenched the wine glass in his hand, and the wine glass shattered with a huge force. Red Hair saw all of this, but he was surprisingly silent. Kaido, whose reason was imprisoned, was in full view of the public, with a dull look, stretched out his hand to catch the devil fruit in Grey's hand, and opened his mouth to bite it. Captain, kid, are we going to stop him? Golden Lion was the first to lose his temper. After all, facing this so-called strong plan, even if he is fearless, he also has concerns about Whitebeard. No need, I will make them regret it. Chinyu smiled and stretched out his hand to stop Golden Lion. Let us regret it. A monk snorted disdainfully and said, Kid, you are so arrogant when you are about to die. You should count yourself in today's sea burial. As one of the 5 elder stars, he has been lingering for hundreds of years, and the image he has always given to the outside world is that he is hidden. Unfortunately, since Uchiha Chinyu came out of nowhere, the monk has been defeated one after another. This made him want to take Chinyu's head off his neck right now. Roar! The devil fruit was swallowed by Kaido in one gulp, and the sound of dragon roar resounded through the sky again. However, this time, Kaido, who only had the fighting consciousness left, was obviously not idle. With a sudden swing of his huge body, he turned into a dragon posture. The dozens of meters long body broke through the heavy lead clouds accumulated in the sky, and the power of Kaido, who was once known as the strongest creature in the world, reappeared in front of everyone. With his wide open eyes and the heavy dragon breath emanating from his whole body, Kaido's momentum reached the extreme. Feeling this overwhelming power, Grey, who was below, looked at Elim first. Give the battle order and let him kill the person he hates the most first. Elim stomped the scepter in his hand on the ground and shouted sternly. I want to see what you, a little devil, can do to kill Kaido for the second time. Do it. Grey shouted coldly. The mental fluctuations on his body surged again. He was entrenched in the void, like a puppet, staring at Kaido, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous light. Kill, 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 I will kill you. Roar. Kaido roared, and his body, which was entrenched in the void, suddenly swung up. When the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air sounded, it pierced through the void like an arrow from a string and approached Chinyu. In a short distance of 1 kilometer, Kaido's incarnation was as fast as the extreme speed, and his mind was full of murderous intent, and he fully exerted his strength. As soon as he approached dozens of meters away, the black armed color domineering quickly covered the entire tail. Under the flowing luster of the metal, there were even flowing cherry blossoms blooming. Feeling this terrifying momentum rising up, before everyone could react, it came straight at Qin Yu with force. Bang! The space seemed to be torn apart at once, and the air wave rolled back, giving people an inexplicable feeling of crushing. The naval generals who were watching from a distance had an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Facing this sudden attack, Golden Lion and Odin took the lead. Lion Power Earth Roll. Two Swords Style Daowen Tiger Hunting. Boom! The earth roared, and the huge lion head of 100 meters was rolled up directly, blocking it directly in the void, and colliding with the incoming dragon tail. Bang! The terrifying physical strength, coupled with the blessing of armed color domineering and flowing cherry blossoms. The 100-meter lion head was instantly split in half. The rocks flew and splashed, giving people a feeling of pouring down like a rainstorm. Feeling. However, facing such a fierce attack, everyone's attention was locked on Kaido, the attack that was like splitting mountains and rocks. When passing the lion's head, a figure appeared in front of Qin Yu first. Holding a black and a white blade in his hand, without any fancy, he rushed towards Kaido. Chapter 1100 The Power of the Other World. Daowen Tiger Hunting. Roar. The tiger roar shook the hills. The power dormant in Odin's body exploded in an instant, turning into a huge tiger that was no less powerful than Kaido, and collided with each other in an unyielding posture. Bang! The powerful air wave rolled back, and the rebel flying all over the sky was directly rolled back. It rolled down like a rainstorm. In the huge waves, Odin's figure, like a cannonball, hit the ground below. The huge impact force directly smashed the heavy ground of the square. Spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly. There was a large amount of blood spurting up in the sky. A huge dragon tail was also thrown into the air. Even Kaido's huge body of dozens of meters was also implicated. After flying backwards for 30 or 40 meters, he barely stopped his body in the void again. Looking at this scene that seemed to be evenly matched, especially the two shallow wounds with scarlet blood on the tail covered with black armed color domineering, many people's pupils suddenly contracted. At their level, the first iron rule of survival in the New World is to have two color domineering. Among them, in the duel between the two sides, who can win depends on whose domineering is better. The scene just now seemed very cumbersome, but it was only a few breaths before and after. Although Kaido's blow was as powerful as splitting mountains and splitting earth, the Golden Lion offset a lot of its impact. However, Kojiki Odin was able to injure Kaido, who was known for his unparalleled defense, by using his armament haki, which undoubtedly overturned their cognition. Haha, it was really fun to fight, just like 20 years ago. In the ruins, Kojiki Odin stood up with a big laugh. There was also a tear on his chest, but it was quickly repaired by the immortality of the impure world reincarnation. Looking at Kojiki Odin, who was still unscathed after such a fierce blow. Not to mention the naval generals present, even the powerful people of the major forces in the Wangguo Sea, their cheek muscles were twitching. In their eyes, this fucking horse is an indestructible cockroach. Humph, a mere injury is worth making you so happy? The face of the Wano country samurai has been completely lost by you. A monk was the first to speak and shouted. However, this bragging without blushing or breathing has undoubtedly made many people burst out laughing. After all, compared with Kojiki Odin, the monk who was also a samurai from Wano country has undoubtedly made a bigger fool of himself. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Gray's face sank slightly and said, "Seng, don't argue with them. Don't forget that this time we are here to bury them at sea. What is there to value about a mere Wano country samurai? Don't forget that you would die in Kaido's hands 20 years ago, and you will be no exception 20 years later. This injury is not painful at all for Kaido, who has awakened the power of the mythical beast devil fruit. It can be recovered with just a thought." As the voice fell, while Gray's thoughts turned, the wound on Kaido's tail dripping with blood, the granulation tissue quickly squirmed, and healed quickly in full view of everyone. Seeing the equally amazing recovery ability, this battle in the eyes of outsiders can be described as abnormal. "It's almost time, let's start and show them our true strength." Ilium walked out of the crowd in a deep voice. Seeing him, the head of the 5 elders, finally speak again, everyone's nerves tightened at once. For a long time, after Qin Yu came out of nowhere, the 5 elders were often heard of. However, facing the 5 most mysterious old men in the world. They did not despise them at all, especially this time they came prepared. Let's do it. The remaining 4 people also agreed with a cold face. The moment they stepped out in unison, the 5 huge auras dormant in their bodies exploded like a frenzy. 5 beams of light, blooming in all directions, rushed straight into the 9-day sky, making the leaden clouds accumulated in the sky seem to be stirred by a pair of invisible hands. A huge vortex was formed. At the same time, the 5 powerful devil fruit powers did not show various forms. It just gave people a sense of the purest power. Rays of light quickly lit up above the huge navel square. If you look down from the sky, the first thing that comes into view is a mysterious magic circle similar to a magic circle. When the last mysterious spell is linked, a huge energy crystal wall is built directly into the sky, forming a sealed prison, which completely blocks the huge navel square. Qin Yu took in all of this, especially looking at this barrier that is a bit similar to the 6 Yang Red Array in Naruto, which further confirmed his guess in his mind. You really have the power of another world. Qin Yu looked at Eli with a twinkling eye. As soon as these words fell, everyone in the field changed their expressions. No. It should be said that anyone who heard these words was no exception. After all, the way of using power in front of them was beyond their cognition. The answer given by Qin Yu also overturned their common sense. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that what they saw was true. It can be said that even the 5 elders who took action were no exception. All eyes turned and locked onto Qin Yu. The leader, Ilam, was the first to speak. You are indeed the same as Lord Ilam guessed. You are not from this world. No wonder there has been no way to find out your origins. The means you have are completely different from those of this world. It seems that you are also from heaven. But don't worry. We learned this trick from Lord Ilam just to deal with people from heaven. As long as this space is successfully built, everything in this space will become our control range, and it is no problem to completely restrict your actions. Now you are just fish on the chopping board, let us slaughter it. After the voice fell, Ilam's eyes suddenly condensed, and the scepter in his hand fell again. Space, seal it for me. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded out of thin air. The power flowing in the space stagnated in an instant. Let everyone in it feel like they are stuck in a quagmire. The most important thing is that this feeling gets more and more intense as time goes by. It's as if in an instant, there is an illusion of being frozen in space.